Welcome back, COD fans, to another Super Saturday. 4 more matches coming your way. Joe, what do we got cooking for these beautiful people?
First on the menu, it's the Spanish sensations. Miami Heretics look to stay undefeated against the Surge. That'll be a spicy one.
Then, Boston Breach gear up to clinch another win before they roll out the red carpet at Major I. But the LA Guerrillas, after the loss yesterday, they are not in the mood to play nice.
And let's not forget about our monster matchup. It's OpTic's first game of the new year, and they're taking on the Vegas Legion. Ooh, I just love me a David and Goliath story.
Ooh, it all kicks off right here, right now on the Call of Duty League. Former teammate, just gunned to sleep.
Uncontested time for both teams. The game clock. Yeah, we'll have to work here. Snap. 40 bomb. Boys are on the capture. Control. Diamond cut of you. Win this. Damn, what a round. Vamos! Welcome back to day 2. It is our week 3 of Major I Qualifiers, and if you missed the action yesterday, well, you missed Drazah clutching up against LAG. You missed Toronto handing the Surge the business, and of course, you finished off things with another subliner victory, a 3-1 over the Minnesota Røkkr. As we come into day 2, we have a few teams still unbeaten. 3, in fact. That's Atlanta FaZe, Subliners, and Heretics, who are in action today. And Alley Cat, we were arguing pre-show. Do the Heretics deserve to be in the same sentence as those other 2 teams? Because I'm looking at who they've beat. They've beaten Carolina, Legion, and Minnesota.
Yeah, but it's not their fault the way their schedule lays out. I think Miami Heretics, they've gotten the job done so far. They've done what they needed to do. There are some of these teams that, let a couple underdogs slip through their fingers. So for Miami Heretics, this will be a good matchup for them.
I think that's going to be a lot of the discussion. It already is in the chat right now. But Nameless, let's take a look at the full weekend schedule and talk to me about some of the big bangers, because we have just 5 days left of competition before we head up to Boston.
Yeah, I think the narrative is about to shift over towards the bubble, especially today, because that's going to make or break teams for that winner's bracket going into Boston Major I. And you're talking about the home team, Boston Breach, sitting in almost a do-or-die situation against another team on that bubble in LAG, who have looked extremely formidable as of late. So that match to me today is one of the biggest games on the docket.
Seattle Surge is opening things up against Miami Heretics, and they're coming off against another tough loss. If you look at their competition, they've fallen to OpTic, Toronto, and FaZe. Their wins over LA Thieves and Boston. Today, I feel like this is going to be a true tale of how strong Miami is, and also, is Surge a real team that we should expect to go anywhere in that winner's bracket?
I love that you said that. It is definitely going to be one of those matchups where we see where Miami truly stands, as well as if Surge can make a huge turnaround. Right now, they're sitting at 6th overall in the standings. They've lost to everybody above them and won everybody below them, but they're going against Miami Heretics, who sits at number 3 right now. So this will be an interesting match to start off the day.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could spin it in terms of there's pressure on Heretics, but really you could see it on the left side of your screen right now. The pressure, make no mistake, is on Seattle Surge. You win your first 2 games 3-1, 3-1, and since then you have been getting smoked. 1-3 to 2 of the top 3 teams, and then also 3-0 smoke show by Ultra, their first game after the patch, and also they are on a 5-map loss streak in hardpoint. So for Seattle today, is they have to win. They have to have a good series.
Right, and here in the 2024 season, we are playing 7 matches before that first major, not 5 like last year. So let's take a look at our standings, knowing that the Surge, you have just 2 left. You're right there in that 6th spot. 2 wins is going to put you in the left column. The question is, for how long? Because all of those teams with 1 win in their column on the right side are in action today, and they are playing for a top 8 spot.
Yeah, that's a really big situation for Surge right now, because if they lose today, that's opening it up for the entirety of that bubble to take over them. They could drop over like 3 or 4 spots in these standings. So for Surge, they've got to lock it in.
Nameless, I'm looking here at the screen. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams at 1 and 3. 2 of them face off today, and it's the number 7 versus number 8 LAG versus Boston Breach. Boston, though, is coming in on a high note after a 3-0 beating of Toronto Ultra. That was the final match we saw in 2023.
Yeah, we also seen them take some big L's, but they definitely showed tenacity coming back and being able to win that series versus Toronto. A heavy hitter in our league, and Snoopy had himself a hell of a performance. One guy I'd like to highlight, I feel like we do this in the beginning of every year, Slasher. He always starts off very, very slow, and it's happened once again. You can see his team struggle when he plays like that. So I'm looking at him to turn it around. Also, this is a team that we thought would be very good at search and destroy. 1-4 in S&D right now. Have not been great in that game mode. They've had some good moments through a player like Capsidal, but they have to put it together as a team. So that's what I'm looking for today versus LAG.
Looking at the maps and modes, you can see that LAG has a slight edge in search and destroy, hardpoint in favor of Boston, and both teams tied in control. So this matchup could go either way. If you're looking at one player from that series, though, Allie, who do you think is the X factor? Who's the star today?
The star today, it's tough because I want to say Diamond Con needed some absolute help yesterday, so I almost want to look at his teammates instead and be like, hey guys, somebody's got to step it up.
There you go. All right, well, keep your eyes on him, and of course, keep your eyes on Envoy in Toronto Ultra. Envoy having a terrible matchup against Boston, catching all kinds of flack, and then yesterday, he sets the story straight. Envoy dropping some bombs, and he is looking for revenge again, going up against his former team in LA Thieves tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm going to spin this a little bit different.
Okay.
Envoy definitely had a stinker. We talked to Kleenex, after that last series as well, and we're like, did you guys, talk to him, try to get him going or whatever? Like, no, we know what he's capable of. And, Kleenex is probably vibing because he's sitting #1 in, all 3 game modes in multiple different metrics. That's not all Kleenex, right? You got to have a guy like Envoy in there doing that dirty work. Sometimes you're going to look bad in that role. Traditionally in that role in this team, from Hicksy and now Envoy, we've seen it's not the position where you're going to drop the big bombs or go off statistically. So for Envoy, I like what I've seen on them and their bounce back yesterday versus a formidable opponent in Surge. 3-0 whooping, one of the best matches we've seen so far.
Yeah, and that's something I feel like we kind of always forget about these teams is they can have bad days, they can have bad matches. Envoy clearly showing us why he's one of the better SMGs in the league. Yesterday versus the Surge, it was a fast 3-0. And we talked to Kleenex and he was like, you know what? That series against Boston before the break, we were testing maps, we were having a bad day. It was just a lot of things going wrong. So for Toronto Ultra, they are still one of the top teams in that conversation. And LA Thieves will have a tough one later today.
LA Thieves' one win came over that Boston team that handed Toronto the L. So things could get a little bit mixier than Chad is expecting. That match is coming up at 6 p.m. But we close things out tonight on our Super Saturday with match number 4. It's going to be Texas versus Vegas. OpTic taking on Legion. And you got to think, OpTic, the heavy favorites right now. The team has one loss, but that was a Game 5, Round 11 to the Subliners. Since then, Carolina, Minnesota, and Surge all taken care of easily.
Yeah, in this match, it's gonna sound harsh. It just feels like skill issue in this matchup. OpTic Texas has been unbelievable, especially in hardpoint. I think they're 5-1, and they're only getting better. And when you look at the Vegas Legion squad, now off rip, we saw that match versus Røkkr, right? They win 2 search and destroys. They get 12 first bloods in both of them combined, and they won 12-3 round count. They end up stealing 1 respawn. That's the recipe for success for this team. We haven't seen that from Vegas in their next few matches, now sitting at 1-3. So for Texas today, it's just about how dominant can they be going into Major 1.
Yeah, it's been a tough story for the Vegas Legion, but for OpTic Texas, how many times has it been since we've seen them be this strong at the beginning of the year? I feel like a lot of the talk is about Pred joining OpTic Texas, but for me, Kenny's really been that guy. Usually he's the one that warms up near champs. We call it Champs Kenny. Well, he's looking champs form very early in the season. He's a first blood god. He's been doing what he's needed to do in the respawn, so OpTic Texas looking terrified.
And I think getting off to a hot start is important if you're an OpTic player because they have one of the most rabid fan bases of any sport out there. And we talked to Pred about what it was like dealing with some of those fans after their first loss.
It's obviously, dream come true, playing for OpTic, but I feel like a lot of people just tend to quickly forget what all of us players are capable of, and it's kind of annoying seeing it, after one match people just start tweaking about it, but they forget how good we've been for the last 2 years, in the league and throughout our whole careers really. So we don't really listen to that. We just turn up and we play.
What was that, 37,000 damage, some ridiculous stats popping up here in this interview. And as we compare the two players, you got an SMG on the left an AR on the right? Or is Kenny going with the SMG today, Nameless? What do you expect?
Yeah, Kenny's going to be, I mean, obviously in this game, you're going to see a lot of, ARs.
Just ARs.
Yeah, I mean, he sort of can run whatever he wants, but we've seen Pred run an AR a lot, and that's something I wanted to talk about this guy. He has been frying. I've been watching his stream, MCW, and he is nasty with AR. I only expect him to get better.
Can you have 4 ARs on OpTic, or Shotzzy always has it?
Shotzzy got this.
It's a movement thing. All right, here's a look at the schedule. OpTic's playing at 7:30. They are taking on Standy in the Legion. Don't count Legion out, especially if they can steal a hard point in that map number 1. That's your Monster Energy matchup at 7:30. But when we come back, it's your 3 p.m. showdown. Miami Heretics taking on the Surge. You don't want to miss it.
In the city of Boston, where champions are born.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for our first matchup here on Super Saturday. We have just 5 match days left, and this is a big one for the Surge. You're 2-3, looking to get back to 500, but you got to go through some tough competition. Miami is perfect so far. So let's start here with the Surge. Where have they shined? Where have they fallen short in your eyes here, Alley Cat?
Well, we thought they were shining at the beginning of the year, but unfortunately now they're on a 3-series loss streak. They've looked pretty okay in Search and Destroy up until yesterday when they got 6-0'd by the Toronto Ultra map number 2. So now I can't confidently say that they're strong in really anything.
Yeah, you know, for Seattle Surge and the Monster Energy pregame, they ain't surging. 2-9 map count in the past 3 series, 5-map losing streak in hardpoint. And, you know, this is a team that's first in rotation percentage right now. Literally still. They just can't hold any hills, so that obviously has to be a lot better. And, you know, one shining bright for them in Search and Destroy is that Arcitys has been stellar this year. 1.75. He's been dominating his opening duels, especially on defense. So I expect them to bounce back today, but they got a tough opponent in Heretics.
They do have a tough opponent. Let's talk about the Spaniards. Vickle, we saw him last year. This year, well, he's got 3 of his buddies from Spain. Metals, Journey, and Lucky have been popping off if you're looking at the stats. But as Chad has pointed out, Allie, it's been against the bottom 3 teams. So today is a true test of their talent because Surge has beaten some of the top dogs. Taking a look at this squad, what have you seen from them up to this point?
I've just seen aggression, right? I've seen consistency from every single player on the Miami Heretics. When it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, Metals has simply been that guy. He's the second best SMG with a 1.25 overall. And what's funny about Heretics is you could say this about every player on this team. Lucky has had his moments. Journey has had his moments. So for them, I think it's just they're proving themselves as a very talented roster. And like you said, against the Surge today, I think everybody's going to be having their eyes off.
Get your pick'ems in. And of course, big shout out to everyone in the chat right now. If you didn't know how sports work, the games don't start until that match start time. So this is the pre-show. Before that, we got about 1 minute to go here, Nameless. So let's dive into the maps and modes. We're about to see 5 maps potentially today. How deep do you think we go in this series?
Man, it's very tough, you know. I think we could see a game 5 here. Although, like, if you look at stats, stuff like that, Heretics, they are 3-0 in S&D and control, so pretty much unscathed there. But this is the toughest competition that they have faced thus far. I think we go game 5.
Going game 5?
They put Miami Heretics on sub-base map number 1. I'm looking at possibly a Surge 6 hardpoint losing streak right now.
Ooh, 6 in a row.
The second best SMG on the game
point.
and how fast-paced they played on sub-base? Nah.
To our point, they're 1-4 map 1, so I mean.
I'm told we got to wrap this up because game is ready, Nameless. And I know you always choose one of these 2 teams, but I'm going to start things off, and I'm going to go with Miami Heretics. To stay perfect, they go 4-0. Okay.
Oh, I'm going to go Miami Heretics, too.
I'm going Surge. I'm catching up, bro.
Again?
Catching
I'm
up.
going Surge.
15-9, about to be 15-10.
They're the reason I'm 15-9.
The fans are right there with Allie and I. Go
Don't
with the
sell me,
higher
Allie.
seed, and you could get a dub. Tonight, you got 2 great casters. We have the phenomenal Bryce Tacular and the man with many unknown talents, Chance.
Thank you very much. Yes, Chance has many talents, and I'm sure he'll share them all with you one day in wonderful YouTube series. But before we get to that point, our game of the day, and we were talking about this before, Chance, 2 different sides of the coin for this one. Miami Heretics have been riding high, but feeding on the bottom.
Yeah, and it's like 2 sides of the same coin, but but they might be like right next to each other. You know, they've had very different stories where you mentioned Heretics playing teams at the bottom. Seattle just ran through the gauntlet of teams at the top. This is like that middle ground. The smoke's gonna clear. We get to learn how good these teams actually are after this series. And of course, if you're thinking about Major 1 already, which, I mean, hey, get your tickets. We're going to Boston. It's gonna be cold and a fun time. It's the winner's bracket. That is what all of these qualifying matches are really about. Heretics, because of their 3-0 start, are in a sweet position. Should be good for winners. Seattle, if they lose this series, then they might be in a tough spot. Their odds drop to about 50-50 against Minnesota Røkkr. So Seattle, their fate is in their own hands, but they need to win this series.
They certainly do, and a much better showing than yesterday, but this is where we test the medal. Miami Heretics and Seattle Surge should be a much closer game. We'll see how this one does pay out. I hope Seattle Surge have had a really good team talk after yesterday's beating down by Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, and I think Huke's going to be a fun player to watch and maybe bounce back from the beatdown that they suffered, because he is one of the pure SMGs in this league, and obviously he's going toe-to-toe with Journey, who is tied for the kill record on this map. It's our first look to actually see Surge on it, and the first look, of course, with those new spawns as well, so the pace is going to be slower, but that's for the teams. That is not for Huke. He is always going to be flying, but as it stands, solid P1 in rotation. Metal's trying to set up and be annoying to break down P2, but Surge will be here first.
Well, here's the setup. They'll try and hold this now against the pressure of Miami Heretics, and you can see them slowly making their way to try and hit this from as many different angles as possible. Illey still seeing shoulders being thrown against him. Hasn't got a clean shot as Heretics. Superb teamwork to just break that one wide open.
Reading the flank too as well. Huke might have picked up one, but at least that hill complete in control of Miami. And you got some split spawns coming through too, so there's some awkwardness on the minimap for how these players are going to read these gunfights. You got trades on the right side. Huke still putting on the pressure in the back, waiting to make his approach, but as much time has been taken just to get near the hill. Heretics has just been super soaking on the hill. Take time for the break. Got to make sure you get it. Huke's going to deliver. Final 20 for Surge.
Yeah, recovering there at the end after they had that rotation in the bag. But how far ahead will that put them? Probably not far enough for them to be comfortable. You can already see Heretics swinging back into action, trying to get around this now. The biggest thing there for Seattle Surge was pushing them out of this spawn and pushing them away from this hill, which they've done. So it's another first rotation for Seattle.
That's a big win by aBeZy from inside the point as well. If he gets taken down, that's where sort of the mixiness inside of this sub-hard point is going to exist. But Huke, in the meantime, on a 5 spree, he's going to be thinking about the cruise missile, and, well, Metal shuts that one down. But in the meantime, Heretics nowhere near the hill. The nades are raining from over top, but aBeZy, the first 20 seconds, he's already secured, still winning gunfights from inside the point. aBeZy right now putting in some serious work on the objective.
Abuzah just won't fall down, and this is a soak and a half. Just points raining for Surge. Miami Heretics gonna have to lick their wounds and try again on this next one. Lucky, really unable to get in this game so far. Hasn't picked up a kill yet.
That is a little bit absurd, and more absurdities. Yeah, talk about how much sub base is slowed down. We just saw a full 60 on the actual, like, submarine hill. So maybe the first one of those we've had this year. And now we rotate to a hill where we're expecting the possibility of locking it down for a full 60s. But massive gunfights there, winning by a couple Surge players. Arcitys picks up 2. You get the back spawns as well. Vehicle cannot survive. And you go from a full 60 to a clean break like that. I think Surge came to play today.
They certainly have. Heretics maybe just struggling with the changes a little bit too much. Not able to get into it. Eventually will break this one down and now can lock this down through the front for 40 seconds. They need this as well. They'll get them right back into the game within touching distance of Surge, but the pressure's still coming through. Nades raining in. Hopefully there's enough trophies. There is not. Illey gets one on the journey.
Yeah, that's sort of that early break from Surge. Makes it so you don't get the right guys in the right position at the right time. So it might have been a nice little break from Miami in the moment, but no trophy means you're just going to lose it and lose the lead by even more. Not quite a 100-point margin after these first 4 hills have come through, but Surge certainly in firm control, and more importantly, staying ahead of the rotation. Already players set up anew, and the kills continuously going their way.
Yeah, Huke is having fun with it at the moment. You can see that pressure is putting Heretics on the back foot over and over again. They cannot get into these points, and when they do, they're being beaten off them as well. Abuzah will fall. A little bit of a ray of hope there for Heretics as they get into this point, but they will have to hold again, something they've not been great at so far.
No, not at all, but now maybe Lucky shooting just a little bit. I know he's only 7-7, but he started off 0-4, 0-5, and that gunfight he just had against Arcitys, that is a mean heady he ripped them off of, and that is good to buy Miami a little bit of time in the moment. You see Illey trying to get tags on every single player in the lobby, but in the meantime, it's just that swarm on the point, Vehicle doing the job in the objective. He has lived here for so long.
He has Huke, wants to chow, but doesn't know if he can get the right position, but he will eventually. Abuzah gets 2, and he goes straight for it. Does take Heretics off of that point. Not going to get it themselves, but as we go to reset back into the middle for both teams, it's all about positioning. Abuzah needs to take down Metals here. It's a close one, but he gets away with it.
And I think maybe the power positions as we're rotating over towards P1, who's going to be able to dominate them? Well, not Miami, because Huke again, we saw him do this the first P1 go around, just roaming inside of the steps, being as annoying as possible, making sure the ARs for Miami are never going to be comfortable, and looks like that destruction is going to continue. This isn't going to convert into a great deal of time for Surge just yet, but you've nearly cleared out everybody on the map as, again, Huke, the kills come, certainly going on a rampage.
Yeah, Huke just wants to just play around this area over and over again, getting kills. They cannot dig him out, and they cannot stop him. 4 streak for him now as well, and it's just causing problems for Miami. They cannot set up. And Seattle Surge doing a great job of just making sure you are never comfortable. Illey now running away with it as well. They're going to try and prioritize this and make sure they get even further ahead on this next hill.
I was going to say, this could be a funnel system as well, because these players are basically just stuck in your spawn. Illey effectively spawned, killing Huke. That's a 6 spree again on P1. 20-8 for the moment. The slang is out of control, and granted, Surge might not have got a decent chunk of time, but they have a perfect rotation, which means for us, a perfect time to go for a Surge. Listen in.
P5, yeah, they already got me trips. Yeah. I'm running. Stay alive, I need help. Yeah, I hit him in the head with the nade. Front P2. He's like underpass, he's going underpass right now. Vehicle. Underpass, behind you guys. Behind
One shot up top, I'm staying up.
Charge these guys together, nice. Nice. I'm pushing P5,
Where are we spawning them?
Yo, he's bottom P5,
boss.
P5.
Yo, one's in the back, yo, I think one's there. I'm not even bullshitting. Okay.
Yo, be careful.
I got him. One under, P5, P5, I need that, P5 is on my way already.
I cannot help you.
He's literally on my way, bro.
Yo.
On the back. Johnny's on bike. He's going side door, bro. Nice. Stay alive in P2. Do nothing, bro. Do nothing in P2.
Yeah, he's in old. Metals isn't new, okay?
Okay.
We're up
I'm going tough now, bro.
Yeah.
Yo,
Let's go one shot.
yo,
Yo, I have a streak. I have a streak.
Let
Let me one shot.
me
I have a streak. I have a streak. I'm about to streak this hill. I'm about to streak. I'm about to streak.
I'm trying to stay alive. I'm running that.
Yo, one push up A1 stairs or low A1, low A1, one on time, 2P2, 2P2.
P2 dead.
P2 has a trope.
Yeah, fuck lane P2. Fuck lane P2, okay?
I'm gonna go top. Look, yo, shit on.
Make sure you need to
Time's done.
Hit by nade on time.
Okay, I'm late.
Top P2 as well, top P2.
I'm needing time.
Just fucking slid.
And Surge actually struggling a little bit to stop Miami from getting the points they wanted. They got the break there on a P2 and got that rotation, and it has brought this game way closer than it could have been.
Well, this is going to be like long-term fights on the rotation as well, because there's still 20 seconds left on old. So Surge have like swarmed around it, but by no means are they going to get this early time, because you still have Heretics players pawing at the idea of flanking around. And by the way, oh man, this is shades of Hydra as well. Huke lets a player through. Vehicle the opportunity to make a play. He kills the guy in the back, and now you at least get some partial back spawns for the Heretics. It's not perfectly clean, but the opportunity for the break is here.
Huke just gonna try and stay alive. Will not let them get anything further forward under this one. You can see the pressure. Surge are setting up the defenses. They've got the front locked down, and two players are finding all the back. Joedecieves tries to find it, but he gets juked it, and that clears the back here. And Surge now have an opportunity to completely shut this down. Only Metal stands against them, and he will fall as well. And with 37 seconds left to go, Miami Heretics have to do this the hard way.
Yeah, they're going to have to bully their way through the front, and that is obviously not a fun thing to do. Huke's challenge from the hill, Arcitys challenge from the hill as well, and now if you flood in for the cross, it is the scary moments, and you might team kill, but at least you get Arcitys out of the hill in the final 20 seconds collected. So a moment where Heretics had to bully them out. They are successful. Their lifeline is available.
They must hold now. So much pressure coming through. They know they've got players every single side of them. Heretics trying to hold on. Arcitys gets gunned as well, but Huke is there for his trade. More trades coming through. Lucky's got to find Illey. Illey gets away, and then there's going to be another trade going for it. One player left on the hill. Journey has to stay alive. He makes the two-piece. Gets out of there as well. Just the rope his team need to get back into this.
And you can see the player kit too. This man is locked in as he is just desperate for a trophy to get nearby. 37 nades land on his face. It's the final one to take him down, and the hill goes back to that neutral time. 40-point game though, trying to slow it down and look for these kills. We actually haven't had a gunfight come through in quite some time. These teammates are stacking around this point.
They have to move as well. They can't afford to keep bleeding this time away. So close to getting back into it. The Chow Vehicle with a pistol, but it's not enough. Arcitys is better. Just takes him down, and he has the overlook as well. Heretics cannot get towards him here at this point. Lucky is desperate to get him as well. They finally get some kills onto the trade. Arcitys goes down, but a trade again. And the points have been bleeding. It's Surge now within lethal distance towards P1.
Yeah, and the way that Surge has been playing this P1 too, they should be in prime position as long as they're set up on the rotation, which Arcitys already ahead of the game, picking up these errant players, because this has been the Huke rampage hill. Maybe now it's Abuzah's turn. They've just dominated sort of that like long hallway on the top side of the map. They got the power positions, they got the time, and Brycey, they might just have the game.
I think they do as well. Heretics have to swing. Can't be a miss either, as Vehicle does manage to get into the point here. Just stopped it for a few seconds, but it has to be perfect. Only 8 seconds here for Surge to walk away with map number 1 and break the hardpoint losing streak. Illey goes for it as well. He gets gunned down. Back to neutral, but it is not over. Every card is in the pocket here of Surge. They just have to play this. They just have to win it out, as Abuzah is another two-piece. The 30 bomb is dropped. Anybody else? Vehicle takes him on, and still this game is ongoing.
Yeah, I mean, the 30 bomb might be the new 40 bomb with the spawn changes coming through. So Abuzah, an absolute class performance so far. Just got to close it out. We see on the mini-map Surge, they are set up around P2. They have kept control of this side of the map. And Huke, obviously, I mean, just a victory lap. It's to call out exactly where these players are going to go as Surge put the stamp on the game.
And I got to say, Surge looked better today than they did yesterday. But also, as a caveat, Heretics were fighting back for a considerable portion of that game. I think if Miami Heretics hadn't started off so slow and lost that first kind of double rotation, it could have been a very different game. I wouldn't say clean from either side, but definitely some great plays there by Surge, especially around the tank.
Well, I would say even some of like the mixier moments that Surge might have had, they cleaned it up immediately, right? Like where you have that rotation in P4 where Huke accidentally lets a player past them and that like sort of spawn in the back almost opens up. Both Huke and another player on Surge immediately double back and take long routes to make sure they get the back spawns and keep things under control. So even the hiccup Surge might have had, they more than made up for those small little mistakes as both Huke and Abuzah absolute rampage this game. Both get the 30 bombs and Abuzah doing this with nearly 2 minutes inside of the hill as well. So I know Huke gets the credit for the kills column, but keep in mind for Abuzah, it was like the first submarine hill we go around where he collects a full 60 and wins 3 gunfights from inside the point. So I'd say Surge again. They've just had the tale of playing against like 3 of the top 4 teams in the league versus everybody else. Against everybody else, they've looked incredible.
Yeah, and we were talking about that a lot before this broadcast as well. It's why we were talking about benchmarking yesterday and today. Realistically, when you talk about strength of schedule, it doesn't always give you the correct context of how these are doing. Yeah, Surge yesterday, not their proudest moment. Realistically, against Toronto, they kind of failed in map 2 and 3. But here against the Heretics, not only have they broken that hardpoint loss streak, but it looks like a completely different caliber. They may be fighting against a team that they can reliably beat time and time again. Obviously, that will tell us the series goes on, but it does give us a clearer picture going into Boston.
Absolutely, and I'd say just more gas for the Surge camp in the hard point. I know they just snapped that 5 like HP loss streak they had. When we go to that like final tank kill, that P5, we actually saw Illey take a deep route to get to like a back corner of the map 30 seconds in advance just to keep things under control. That was the moment where Arcitys had great finesse around the tank as well. So Surge certainly had control of the game basically right from the jump as soon as that P2 came through, and they never looked back. Anytime they had to chalk up a hill, they just made the adjustments and kept the, you know, the pedal to the metal.
Yeah. I like that in a minute. Yeah, I like the fact you can see the resurgence there from Miami to Heretics. They really tried to bring that game back towards them. But one thing I also want to highlight, something we did talk about during the listening as well, Huke just being so difficult to deal with. Time and time again, they just couldn't pin him down, and it really helped the rest of his team get those kills in, because you see Miami Heretics were chasing him around the points, trying to dig him out of whatever corner he was in, and he was just in a different corner everywhere, and they couldn't get him.
Yeah, I mean, Huke is like historically a player that has sort of been able to carve out a unique play style. Like in game, Huke, absolute maniac. The level of intensity on his face right now in a competitive setting, Huke is a maniac. And I think in game, it's just like a unique experience, especially so in MW3, when again, he is like the most pure SMG player we have, especially on a map like Subbase, where so many of the hills players will swap to an AR. It's a bunch of long lines of sight. He runs the rival almost permanently. So it's a unique player to play against. He's an absolute demon when he does it. And yeah, if you don't keep him contained, you're just going to have a very rough time. So I think a few of these players on Miami, their first true Huke experience.
It will be, but not the first experience maybe for S&D with some of these players, because as we go into this next game, a little bit of contest, the stats may tell a different story, but with Lucky on our screen, let's talk a little bit about him. This is how he's been doing so far. KD ratio of 1.76. And that could put a stop to a game mode that famously Seattle have been relying on.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely bonkers, especially when we're going towards Invasion as well. It's a map ARs love to just post up and play for picks as well. So got to keep Lucky in the back pocket, because, I mean, he first came on the scene in Black Ops 4, he was an absolute monster. Like, these guys were placing top 8, and Lucky at times was looking like a top 5 AR player in the game. Certainly his stats this early on this year, you would indicate the same. But obviously the map one we know against Seattle, there's going to be a lot of battles that these players are going to have.
All right, let's find out. And this is the best part. This is the thing I love the most about when we go into rosters like this. All the stories we've told, everything that has happened to Seattle Surge in the last week and a half of the qualifiers, right? We know they've been good, but we also know they've taken some hammerings. But it's about the competition. You can only play who's in front of you. Now Heretics are finding that same story. You may have played some of the lower teams in the league, but Surge don't want to be one of those, and this is their chance to prove it.
And this is a fun map to do it on as well, where you actually have some pretty extreme aggression coming out. Journey, maybe the ups aren't the best, but still gets in the nice nerd spot. But that bomb roaming towards B, and Huke, there's his first blood. Just going to throw this out there. Huke currently has the second lowest S&D KD in the league. But you know, if he's shooting, that is where this team is going to have a great deal of success. And off the first blood, continuously playing for picks. The bomb is wrapped back towards mid.
It looks like Vikel might be the player that has to just hold this. They're going to know he's around here. You can see a little bit of dancing around. Huke just going back and forth. They are looking for an opening already. Tank control has been taken. Are they going to make a B push? Vikel just doesn't see them. We might see them now. Finds one, finds a second one as well. Patience pays. And now they have broken this. Abuzah brings it back to 2 versus 2, but no, it falls. It's just Journey alone.
Yeah, you actually had Abuzah push out and try to make the play, and you're just getting shot in the back all day long, and Abuzah's got you covered. That bomb, oh so quick to go out and plant towards A, so Arcitys doesn't waste any time. Abuzah repositions as well. Mixing this from Vikel, but that man advantage maintained. It looks like Surge are going to be playing pretty split with this bomb down.
I love that as well from Surge. Just getting the bomb straight down, knew where he was, didn't mess about. And now they're just going to hold the angles. They can check when they need to check, and Journey is not looking in the right direction. Down he falls, and Arcitys will get that one locked away. Surge had an opportunity to completely fall in that one, all on the back of Vikel. Well, they managed to get it through, and that's their first round win in 2 days.
Yeah, well, okay. I don't know if we had to say that, but yeah, no, fair enough. They get one on the board, always more comfortable, but no, that is fantastic plays from both Arcitys and Abuzah. Even when Vikel was shooting 2 players in the back, Abuzah was aggressive enough to get like out towards construction or square. He's able to find a pick, and then he's just in prime position to sort of back Journey down in those moments. So clean stuff for Surge. Always nice to win one, Bryce.
It really is. But the shoe's now on the other foot. You can see Miami Heretics making a move. Oh, and Meadows just has to get away with it. Vikel will get that first blood into Illey though, and now B is wide open. I think they've realized this as well. Miami Heretics are not hesitating. Straight for this, straight into the point, straight plan it should be. Vikel's gonna be the first one here. He shouldn't die in this position, but no! Gun by Abuzah! Was that just a single player or was there a team shot? Because that was ridiculous.
Yeah, no, Abuzah is a shooter. He was feeling himself at the map one as well, and Huke with the beams for the rival 9. Still a 2 versus 2, but Journey right now, well, not quite out of the picture. He's going on the flank. He's the guy to make this play. And I don't know how good Abuzah's awareness is, but he's actually turning for it, but it is quick enough. It is quick enough, but Lucky finally shuts him down. A spicy round indeed, because Abuzah is out here making moves, but you get the first blood, you execute on the site, and everybody's set up for some trades.
I was going to say, Miami Heretics made that look difficult, but I think it might just have been Abuzah, to be honest, making the difference. Wow, what a round from them, but it will go to 1-1. You got to say, that first blood, Miami Heretics didn't hesitate for a second. They saw the weakness and just went straight for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely no reason to as well. I mean, the guy that's playing like back on the tank over towards the B site, really difficult to root out. So if you're able to get that kill, why waste any time? Is no time wasted again on defense. Heretics being nice and aggressive, flooding up the B street, trying to get themselves a great deal of map control. And obviously, Vikel playing in the same spot where he got the 2Ps from before. You got eyes on Lucky on the tank. Abuzah looking for him, and I mean, it's only a pixel he can spot. And they're trying to take him down, but good shots and a better nade. Lucky for the first blood.
He finds one as well, and Huke is there, and he gets taken down as well. And now only Illey in a 1 versus 4, but no bomb, no positioning. Is there any hope?
Not with that gunfire.
Oh, look at this. Miami Heretics slowly but surely putting the squeeze on. Every single angle will be covered. They might double chat out. They're not even worrying about it. They know exactly where he is now, and down he falls. They weren't going to give him an inch.
Not at all. There's just truly nowhere you can go. Great awareness by Journey as well. I'm assuming he just like heard Huke sliding underneath them, but nice little cheese spot to pay off for the 2-piece. And I'll say, Bryce, we casted over Surge's S&D where they obviously got 6-0 against Toronto, but Ultra were just running the map, playing incredibly aggressive, getting all the map control in the world. And that was on Karachi. Well, now here on Invasion, Heretics have had 2 defensive rounds where they're just flying at them. Like getting past that 50-yard line, getting in these prime positions over towards Broken, over towards P1. And if you have that much map control, even on defense, your options to work with are fantastic. So Heretics certainly applying the pressure.
I think that might be what they're looking for. If they get a break, they just go for it. So there is going to be a fight here. Vikel and Huke may have thrown a few shoulders at each other. Huke smokes and goes across. gets a hit marker, but nothing more. The question is now, how do Miami Heretics call this?
And it's tough to tell if he actually knows that he crossed or if he's expecting his shoulder, but it is going to be Huke by himself at B. I mean, Illey repositioned out to look over towards the middle of the map, so a flexible setup, I'd say, for Surge right now on defense, and you have Heretics attempting to suss it out. Looks like they might be making the call to roam over towards A if two players are moving back, but you are running out of time. Only 40 seconds left on the clock.
Arcitys holding down his crucial position. You can see Miami trying to put the pressure here. Lucky, and Arcitys going at it. Reinforcements from both sides flying in. Arcitys doesn't need to get that one. Illey's got his trade, and he still stays alive around tank. Arcitys is dancing with them. Miami Heretics have burned all of this time, and the bomb is now in his favor. Arcitys, if he wins this gunfight, it might be all over.
Well, he's certainly schmoving. 15 seconds left, and yeah, he's able to just do whatever he wants and maybe give him the last. Can't quite get it, but he's done enough to get the round. Bomb's still down, and Arcitys out here just making plays. Even in the hard point, he was having some pretty strong sort of finesse moments, and Vehicle might get that cherry on top kill at the end, but Surge still get the round. It's just perfect coverage towards the middle of the map. Illey, instead of being the lone defender at B, when Huke crosses out from the smoke, Huke says, you know what, I'm in a corner, I got it, you don't have to worry about it. Illey dips back to his spawn, looking over Arcitys. So we're watching from Arcitys' POV, just dancing back and forth on the tank. Illey had his back the entire time, so perfect play. I think Surge were heads up the entire time. Never a moment where it was out of control.
Heretics really probably were a bit stressed trying to get him out of there. You saw them trying to put the pressure on, didn't work. Already the trophy just gone down. We've just seen.
Nice.
Oh my goodness, they got the trophy out of there, and Abuzah takes complete. Just unbelievable that nade flew in as well. I don't know if you saw it just before it changed. That trophy system exploded.
Yeah, and Abuzah, well, give him the ace. Why not? Or Illey could just take the final kill. Yeah, that's perfect work. We were just talking about it. Heretics, very aggressive on defense. They doubled up the broken side of the map every single time. Surge says, you know what? If they're going to keep doing this, let's just bully them out with the stuns and nades. I don't know how many tacks and nades they just had to throw to get past that trophy, but that was a massive investment. We'll see at least 2 or 3 coming through that final nade to take them down, and yeah, that'll be the last time the Heretics go for that strat.
Was it the fact, was maybe a nade down before the trophy went down and it blew up the trophy before it landed? Because that seemed fast to overwhelm it.
And again, I think there was like 3 different players for Surge all chucking their stuns and nades at the exact same time, so they overwhelmed them.
Well, there we go. That is definitely a set piece people will have to pay attention to. But these two teams really are going at it. There is no quarter given and no respite. Once again, we have both teams just looking to find a bit of information here. Miami Heretics, you can see, maybe going towards A this time.
And you have Arcitys. He's by himself for the moment. Illey's just now wrapped back, but I think Arcitys might have felt a little bit of that pressure. You actually have potential gunfights raining on every single corner of the map. The bomb leaning towards A. No real information through, but there's the first blood from Huke. Illey always in perfect position. But if he's over towards B, maybe that's the opportunity for Heretics to try to bully out mid, or maybe they just run straight into a Huke. Good enough for the 2 versus 2. Arcity's backing down as that bomb is soaring towards the B site.
Oh, but Abuzah is here. Locked, loaded, ready, and wins a second gunfight as well. That is a difficult gunfight at the best of times, especially with somebody waiting for you. But again, this is so back and forth, Chance. I never know who's going to win a round.
Well, I still think Surge, it just feels like they're in control, right? Huke's in position. Illey's looking for the coverage. If not for this stick, I mean, Huke gets that kill and gets out with his life anyway. So it took a little bit of something extra to turn that into a 2 versus 2. But by the time they even up the odds, you're just flooding into bad gunfights. 40 seconds on the clock. You just get Abuzah gets to wrap back on a God heady as well. So I think Surge right now just a little ahead of the game, and Abuzah on a 5 spree, thinking about a cruise.
Well, the Seattle Surge. Chance here to put this 2-0. Just 2 more rounds for them to get it. Quite an aggressive defense actually here for Miami Heretics. They've taken a lot of map control, whereas Seattle Surge have been quite patient.
Yes, and Dylan's spot. There you go. Not bad to check the cheese spot from Journey earlier on.
And with that open, this is an A commit. They have gone fully for this. They've not shown themselves down B Street at all. There goes the smoke. Is it the plant or is it the bait out for it? Huke's trying to get in position, but Lucky's still going to be on the tank. They're still holding away for them, and now they're in trouble. Journey goes as well. Huke's going to try and get that trade. He does, and somehow Huke moves like smoke and gets out of there.
Speed Demon gives you an opportunity, and he's gonna throttle you. Hashtag for the 0 HP. He gets that kill with, and Arcitys is gonna gun someone down as well. Has the read on the final player. Metal's one shot, but Arcitys right there does enough. You got Huke for the 1 versus 1. Bomb down, going against Metals.
Oh, and he's been seen. I don't know if he saw as well, but he's now going to just keep running back and forth. Huke is moving. Somebody has given him the wing figure of Hermes because he will not slow down. Look at him, he's the other side now. He's channeling and running again. Huke is moving. He is slippery, he is smooth, but does he know he's going to be there as well? Huke! Everything he could do, they were in a bad position, but there is no bad position when you are moving like that. Huke refuses to let anything go here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, that is the Huke experience. The first blood where he gets out with his life, already nice. The beams to get the guy out the mid tank. Those are absurd shots coming through. And then at the end, Metals had the jump on him. Metals knew exactly where it was by the tank, was making the right reads, did everything right. Huke, though, sometimes is just better.
That's crazy. Huke basically chowed him from every angle you possibly could. And now, from the Miami Heretics, they have to find something. More pressure coming through mid, but just in the form of nades. Huke is taking a little bit of damage. Where are Heretics going on this one?
I'm not sure if they figured it out just yet, because Surge actually played a lot more aggressive up towards P1 as well. They've backed down and they've sort of reset to their default position. Huke's doing the exact same thing, crossing out to a corner over towards B, and he's getting the kills as well. Another first blood and a 4 spree as well. With all the aggression over towards P1, I think Arcitys and Abuzah know what they need to work for, and they're going to deliver.
And this may be the final bits of Miami Heretics on this map. Just one player left. Lucky he will find Arcitys, but it is a 1 versus 4. He's already damaged. And there are now players all around him as they fall as well. Seattle Surge win map number 2. And they looked great at it, but you have to give credit to Huke. He has been a problem for them to deal with.
Yeah, the round he had where he got the 3 kills, Arcitys had the 1 bomb plant, that whole 9, that's going to be a top 5 play of the week. I feel like it has to be, especially just given the situation. It's a 2 versus 4. He has to fly out completely exposed towards mid to just like hunt down the first kill, gets out with his life, beaming people left and right. I mean, that is 2 back-to-back games where both Huke and Abuzah completely running the show, because make no mistakes, as good as Huke was, double digits, 10 kills there from Abuzah as well. Often he was left on an island, but he delivered nearly every single round. So efficient work out of that SMG duo from Surge.
Yeah, difficult to deal with at the best of times. This puts him in such a great position, Chance.
No, 100%. And you see the maps we have left. I think, like, looking at it before the series had started, I was a little bit concerned from Surge, not just from their performance yesterday, but it's a bunch of brand new maps we haven't seen them play on yet. It was their first look on Invasion SMD. That was their first look we saw on Subbase Hardpoint. So they're answering a lot of questions today. And so far for Surge, it's all been positive answers.
Well, only one more question remains. How does this series continue? We will find out right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more Call of Duty League action coming to your screens right after this.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is the 1v1 of dreams. Huke everywhere on this map gets it eventually, and there's the final chow. Just melts him out of his socks. And yeah, really, we were talking about it in the break. Chance Huke just on another level in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the Melt Man might be the way to describe him at this point. It wasn't just that gunfight against Metals that he played him in the 1v1, but the shots he hit unlucky to rip him off the tank. It was tough to look at, man. I tell you, Huke is absolutely shooting right now. Fantastic map number 1, fantastic map number 2, and Abuzah has literally been right there with him. I mean, it's sort of a joke saying, quote, SMG duo. Abuzah rocked the MCW, the entire invasion, and a lot of the sub base as well, but that duo right now certainly looking something fierce.
Well, let's see if they can continue. We said before this game, benchmarking for both of these on the run to Boston. For Seattle Surge, they have not had the best of times in their recent schedule. They are doing well, and there's a wonderful tweet from a good friend of ours. Study, Huke is so locked in. You are so right.
I miss Jay, man. That is all emotional now. Nah, I hope Jay's having a good time watching the broadcast. I'm sure anytime you get to watch a Huke masterclass, it's never going to be a bad day. But either way, Invasion Control we go to. It is a map Heretics have played a fair bit. Obviously only 3 series, but they got their 2 reps in, and they've looked very good on it. We'll see if Surge has anything to offer. But for the moment, Heretics, this is where they want to be. That slow cap on the B zone.
See now, Surge, what lessons did they take from yesterday? Because Ultra showed them how to play this map nearly perfectly. Can they be a bit better? Heretics, though, already called that. Metals has him, knows exactly where to go through, and a big gunfight. Huke will get it, but I don't know if they've got the numbers to really get this one for you. You can already see going through there. Abuzah turns up. Lucky gets cut down as well, and I tell a lie because Surge just ripped them asunder.
Yeah, Arcitys is piecing as well, so it's credit for everybody on Surge right now for their bounce back, but unfortunate for Metals, I believe it was, messes up the movement just a little bit. Huke ends up getting that kill instead of getting slid on, and well, now you're on defense. You got full control, and you got players everywhere you want in Abuzah, still ripping heads. That was one of the best men ARs in Challengers last year, so when he's rocking the AR, he's going to be having a good time.
And I feel like a lot of people forget that, you know, rookie coming in and dealing with the level of play in the CDL, you're not always going to have a great game every single time, but right now they are. And look how far back Miami are, just trying to get a little bit of map control with that time ticking away. They can't get the trades. Lucky, now the furthest forward ahead, trying to get it as well. You can see he's been backed up by Journey, but only Journey going to be able to break through. He has to commit to a site here to stop this clock. They need a bit more time.
I don't even know what site you commit to, I guess, towards A, but 2 defenders are there watching the cross. I think the rest of Heretics want to go towards B, and Beams right there out of Lucky just to open up the floodgates. It is 7.4. That's going to fall because Illey gets the kill. You got to get on the point to pause the clock, and for Heretics, it is only Metals that is nearby, and, well, Huke shuts the door. A dominant round on defense for Surge. And that was a very clinical round. Literally from the moment they got that initial 4-man wipe on the B zone, you set him in a spawn trap, and I think it took 45 seconds for Heretics to attempt to get out of it. And that's only an attempt. They're still also attempting to kill Huke for the first time. Went 4-0 in the first round.
Well, I thought for a second Miami Heretics had that one locked in, but such as no. Watch this. And just took them to task. Can they do better? 1 tick is all that Miami Heretics were able to get. So Surge will be looking to do better here regardless. Defense heavy on this map, so every tick does really count.
Same type thing as well. Whether or not they get that first tick, we'll see shortly. Heretics are going to be swarming, putting pressure on the flank, but Abuzah wins his one, so the pressure through mid-map has been taken care of. The pressure through the front, though, Journey wins a big one. Nice little angle, and vehicle delivers for 2. So now you have the Heretics opportunity to potentially set this spawn trap. Surge have a little bit more pressure on the map, but pressure thy name is Huke. He is the only one, but he is the one you want.
Almost gets away, but doesn't. And that may be crucial. You can see now Surge are trying to go through that gap that Huke may have opened. Back down the street, back into this one. Only one player from Miami Heretics now here. Reinforcements are flooding through the street as well, but Abuzah takes him down. They should be able to get this one this time.
Yeah, Huke opens up the pressure. Everybody else on Surge delivers, and they are stacking this point as well. I think only 2 players on it. Illey just going to be watching the flank, but if they get a couple kills, they can stack it immediately. Illey, you see, deals with the pressure on the flank. Everything else is just going to be guns forward, and it is 2 players in the power positions looking over Abuzah. Looking like this should be a capture for sure.
They're looking for it. There's the second. They're going to go for the third as well, and that's a big chow, but it's not going to come out. Are they going to try and stop this? They're going to try and stop B entirely. You can see the pressure still piling on. Miami Heretics haven't given it up completely, but it's too little too late. And B gets locked. We are going over to A, but A is not easy.
There's a sort of hunting action going on all over the map. He's had Huke chasing kills on one side, Illey looking for the kill on the bottom, but Metals wins that 1v1. That is a massive kill to get, so Metals is now responsible for locking down basically just a third of the map. His teammates know the pressure is going to be coming through that B zone, and Huke is still alive. He is in your base. He is absolutely a lethal threat, but Surge are waiting to try to pounce and get that clean 3 or 4 man wipe.
Yeah, this is a long setup, but it all hinges on the next few trades. Arcitys already has one that's going to start pulling Heretics everywhere. Røkkr gets his trade. Lucky gets another one as well. There's a big gunfight towards the back, and it will be Huke who gets it, but unfortunately still alone. Can Illey do him any favors here and get a kill to take the pressure off? He can't at the moment. They just disappear before him, and Røkkr will eventually fall. Oh my goodness, does not get that second. Huke is still alive.
Yeah, and that means Heretics are going to be feeling the pressure. They got to be worried about Huke, and they don't know if he's in gas. They don't know if he's going to be wrapping back towards P1. He is the thorn in their side, trying to keep things open, and Røkkr beats him down before he can get the cruise. Heck of a melee coming out, and that might be the melee that just saves you this round. Surge still, though, with some pressure towards the middle of the map, but it looks like Heretics doing enough to keep things stable. Less than 30 seconds off on the clock. It would be some sort of heroics for Surge to somehow win this round.
This story over and over again. You just can't get through in a way. I mean, Huke was on a 5 streak and they still couldn't get it. But with 3 ticks, it may be just enough. One last roll, though. You can see Surge may be setting up for trying to get something over, but without a kill, they're not going to get there in time regardless. Yeah, might as well just play for kills in this moment. You have Lucky on a 3 spree. Maybe don't want to feed him, or maybe they feed everybody. So nothing too crazy, though, in the kills column. I think Lucky and, what was it, Metals towards the end, might have been Journey, both on 3 sprees. So they certainly want to be clean off the opening break. Either way, though, defensive shootout, advantage towards Surge. I believe 2 ticks. They're up on the lead. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Miami Heretics, the door is still open. They just have to do well in these next 2 rounds. It is not over. They have not looked like the better team so far in this. But it isn't about how they look. It's about how you finish. And we see already maybe a push towards A here coming straight off the bat. A bit of a change in tactics. They're going for it. And you can see whether or not they can get this one through, as we are going to find out if they can with a Miami Heretics. Listen in.
Tenemos que seguir abriendo plaza, chavales. Tenemos que seguir abriendo plaza.
Ya lo ascendí.
Pega piña. Nacido en izquierda, ¿vale? Derecha en el SND, Huke, Me puse a la derecha base y otro fuera del elevator. Tengo a la izquierda yo, 100 pollos yo. Está en Gymnero, bro. Estoy aguantando, os puedo mandar a los de P2. Uno en el roto. Abuzah está un tiro con... Una puta, van a la izquierda, bro. No pueden morir, no pueden morir. Yo tengo el push muerto. ¿El otro dónde está? Detrás del tanque, Abuzah, detrás del tanque, Abuzah. Le tiro piña, espera. Detrás del tanque, no le da la piña mía. Te con la Londri, Muy tocado con mi piña, está subido. Está muy tocado, él.
Llame medio, Javi.
Te he escuchado, te apoyo por medio.
Con la Londri, gente, yo,
Te he escuchado, van a estar con.
Dice nada, con. Hay un otro maniquilla.
No sé dónde está la Abuzah, ¿vale? No le veo, no le veo el kitchen. No ha salido de kitchen. Está en kebab colado ya, tío. Kebab, vuelve para afuera. No lo veo y SND, no han salido, tengo cuidado yo. Carretera 1. Me va a pichar con a lo mejor. Había vuelto, Juan, no sé qué ha hecho. Está en pollos, Abuzah, un tiro literal en pollos.
Aguantando.
Busco pollos.
Well, I don't know exactly what they are saying, but I can tell you it's not going to be good. They are now only just getting onto a point for the first time.
You could just feel the difficulty they are having in this game right now, but 80 ticks are going to potentially go a long way. They're going to need to at least get 2 on this zone, and the first is going to fault. They got plenty of pressure, and they're starting to get these kills. No flanks coming through just yet. Surge going to be fighting from the back end, and Abuzah doing great damage, but not enough for the trades, and I think Heretics might have done just enough to get this zone. As that third tech is slowly rolling through, And yeah, it looks like Huke not going to go for the chow. So Heretics, they get at least the first part of their job done. Get that B zone captured. They have a 1-tick advantage. See if they can snowball it over towards A.
I'm going to call it into existence, but I think Huke just spat on Medals a little bit in that fight there. I think Medals just got turned on, but we'll have to see that one in a replay. At the moment, though, you can see there is a small chance here for the Heretics. They have to do the impossible. Get over towards A. They don't have control at the moment. Journey is their furthest forward player, and he gets cut down. 50 seconds to go. Is this a real chance?
I mean, you have a little bit of openings towards the A street. Like, no one for Surge has made it out, like, towards the bridge. Admittedly, just because you have a little bit of street control doesn't mean you don't have a long way to go. Illey, by the way, is also beaming this map. We do have Heretics pressure all over the place. A bunch of players with opportunities to make plays, but infinitely easier said than done. Medals get spotted as well. Surge, well, they simply have him surrounded.
Oh, he finds one. They're still chasing him. He's still getting away with it. That would have been a huge kill. Unfortunately, kills the other side and not going down. Illey is making a nuisance of himself. And what on earth is this? Peekaboo, I see you. The Renetti is banging, but they cannot get him. They cannot find him. And that clock is going to run down. No respawns, no time, no hope. But 3 ticks on the board puts them 1 ahead.
Yeah, and, you know, I think what we've seen after the break, teams might have just gotten better, or even better, I should say, at defense on this map. I can't remember. Like, pre-break is the last time I've seen an offensive round get won. We did see Heretics off the opening break attempt to go for something cheeky over towards A, but Abuzah and Arcitys just shut it down. And Huke, by the way, 29. I mean, he has just been rampaging through Miami Heretics, and admittedly, it's still about that sort of potential final defense coming through, but I think if Surge just get 1 tick captured, they should be good for defense in the final round.
Let's see. Does this end here? Does it go the distance as so many of them do? Straight onto the point. Nobody really getting the kills through as well here. Huke says, I need to just heal up and get out of it. I'll cover you from the top.
I mean, he woke up feeling dangerous today. Yeah, just instant kill right there on Journey. Certainly had the intel, but it is just freebies all over the place. And yeah, Huke, you know, if he's searching for a kill at this point, he's going to get it. Surge have already done enough to get defense for the final round. Should we go there? But obviously, they probably just want to end this now. You got Huke and Abuzah as a duo again. 43 kills combined. They're just adding to the pile. They are dominating Miami.
Huke and Abuzah have been blowing Miami Heretics out of the water just over and over again as they search. And he didn't see it. Doesn't matter. Going to try and turn and burn. It's not going to work out. And now settle in for the long haul. A is the next goal. It is a very, very rarely got one as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the success you have to fight against Huke. You have to be a hide-and-seek champion, I suppose, just to make sure he flies past you, because the actual gunfight's not going super well. Medals, though, does shut him down towards the middle of the map. So the A Street pressure that Surge have, well, one of these guys is in a cruise missile. He's not going to be able to make too many moves, and Illey was the only other player with the opportunity to make a play. Just get shut down, but all of a sudden, 3 down. The nade coming from over top to blow up a car, and just like that, Abuzah is in.
Difficult for Abuzah, no trophies on him. Gonna want reinforcements, gonna want people over. Look at him, Arcitys tries to mix it up inside, not gonna do it. Huke calling in his as well, but that will be deflected by a trophy system. Pressure coming through. That first tick will be on for them. Illey gets to the point, needs to win the gunfight, does not. Miami Heretics hold on here and get those players out. That tick did not go through either. Not that it should matter at this point, but they have managed to stop it and should be able to get this back under control.
And, you know, granted, trophies just stop cruise missiles, but either way, that is 2 cruises invested, and you were barely able to touch the A zone. I mean, that's a few different one-on-one gunfights, though, for Heretics, that if they lose, this round might have been over, not in their favor. So, a couple players clutching up when they needed it most, and some nice shots through the middle of the map raining through. Some extra rival knives being pulled out by the looks of it. Running the double setup here on defense. And if you're going to be cornered up, ready to go, that is certainly the gun for the job.
Well, for the Heretics, this is now all about holding on and then trying to beat the odds in the next one. You can see Journey just continuing to make sure nobody gets through him as well. And oh my goodness, that's the 3rd. And they have woken up. They know what's on the line. They do not want to lose this one against Surge. But it's still a long road to go.
I tell you, watching like offensive rounds at this point, it almost just feels hopeless. Of like, if you're flooding through B Street and you have to worry about players like this just belly down, prone in a corner, waiting for you to chow. By the way, nice win by Illey to shut down the cruise missile. It just feels hopeless. Maybe a last-ditch like marathon effort by Huke, flanking all the way around, but it is still just an insane amount of gunfights they're going to have to win, and I think Lucky, yeah, he's reading it as well. Not quite like that, but gets the job done.
Yeah, they hadn't seen him in some time. I'm looking towards the backfield, but they do hold on. The question is now this. Miami Heretics will have to beat the odds. They will have to do better than they have done in the last 2 rounds and take this one to stay in the game. Can they do it? Can they be an entirely different kettle of fish?
I mean, kettle of fish aside, I'm like wondering if it's just worth it off the opening break just to hit A again. Because it feels like even if you're able to capture B, which isn't entirely easy, you can get shut down. Like if you get 4-man wiped, you get spawn trapped anyway. But I mean, maybe just a full send because no teams have been having success. Maybe just try to approach the A zone when maybe it's only going to be 2 lone defenders. And, well, I say 2 lone defenders. It looks like Surge, well, they sent 3.
We're looking for it as well. And wait a second. Miami are trying to defy the odds. They are trying to get through this one as well. Beagle's on a 7 streak. He's trying to hold the cup for his team. He's trying to get something going here as well. But while they have position on this map, they haven't got that clock stopped quite yet.
Yeah, they actually had a player on the zone. I don't know if he didn't have a trophy, if he challenged down a hill, but that was an opportunity that Surge do stop. You're still putting all the pressure over towards this A zone. Illey kind of out of the picture. He's watching the cross, but his teammates are falling and you're spawning so far away, and now the clearance is finally in. It is only 1 player on this zone. It is going to take 45 seconds to capture it, but right now Heretics do have control.
And here we go. Here comes the pressure. Lucky has to have his gun up. He's got Vehicle with him. All of Surge are running towards this point already. In the first one down, Lucky gets a kill. He's to look for the second, but he's weak and they fall and they won't get it. Just 1 tick and it will be Surge who clear the lines. Miami, they rolled the dice by going for it, and now they'll have to fall back on a B.
Yeah, I mean, not easy. Maybe a small missed opportunity to stack, but by stack, I mean, you would be lucky to get 2 players on it. Still, though, they have that 1 tick and maybe nearly a 2nd tick of progression, so they're still applying the pressure. You still have Vehicle flying around the B zone. And maybe 1 final flank coming through for Surge if they want to attempt to stop this B zone capture, and certainly the opportunity is there if Surge want to force the issue.
Illey's going for it, and he's going to get it Abuzah will as well as they try to clear it up, but Journey's still alive. Looking for Abuzah, it's huge, but it's not good enough. And now Miami Heretics has got to run. They've just got to get to this point. 30 seconds left. Get to the point, stop that clock.
Abuzah is slowing him down so much too. He's getting great tags out, great damage, trying to soften up some trophies, and that's a lot of damage. I don't know if his teammates are going to be quick enough to clean up the final kills, or this zone's going to fall through, but it's just the angles. You have to be positioned on this zone so perfectly to not fall. It looks like Illey, maybe a little too aggressive, gets chopped down. This is an absolute battle just for B.
I think at this point, Surge is giving it up. I don't think they're putting any more pressure towards it, but Meadows gets a kill there as well. Arcitys has to get away, has to stay alive. You cannot allow them now to surge towards, as you can see, Arcitys, that's a huge kill. It slows them down just a bit. Huke comes flying in as well. They won't let this one go quickly. Huke gets a 2nd. And Heretics, they smelt a little bit of blood in the water. They thought maybe they go back to back, but it is not to be.
And now for Vehicle, though, what can you tell him? Yeah, there's a trophy and 2 players in the middle of the map. The information, I don't know how much that's going to help you. You have Arcitys being annoying on the cross. The stunt doesn't connect, and I don't know how it doesn't. Arcitys takes full advantage, guns down Vehicle. And it is still effectively, you are just back to square 1. You do not have pressure on this map. You still have Illey in his home on the bridge. A nice win there for Lucky, though. So he's up towards P1, but he is desperate for reinforcements, and you get him. You clear out Illey. The bridge is now cleared. That A street is open.
Surge everybody sweating as Lucky guns again. That is huge from Lucky over and over again. They've got it, but Vehicle gets one as well. And now they're in the point. The clock is stopped. The 2nd tick is ticking towards them as Vehicle starts cleaning up. They've got to hold this. Lucky one more time has made every single kill they need here. And that 2nd tick is going to be in. Heretics on the verge of doing the impossible.
Punch him in the face, too, man. He's getting it done. The Fountain Child towards the back. Illey wins a big one, but you're going to have the Child weak. Almost no HP. Abuzah too slow, and Vamos is in. The resolve gets tested in Miami. Deliver.
Oh, they went for the double chow. Illey waited probably for health to come back, and it just wasn't going to pay out for them. Miami Heretics have done the impossible, and you've got to say, I think it was lucky. Lucky in kills because he found everything they needed over and over again in the dying seconds.
And that's like what, all that for a drop of blood kind of map right there too, because you're still down 2-1 in the series, but that is one hell of a bounce back in the final round. And they get a little bit of extra rounds to work with. That's actually kind of crazy that Huke in 2 rounds of offense had more kills than everybody on Heretics, who had 3 attempts, but at least towards the end, Heretics were able to crank up that heat, and I mean, they really were just getting pieced up, even on a damage front. Abuzah and Illey sort of out of this world, but stats be damned, it is all about the objective, and you see the objective kills on offense. Right there, you and Miami on point. Even their beatdowns, it felt like, were pretty clean. Vico was throwing hands left and right.
And that's certainly going to be a VOD review, I think, for Surge. How did we lose every important gunfight to keep them out of that point? Sometimes people don't even get to look at A. And they had the setup as well, you know. Illey was deep in convoy. He lost that fight, and lucky, I think it was 3 ridiculous kills he made back to back. Any one of those, he could have lost. But hey, they defied the odds.
And I really do feel like anytime you're sending all these players around on the flank, this is the type of experience they're going to be dealing with, where Journey just gets to like lay down with the rival 9 in the corner as kills just fall into his lap. I think both Surge and Heretics created moments of like where you get players up towards P1 or like AS and D in that little mid alley cut, and then you isolate the guy on bridge. Like if you're able to create the conditions where you take the bridge guy down, and I think that's what happens to here in this moment for Illey. You don't actually get to see it, but if you can drop that guy, open up the A street so you can be quick on the flood, those are the only real opportunities you have. And again, it is a very small window at that, but Miami deliver. Journey gets the final few kills in a nice explosion of excitement for Vico, and I think a sigh of relief for Lucky. They're certainly feeling the Huke pressure in this series, but they have that lifeline.
Well, it doesn't matter how much you win by, just that you get the win through. And I get to see a map 4 for the first time. That is definitely a treat for me and for everybody watching as we go to Skid Row next, Chance.
And Skid Row is a map that there hasn't been a massive amount of data. I think Seattle have played this map once and Heretics not at all. So brand new look. It's the first time we've seen Skid Row post-patch as well. So I don't think the change is going to be as big on this map compared to a sub-base, let's say. But a difference is something a team absolutely can take full advantage of. And I just say for Heretics, trying to get those vibes flowing again, because even in this map, Huke was piecing them up. Like they have been on the wrong end of a Huke rampage. But the opportunity to swing things around, and I don't know if we've had one, Bryce, actually. We had a reverse sweep yet this year.
Calling that one into existence.
Not calling it into existence, just asking the question to see if the Vamos boys can pull it off.
Well, let's have a look, though, as we go into this next hard point. And probably the man of the moment. Let's talk about Huke. He has been frying. He has very rarely been dying so far. But here are statistics to take a look at versus Toronto. A 1.31, 21-16 he went. And that has kind of been what we've been seeing today as well, Chance.
Oh, even more so, right? I mean, Toronto's a top-tier team, so dropping a 1.3 against them, you have to be feeling fantastic. And 86 non-traded is also a little bit absurd. We see Huke, if he gets the kill and gets out with his life, that's that sort of 1v3 potential in Search and Destroy. So Huke is a man that you have to make sure you are on top of, just in the comms department for Heretics, to keep track of him, because especially on a map like Skid Row, he gets a single kill up top round P1, he's going to disappear.
So, I'm just going to put this out there into the world. I wonder how these two teams are coping mentally at this point. For Heretics, they are certainly going to be feeling a lot better. Certainly going to be a lot of hype and energy after that dynamic end to that control. For Surge, they must not let their heads go. They haven't had a lot of luck in hard points so far, but they've got one this series. They need the second.
I mean, absolutely. A loss right here for Seattle would be devastating, not just for reverse sweep potential consequences, but even just to make winner's bracket. This is not a series you can afford to lose, and Huke not looking like he's going to do it. Clean shots to maybe set up his teammates, maybe a 1 versus 1 near the point to seal the deal, and I think Abuzah actually going to get it. Doesn't seem to matter. I know like the main AR conversation of Abuzah has been a factor, but even with the rival 9, he is still shooting at the start of this map.
You see them again. Look at this.
Oh,
going for it.
Wins, by the way.
That is a massive rotation for them already. Obviously, you give up the scrap time, but Arcitys will now have to hold. You can already see on our side there are so many against him. Finds the first, completely clean, still alive. Trophy down. Teammates flying in to help as well. And they are now setting up a fortress. The walls are manned.
And honestly, I mean, you know, you get the, I don't know if you would call it the good side or bad side, but Seattle got to the first P1 hill late, so they're down by a little bit, but they just destroy Heretics on this rotation. So already poised and set up for a potential full 60. Metals, though, being annoying down low. And he's actually playing for the cutoff kills before he makes the approach. You don't have a trophy up top, and Heretics have killed everybody but the man inside the point. It's the double jump up to actually make the break, and full 60. Be damned, Heretics make that look easy to get that scrap.
There's a little bit of luck there for Metals. I mean, he gets through tunnel and a player looks at him, but the player wasn't ready for the gunfight, and they just let him through. And you can't allow that one to happen, not when you have that much control. Heretics are just now putting them to the sword, and this is what I spoke about. How did that last map affect these two teams? At the moment, Heretics rolling their shoulders and feeling good.
Yeah, and Lucky at this point seemingly just playing with Arcitys in that gunfight. That has delivered him a 5 spree, and I mean, he's in prime position to get number 6, get the cruise, and keep that devastation train going. It's Huke you're dealing with, though, and hey, he gets it done with the wall bang. He has done his job, and now the rest of the flood is coming through the back, and, well, it looks like the flood delivers. Surge soar right on through just to try to stabilize, and it's an important break to get to fight in this game.
There it comes straight away. Should be a trophy to deflect this. If not, they'll get inside. And it looks like they are actually getting away from the point. Maybe not what they want there as well. Metals finds Arcitys off the point for a second, but no player's really there to capitalize on it at this second. 30 seconds left to go on this point. One last throw for Heretics.
Yeah, not having a trophy is actually sort of killing them in this moment. They got the break, but never got the trophy control. So all those nades and the cruise missile back them down, and it looks like back them down is enough. Heretics still going to maintain that lead. Arcitys gets shut down as well, so a little bit of scrap. Actually, Huke is going to continue to fight for Surge, and Huke always applying the pressure, but that is the moment the cruise missile sort of buys you the bailout. They get broken down, but they keep the lead, and Heretics staying ahead of the rotation.
And now this is where it rests on a point. You can see neither team has full control here as well. That goes into a trophy system. ABeZy trying to stay alive. 28 health remaining. He's in the contest spot, but just gunned out of it completely. Heretics clean house and now have a free setup.
You might have Surge spawn like towards the middle of the map, but that doesn't mean it's a good spawn. Where are you gonna go? Into the, you know, deadly head glitch that Lucky has? Do you want to flood through tunnel? You just can't do anything. I mean, that is a perfect hold. As soon as they get that 4 down, there's effectively nothing Surge can do except chalk it up and rotate towards new. You have a very distant spread across the map. Unfortunate for Journey. Checks it, doesn't see him. And Miami, no clearance on the map. It'll be nice and stable for Surge over towards new. But obviously, you're down by 100 points. Talk about a full 60. They're a little desperate for.
They really, really need this one. ABeZy set up for it as well. You can already see Surge pushing it down just a little bit. Be annoying. Don't give him a clean setup as Arcitys gets that kill as well. And ABeZy's just checking his corners. There's no one to look for as his team continue to clean house.
I mean, yeah, he doesn't want to have the rival 9 in this position. And actually, this is so much worse now. So Surge are actually all spawning on the bottom side of the map. The top is wide open. And that is a 15-second break on a money hill. Where Surge, unfortunate, they just did not get the spawns they want. Heretics put the pressure on every side of the map at the right time. And, I mean, this is looking like a Skid Row that is utterly devastating for Surge.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been broken as easily, but they just won the gunfights and every single time. And now Surge are like, hey, this is what we should have been able to do. You cannot get through these cuts. To get through the first one, there are more people overlooking. Arcitys will call it correctly, but still gets gunned. A little bit of timing there as well, and this has gone from bad to worse.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of, like, I don't know what team has looked better in this series at this point, because it was the Huke and ABeZy show for maps 1 and 2. A nail biter of a control, but this is just a throttling. Especially for the fact that the way this game started on P1, like Surge won the rotation. We're only down by 15, and they just got bullied out on P2. And since then, Heretics have never looked back. So Surge right now are just desperately clawing for any sign of life.
Oh my goodness, well, they found a little bit. They got a few kills there, a little bit of a setup. And that'll be a team kill as well.
Yeah. And not only the technically forward, like Arcitys is trying to keep these players contained through the tunnel. This is a lot of players trying to break out. Abuzah and Arcitys connect with them all. They clear him out of house, and Metals is by himself on the point. This is not time you want to give away on P1. Illey's going to make sure he takes that. Arcitys on rotation, still winning gunfights. It was P2 where Surge got broken down. That's where things started to go wrong. An opportunity now for those guys to make amends and potentially work themselves back into it. Just keep in mind, Arcitys on a 5 might get a cruise missile as well.
Arcitys left into the point here as well. Lucky's going to get through as well, but Abuzah will cut him down. For Surge, every single hill now has to be perfect. They are so far behind. With money hills, money plays, already losing a few here. Arcitys still staying alive. There's his 6. Does he see Vehicle? He does. He goes for the chow. Can't get him. He's now going to be outnumbered, but also outgunned. And that is another 15-second break on P2. You cannot do that and expect to win the hard point.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, it's not like it's brand new spawns that I think are costing them on like the breakdowns. They are actually just getting broken down on these hills. The cruise missile buys you a little bit of pressure, so they're down but not out in this game. But if you get broken on this hill twice, I feel like on Skid Row, there's simply no way to win.
Oh, they've lost it as well. Huke gets gunned at the same time, and they're back into this point. Can't win it here, but I think it's a moral victory, realistically, because Surge are now probably just thinking about map 5.
Yeah, and Heretics are flying out of windows, just getting these sort of freebie kills, and are very early on this rotation as well. Vehicle near the point. They don't have any trophies in the hill just yet, but it looks like neither does Surge. They're running through a back alley, stun and mated, and into just a firing squad. Heretics fired back. Bryce, we're going to a game 5.
We really are, and what a turn of events. A few seconds, a few kills on the control, and this would have gone down as a 3-0. Surge resurgence, Heretics not so good. But that has not been the story that has been written, and it will not be the one that has been told. A map 5 calls between these two teams, and they will be tested on the run to Boston.
And again, we cannot stress how important this series is, honestly, for both of these teams, but even more so for Surge. A 2-3 record for the moment. If they fall here, their pressure, which they're already feeling, gets ramped up tenfold as their series against Røkkr could decide their fate for winner's bracket. And that is a wild stat line too. Huke just dropped 4K damage for the L. And this is the toughest performance Abuzah has had. I made the comments about him using the Rival 9 and looking just fine. Might have to backtrack on that one. The main AR struggling to run an SMG in the pros.
Well, it's been a tale of a turnaround. But you have to ask yourself, how does this end? For Seattle, is their S&D going to be enough to make sure they don't get embarrassed here against the Heretics with a reverse sweep? A chance, I know I joked earlier about calling it into existence, but it is only one map away.
I don't know, man. And I'm looking at it too. I think Heretics, the entire game plan is just going to be shut down Huke because he's been on a rampage every single time. That was sort of the tail on map 2 as well. So Heretics still have their work cut out for him, but they might have the reverse sweep.
Well, let's find out how this one ends after this break. Don't go anywhere. A thrilling conclusion to Miami Heretics versus Surge will be back right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, and this is where everything got turned around. A winning attack here by Miami Heretics. The impossible made into reality, Chance.
Yeah, and getting on it with like 25 seconds left as well, only having one player near the point. I guess Vehicle was just distracting enough, but even for Lucky just to win the one-on-one gunfight, Surge never quite able to put enough pressure to get these guys out of the hill. So that's what it takes. I mean, currently as it stands, the offensive win rate on Invasion Control is lower than both Gav and Al-Baghdad Fortress. Personally, I think that'll change, but as it stands, it is insanely difficult to pull one off. Heretics get it there, and obviously that has set the scene, the difference between being 3-0'd and maybe winning this series and killing a lot of momentum Surge was just trying to build for themselves.
Well, it comes down to this. 4 maps committed to history, but it'll be this one that makes people really remember. An S&D, a Skid Row. We're gonna have to find out which way this cookie crumbles.
Chris isn't hit him. I see him right there. That's crazy. His hiding game is not on point. This guy's facing his profile picture. Either way, he is absolutely correct. That was a breakdown after breakdown. And it was on Skid Row, but very different game mode. We have seen Heretics, I think, in their first series on this, and it is aggression off the rip. Everybody's challenge. Surge is coming out on top, and that is a hell of a blind counter for round number 1. And Lucky, well, we'll see how true that gamer tag really is for the 1v2 going against Abuzah and Arcitys.
Is now wondering, where do I go? What do I do? Information not there for them. Surge have chosen to play this passively. They have the numbers advantage. They don't have to make the move, but that is a gunning.
Lucky didn't even blink, by the way. He has had Arcitys' number these past 2 maps. And he's taking his sweet time. Why not? Every single kill off the rip came through in the first 10 seconds. He had a year and a half to work with. Unfortunately for Lucky, he has 0 intel, but it's not like Abuzah has a great deal of information either. Opposite sides of the map. The sooner he gets this bomb down, the better. Doesn't waste any time. Gonna get that plant on B.
For Abuzah, the problem is now so much time he's going to go by the time he gets here. He's not going to know exactly where he's gone. Lucky will check and throw a shoulder on this a couple of times. Will he go all the way around now that he's seen it? Has to be careful. Doesn't know. We'll have to check again in a second. Abuzah, it doesn't see him. Or does he?
Nobody sees anything. No contact.
Oh, he's got him. Abuzah was going to go for the chow, but Lucky is not going to give him time of day. Not going to say anything about it. And thank you very much.
Wow.
Lucky, well, 1 versus 2 to clutch it.
And that's just, I mean, look, you have the momentum after the Skid Row hard point. You have a round like that from Surge. They get a 2 versus 1 instantly and get broken down by Lucky in the first round. That might be another momentum killer in favor of the Heretics. And again, Lucky just gunning Arcitys down from that back window. His shot is on point.
Well, Surge thought they had it in the bag, but a gunfight brings it back to a 1 versus 1, and Abuzah has to play seek just everywhere on that map and doesn't find anything.
Everybody jumping up. Everybody looking for the trades too. Abuzah flying forward, rival 9 in hand, and able to connect with the kill. Question is, can he stay alive? A couple players jumping on, ready for the chow, and unfortunate for the pistol swap, but it ends up paying off. Still a 2 versus 2. He's still weak and should get traded. And just like that, Abuzah falls. Illey now in the 1 versus 2. A dangerous player, but that is bombed down with 2 rival 9s. Guns up in corners, ready to go.
For Illey, can he do this for his squad? Obviously, it's not that much of a score problem yet, but if he wins this, it certainly will be a mental break for them. But no, Heretics 2-0 to the good. Surge faltering here under the pressure.
Yeah, and I didn't happen to catch who got it, but someone on Heretics delivered for the first blood as well. We saw Abuzah jumping up top looking for the trades, but you basically start that sequence a man down because of the first blood, and Heretics very quick on making sure you trade Abuzah as well. So no crazy finesse up top, nice and stable round, and now sort of a weird situation, I'd say, for Surge. I don't know what they want to do on defense, but if round one they triple hit out like that top side alley, I was going to say Heretics might mix things up and just go straight through this tunnel. That is 3 players playing at lightning speed. Nobody right now watching the cross for Surge. So they made it without the intel, but Arcitys is posted deep in the backside of the map, and Heretics have control of the one section of the map where there is not a bomb.
Wow. Everybody getting into position. You can see Heretics kind of want to make a push, but now they've gone for this. They're having a few struggles. Journey will try and make the move. Sun going in, actually hits him with it as well, and it'll take it down. There's the first blood. Illey will get one back on the vehicle. Journey wants to make the move across. Has to be brave to do it, though.
It's just trades, on trades for the 2 versus 1 now. Arcitys last man standing. Maybe looking to make amends.
Did he see it?
He did. He knows the bomb's going towards B.
Now, this is all about getting this first kill for him. Can he get into the right position? Medals needs to cover his teammate. Needs to be there as well. And Arcitys
got it.
Oh, the 1 versus 2. Come under pressure.
And again, talk about a necessity. Arcitys, 2-time world champ, highest earning player of all time in Call of Duty, but when they gave away the 1 versus 2 to Lucky in the first round, it was Arcitys that gave it away. There's the makeup for his 1v2 of his own.
And they needed it. And you have to give credit to Arcitys. Didn't worry about it, didn't blink, and also put the pressure on the person planting the bomb. A little bit of life breathed into Surge.
Nobody's doing crazy jump ups this time. Surge going to take this a lot slower. Nerd spots as well up top for Illey. That is a very difficult spot to even pay attention to when you're on the defensive side of things, so you just don't want to overcommit or over-peek anything. Huke with the battle as well down low. Metals is challenged because the stun is on point, and that is a massive first blood. Huke has been a monster in this series, but being dealt with so far on map 5.
So for Surge now. We're trying to get something back into it. Illey's jumping. Vehicle's in a dangerous position. 5 health to get away. Illey will get lucky instead. 3 versus 3. Vehicle needs to try to get the trade, but no. A little bit of fluffing, and he gets out of there. Calls it correctly. Unbelievable. Illey now left in a 1 versus 3. Surge had an opportunity. That is now gone.
Yeah, that is so heads up from Javi. Just to get out of dodge as soon as that first kill doesn't come his way and be ready for the flank to come through. And it looks like Vehicle, the heads up plays continue playing with his food. Illey makes the read, wrong gun for the job, and Vehicle picking him apart there on defense. Heretics still with the advantage in the game 5.
Well, so many times you think Surge get an opportunity. I mean, Vehicle, when he flew out and kind of just threw bullets all over Illey's head, he thought maybe he would die, but instead, no. Not only stays alive, but finds 2 more kills.
Yeah, head full of hair. Javi is a different beast, I'd say.
For Surge, they must now be made of sterner stuff. 3 more rounds for Heretics, and they take this reverse sweep.
I was going to say, there are players in very aggressive situations, and that was Huke actually that was aggressive. Just going to get first blooded. Illey, though, gets the trade, a 1v1 gunfight win, mixing his top P1, and he is challenged with 8 HP. His teammates should be able to get the trade for the 1v1. Abuzah versus Vehicle, bomb down. Players a little bit split.
Everybody's playing reckless.
It's so
I
aggressive.
love it. Here we go, though. This could be crucial. Abuzah lost the 1v1 last time. He loses it again. They go down by 3 rounds.
And it's the same thing with Lucky. When Lucky was in the 1 versus 2, he was incredibly patient. The pressure's on Vehicle to make the play and go grab the bomb, go for the plants, hunt down the kill, what have you. But he is certainly taking his time.
Abuzah isn't moving. He's hoping he's called this correctly. Big call for the chow, though! And Abuzah will win it! Oh. Abuzah, patience of a saint, stays the course.
And I tell you, I know Abuzah had a rough map 4, but he has also had himself one hell of a series. He's got his clutch moment now in this game for the 1v1. Arcitys had his 1v2 earlier, obviously just to sort of stay even keel. But this is a battle of the game 5.
Sweat starting to accumulate on the brows of these players. There are no easy rounds and there are no easy wins in the CDL. Huke not having a map 5 or 1 and 5 for himself. It's a little bit tagged up, goes for the chow, but no! Melted! Abuzah does bring it back just a bit, but numbers firmly onto the Heretics. Illey with a beatdown, he gets it, and will fall as well. Now Abuzah in 1 versus 2, he gets beaten up as well. Fists are flying, furious and fast. But it will be the Heretics who walk ahead in this one, Chance.
I mean, this has been the most melees, by the way, we've ever seen in a series of COD, at least this year. 2 in this round, but Lucky delivers that final haymaker. 4-2 advantage, and I gotta say, I think Huke has gotten first-blooded maybe 4 times so far this game, so the biggest threat on the map in this series has been utterly neutralized by Miami. Playing fantastically well in this game 5. I think Journey so far has had his number.
Well, let's see. To search for anything here. Heretics being aggressive, though. Straight down the tunnel, straight through. Smoke's already out. They did this before, and you can see Seattle Surge were actually looking to try and counter, but they called it wrong this time. Doors are not open. Just a little bit of a check from Lucky.
And like the way this round played out last time was mixing this up towards the middle of the map. This time, though, they're making moves through spawn. They see Arcitys. They know he's there. They got 2 guns looking down at him. And I think Arcitys' gun was literally poking out just enough. Another first blood for Miami.
And for Surge, just a little bit of dread in the pit of the stomach. Already losing that first blood. Illey has been sitting there as a rifle 9 at long range. Back up from vehicle as they move towards this, but no, Illey will get him. Back to a 3 versus 3.
And it's just like the melees of the round before. This time it's the nades getting exchanged. Illey backs one down, but Illey gets traded himself. Metal stunned up in between a couple. It should be trades, though. Vehicle's looking for the one on Huke, who might have just disappeared again. You know he's in the final corner. 17 seconds left. You got the bomb, but you are 1 HP. Vehicle versus Abuzah again. What a play. Now, I don't know if he juked the kill cam, if that was a comms thing, or if Abuzah just knows if he rat backs up, he can see the cross of it towards the A bomb, and if the bomb goes down at B, it's that exact chow that comes through. So whether it be the intel game or whether it just be the 1v1 finesse, Abuzah now 2-0 against Vehicle in the 1v1s, and it is literally only clutch situations that have been saving Surge. 2 1v1s from Abuzah, the 1v2 from Arcitys. Otherwise, they have been getting picked apart in the first blood category. But they have been bailing themselves out in these final moments.
What is this map? What is going on? I thought Heretics had that one completely, but no. An aggression here coming in. Smokes out. Abuzah going straight through. And will get nothing. Illey will get lucky, though. And this is more pressure. They're trying to roll the dice on this one. Pushing them completely back.
Well, you do have, like, complete top control just about right now. Like, Metals is going to be on the step, so he can see down the long line of sight. But never mind. They're working up the alley. They're going to be running straight into Huke, and there you go. Huke delivers.
And now a 2 versus 4. Surge cannot let this one go. 1 versus 4 now as well. Metals has already been found, though, and he dives across. Does get the first, but he's weak. And Abuzah will capitalize. 4-4. We are all tied up.
And that was a dominant round, right, from Surge? Like, clean, efficient, not a moment where they were really looking back. That's one of the few rounds where they've actually been able to get the first blood and capitalize. Like, when they had control of the game on Invasion, it was dominant. Had a nice little 6-2 win, but it has just been the first bloods where they have struggled. Miami, that is your key to success. You are looking for that first blood in this next round.
Well, who gets onto that map and game point first? Seattle going to hit back alley again by the look of it.
Wow.
Here he goes. It's going to be a headbutt. It looks like both players from both teams are here, and it will be Surge. And they clean house. 5-4. A blistering round. They called it correctly.
And I tell you, those rounds feel good too. Those rounds make you feel like you are just the better team and better players. That is the third time they have triple hit that alley like that. Surge are nice and aggressive, and that is one of the quickest rounds we're going to see this year.
Yeah, production just told me 11 seconds total for that S&D round. The Miami Heretics, it's all about defending, try to get it to 5-5, try to get that reverse sweep spoke into reality. For Surge, one more round stops the nightmare.
And you see this call from the 2 ARs for Surge. They're thinking it's the, if you can do it, I can do it better sort of thing, waiting for the back alley challenge. But Heretics isn't playing that game. They've been patient all game long. On defense, they are patient once again. They had their default setup. They've got every cross covered, and it's back alley where the pressure's coming through. The tunnel, rather, Metal's unfortunate timing slides into death. Surge, the game might be theirs.
Heretics now worried. They've done so much hard work to get it to this point. And now staring down the barrel. It's a 2 versus 4. Surge finally feeling that confidence they've needed. And they are going for this one. They are going for the plant already. Guns coming through. They are diving all across it, but Fecal finds the first. Goes across. Is he going to find the second? No. Arcitys wise to it. Lucky now in a 1 versus 3, running for his life. And he will find a player here as well as Illey guns him. No reverse sweep. No Vamos. Surge take them to task. And finally, a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel for this team.
Oh, good Lord. Did they have to work for that, though, Bryce? That is a win 1 extra defensive round on invasion control. We're thinking 3-0. They're singing sweet. By God, you Surge look good when they're not playing against one of the top teams in the game. Heretics, though, I mean, the resolve was there. The clutch factor was there. They forced it to the game 5, but not enough in the end. Illey stepping up for the squad, 2,300 damage, 11 kills, and Abuzah might be the MVP on the series. Like, it has to be between him and Huke, but double digits, I think, in both of the S&Ds for the rookie. Abuzah had himself one hell of a time. Congratulations on the extra 10 CDL points, and I think with that win, Surge, it's not a guarantee, but almost certainly they will be in the winner's bracket come Major 1.
And that's just the break they needed. If they had been reverse swept here, questions would have been asked, memes would have been made.
Oh, yeah.
And people have been throwing shade all over the Twitter sphere. But unbelievable series, a long one, a great one. Let's find out what our desk thought of it.
Awesome stuff there from Bryce and Chance, and a big shout out, Nameless, who had been trailing Allie, myself, and the fans, is now one step closer. You nailed it. Not just the winner, but the map count as well, my friend.
Yeah, you know, this is a Seattle Surge team that we've seen great things from, and they got smoked yesterday. They had to bounce back today, and that's exactly what we just saw. There's some great adjustments in that search and destroy, and, you know, for Seattle Surge and Heretics, I think it just proves this is the 5th and 6th best teams we have in the league, rounding out our top 6.
Allie, we're just in week 3 of the 2024 season. I feel like we're still feeling out where the teams are going to fall in our rankings. Where do you put the Heretics after falling in a game 5?
I think Heretics and Surge are kind of in the same kind of middle of the pack for me right now. I will say, bouncing off of what you touched on earlier, and how you were saying that Surge actually is a really good rotational team. They just couldn't get the setups right. I'm very shocked on that sub base. They out-rotated every single time, and all they needed was one hard point, because this is a team that we said they should be good at search and destroy. They had a really rough map yesterday. I'm interested when we get to talk to one of the players from the team in the interview to ask them how their map pool is looking, because maybe that's just looking to be their issue.
Absolutely.
Clutch there.
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, speaking about that clutch, that's what I was going to touch on. If you're a Miami Heretics fan and you're sort of on this Heretics train, they're still extremely good, right?
Yes.
Like, in this map right here, there was a 2v1 that I believe Arcitys clutched, and that 1v1 that Abuzah clutched. Like, this could have easily went to the side of the Miami Heretics. And then also, being able to clutch up and win that control, like, that was massive, almost rallying back in this series. So, for Heretics, I think that, you know, this was the quote-unquote prove-it series for them, and I think they proved it. Like, they're still amongst some of the better teams that we have in our league.
They were up 4-2 in a game 5, and you know they'll be thinking about those final rounds, especially this one. Round was over in a matter of seconds as everyone from the Surge chimed in in the leaderboard. And then, of course, the final kill coming through. Surge get a much-needed third victory. As you heard Chance say, we think this is going to put them in the winner's bracket now.
Yeah, so if they were to lost that, they had a 56% chance of making it into the winner's bracket. With a win, it's 96%, according to Doug Leby on Twitter. A great statistician. Thank you for that stat. But
Thank
yeah,
you,
that's
Doug.
crazy. That's a crazy swing. So looking good if you're a Surge fan.
We have 4 matches on the day. The Surge are going to take home the first dub of the night, and I think they're done now for the week. And if you're a Seattle Surge fan, what are you talking about right now, Allie, after watching the series?
If you're a Seattle Surge fan, you're definitely talking about your respawns right now. The scariest thing when it comes to a search and destroy team is when they can start stealing those hard points and controls. We saw it last year with Vegas Legion, and now it's looking like Surge might join the ranks.
Nameless, can we talk about the strength of the Surge? Because you have gone with this team almost every prediction. The one you didn't go with them, they still won that match. So why do you have faith in this team moving forward?
Well, one, I mean, in terms of the pick'ems, they're a nice team to pick because they're a dark horse squad. But they just have world champions on this team that can take over games. And also, Search and Destroy is a game mode that they have been great at. You know, coming into yesterday's series, they were #1 in defense on that game mode. And then today we see why. Like, there's these moments in these clutch situations that they're able to just win. Abuzah wins 2 1v1s in this series. Arcitys finds 2 kills. The adjustments are being made. And in Respawn, they have weapons on this roster. I expect them to be able to figure it out. And we saw it in that map #1, like when you get Huke up top, like he pulls out the AR, he's taking over, right? So this is a team that's extremely dangerous.
Nameless, I have good news. The Nuke joins us live. It's your Monster Winner Spotlight. We got Huke on the line, and Huke, I gotta ask you, how did that comeback feel? You guys were down 4-2, and you clutched up in the game 5.
I'm just happy that we won, to be honest. So yeah, that's it.
Can I talk to you a little bit about the start of the series then? Because you had to play in the last match last night. It didn't go your way. Historically, teams don't normally bounce back super strong to open up the following day. You did. You dropped 30 kills, a ridiculous KD in that first hard point. What was going through your head pre-series?
Just win the match. I think it was a must win for us. So yeah, do anything I can to win the match, help my team win.
I mean, do anything you can. You had an incredible start to this series, Huke, and it's nice to see it happen, right? You're one of those players that can just take over. I did want to pick your brain, though. The past 5 Search and Destroys Surge has played have all been different maps. I don't know if you realize that. Is Surge working on their map pool right now, or what's going on with those picks?
I think that just comes from our confidence in Surge. I think we have a deep map pool in Surge specifically, so yeah, we're kind of like okay with playing anything in Surge.
Cool.
Huke, you know, it hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows for you over the last few years. You know, a bunch of different rosters, teammates. But now you find yourself on a team where you have some familiarity in Illey on it. What's it been like teaming with him once again and building this new roster with a young guy like Abuzah?
Oh man, it's like you said, yeah. Abuzah, he's been great to work with. It's always nice working with new talent because they come in so hungry. And then yeah, being back with Ender is great as well because me and him just have this connection in game and in and outside of game that yeah, really helps us be our best.
Huke, final question before we let you go. You guys apparently, according to the chat, have the best intro video. Did you get to choose your role? Were you like the one, I want to slam a locker?
No, that was all of them. They've been great with all the social media stuff, so shout out to them.
Yeah, you guys are killing it. Can't wait to see you live in Boston. Of course, you have 1 match still to go before we get there. Best of luck in it.
Appreciate it. See you later, guys.
That is Huke. That's the Surge picking up the first dub of the day. We still have 3 more matches to go, including one featuring Toronto Ultra. Before we go, though, a quick reminder. If you're a fan, you should have synced your calendar by now. Allie, if they haven't done it, how do they do it right now?
Well, never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League calendar sync. And here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in-game. Just go to callofdutyleague.com/schedule.
Does your calling card suck? Scan that code, get a better one. When we come back, we've got Boston, we've got Guerrillas. One of these teams about to get their second dub of the season.
city of Boston where champions are born.
In just 12 days, we'll be in Boston, home of the Breach, as they are going to be hosting the first major of the year. Maven's fired up for it, and so am I. We got nameless Mercs over there somewhere, but we don't talk to him yet. We talk to you first, Allie. Boston Breach, you got a dub. And it wasn't an easy one. You took down Toronto, a surprise 3-0 before the end of 2023. How are you feeling coming in today?
Maybe it should say it shouldn't have been an easy one. It was a hot 3-0 off of the back of the two younger players on this team, and Capsidal and Snoopy. They both had an incredible series, mainly as well in those respawns. Boston Breach is typically known as a respawn team, but the tough situation now is that they're in do or die, right? They're heading into their own major, facing a possible loser bracket start. So, and when it comes to Monster Energy pregame, what do they got to do?
Yeah, they're great at holding, not at rotating. Second best hold percentage at 83.3. Second in points per hold opportunity. So, like, you can see this team at times, they have flashes of greatness. Snoopy in that last series, absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to focus a little bit on the ARs and Priestahh and Slasher. I mean, this organization, you got rid of Beans and you got rid of Wake. I'd be willing to wager that those contracts a little bit higher than those other guys.
You think world champs may cost a little more?
And they haven't been playing good. You know, they haven't been playing good. So you need a little bit more out of them. Like, what are you giving me is sort of what I'd be asking right now if I was a Breach fan. So I'm looking at those two to step up.
All right, on the other side, we got to talk about the Guerrillas, a team that is also boasting just one victory on the season. It hasn't been fun for them. You had to play the best of the best in Toronto, New York, and Atlanta up to this point. Your lone win was over the Thieves.
I think this is teams that are very similar to each other going up today. And when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, for me personally, it's just a lot of the mistakes they were making. Hopefully they had some VOD review yesterday, because that match against Atlanta, it was a lot of small mistakes out of players like Assault and Dimacon. Like, he was 29-20 and they still lost map number 1. Like, you've got to give your rookie some help.
All right, maps and modes. Let's get into it, Nameless. How far are we going? You nailed the first one on a game 5. Do we see a second?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, these are two teams also we should mention. They are on the bubble, right? So this is a huge match to make winners. I do think LAG take this series.
All right, we got to make it unofficial on the desk. Sorry to cut you off. I'm going with Boston.
Boston.
LAG.
Merc, Maven. Let's find out who they got in this one as we send it on over to the boys.
I got no idea, because this one's interesting. Listen, I've called it, this is like the final segment of the triangle.
Take me through your triangle,
There's a triangle, Joe. See, this is where we got confused. We were talking about in the podcast. Like, what? You have Thieves come out. They get their 3-0 victory over Breach, right? You're thinking, all right, here we go. They're going to do it. Then they get 3-0 slammed by Guerrillas. And you're like, okay, I don't know where these three teams stack up now. And now you have this match. So, like, if Boston Breach comes in and they 3-0 Guerrillas, then I'm just like, I don't really know what's going on. It's like the Bermuda Triangle. None of it makes sense to me, Joe. I don't understand where we're at.
Yeah, all right, that makes sense.
We should have got you a diagram for that, like a whiteboard.
I was just thinking about how like those couple of matches there, and then like also what the Breach 3-0 Ultra is where it like sort of like the tiers, like I don't know where people are heading into the holiday.
Well, I think the last match helped us a little bit, right?
Yes.
We knew, we just weren't sure how good Miami was. Surge struggled against the top teams, beat some of the, middle, lower of the pack teams.
Yeah.
That was obviously a very close match. We think they're 5, 6, 7 in that area. This is another answer.
Because they are very similar, like Ali said. Like, listen, you had a tough schedule, played some good teams tough. I don't know if either of these teams is going to be taking out top teams consistently like Boston did against Ultra. But what do you need to do if you want to get into winners? You need to beat the teams that are close to you and beat the teams you're better than. So this is a big one for these guys, 100%.
Yeah, both sitting at 1 and 3 as Des was talking about. Boston, their search and destroy, that's one thing we're really going to look at when we get there in map number 2. And LAG versus FaZe yesterday, map number 1 came out swinging. But then, of course, that Atlanta FaZe, that clutch gene that they have had this year just pulled on through. Then they 3-0 the series. Just all the momentum was lost. So we'll see what LAG can do. But so far throughout this year, I think they've shown a lot of bright spots.
No, they have. I mean, both teams, yes. You've seen those moments. You've had your chances. You just haven't been able to come away with many wins. But somebody's getting a second one here. We don't end in ties, so thankfully someone will get that second one secure. But in the early going, we're on with big Capsidal. The rest of his team drops. He's lining up a kill, trying to stay up here at the tractor. But the stun's coming in. The pressure is there. Capsidal doing what he can to stay alive, and he's 1 bullet by the time the push comes through.
I mean, does enough time, though, to give himself and his team time to get out of that streak. But now here's the problem. Capsidal 6 in a row. That's going to be a cruise as well. Looking for number 7 and number 8. He had Priestahh weak off a spawn, but I thought Capsidal was going to give them enough time to get out of sort of that back wall trap, but does not happen. So LAG, they have the setup they want for P3. Ready to go there in 20 seconds.
And talk about Diamond Con. I mean, if you're talking about like weeks 2 and 3 of the qualifier, like he had the 3rd highest hardpoint KD. He was like 2nd overall damage, like 1st in kills per 10 minutes. Like he's been nuts in hardpoint, and Assault wipes out everybody. It's what, 3 headshots and a nade to just get the kill on the squad. The wipe is in for Assault as I'm gassing up Diamond's play.
And then on the hill will be Fame. Struggled a little bit statistically yesterday in that series versus FaZe, as normally people do versus that Atlanta FaZe team. Now you have Assault on 5 in a row. Well, you had him on 5 in a row. Does get taken down. LAG in control so far. We'll see if Boston can find a break here, but it seems like with number 8, his position over towards P4, that's going to be Capsidal. Mind already thinking about rotating. So you're going to need P4 and then Palace to get really back into this game if you are Breach.
And we'll see if they're able to do just that. See how far you can push out the lead right now if you're Guerrillas. But back to one of the better hardpoint players in the league. It's Diamond, and the headshots are through. Takes out Snoopy. A flurry of trades will follow. And now Breach able to get the hardpoint maybe this final 15 or so seconds. As we're getting ready for the next hardpoint to pop. You see that lock on Estriel's POV. He's 9 and 5. He is biding his time. He's got some players here to deal with soon.
Yeah, Boston maybe waiting for Priestahh or Snoopy to find an opening if they can get there. Now Priestahh off that old hill trying to work a pinch. Slasher working on through. Slasher somehow finds a kill. Diamond is still here, but he's the last one alive with the team. Has the rifle in hand. 1 bullet left in the chamber. Now this is great for Boston. 40 seconds left. You see number 7 in Slasher. He's playing safety net for them at Palace. Priestahh on 5 in a row, still going.
Yeah, I mean, whatever time you get here, awesome. If you are Boston Breach, because you've got that rotation, as you said, they're going to break in. Around 25 seconds to go, but a great flurry of kills there from Priestahh. But now, yeah, once this time is done, you're going to be in almost a 100-point hole. You have got to lock Palace down. You don't, there's a break for Guerrillas. This game might be done. Diamond's in a call on a streak, though. Maybe he's playing for info, playing for a pick as well, as he's able to take out Slasher.
Yeah, but Capsidal, he was running from that cruise. He gets taken down. You see, he spawns out. Slasher gets taken out. So you have a 2-on-3, but still some power positions for the Breach players. There's going to be Snoopy and Priestahh waiting for the reinforcements. Capsidal, he's cutting off the players that were still at old, but there's still Assault and Fame kind of lurking around this Palace area. Which staircase, which angle, what route did they take? Breach can just not find them, and there is the challenge from Fame. Here comes the help as well, but it's just down to him.
And you get through for just a moment. Now you have a 1-on-1 here. Fame, 3 in a row, not gonna be able to take it. Slasher will hold on, but I mean, it's not going to be the perfectly clean 60. You do a good job disrupting that. That's what, just off the tail end of the streak, just have numbers for a moment. And I think Capsidal, when he tried to pick up the reinforcements, just didn't really realize there were 2 there. But he gets the info. By the time he does, it's a skirmish on the point.
Yeah, you do that if you were Boston. So bring you within 30, but LG gotta be feeling good, controlling most of that first set of hills and in control of this game.
Next hard point. Here we go. Everybody stacked around the point. Fame will be the first one, and he's got some help here to work with as well. Grinding the pre-fire, maybe on Capsidal waiting on the detonate, and then a little buddy hop peek as he clips one head off. Snoopy there to follow it up, and what a duo that was through on the break. The Young Guns getting it done for Boston Breach to maybe find an opening. Capsidal still here. The pistol not quite the penetration to get through, but he's now on 5 in a row. 13-9 for Capsidal, making this run for Breach. A game that seemed to be slipping away from them. They're right back in it, Joe.
Yeah, no, I think that was Estriel, number 3, spawns up alongside of Fame, kind of behind enemy lines there. Boston, they realized it, but maybe that leads to a potential pinch and a break as Fame with the rival finds the 2-piece. Still that 30-second lead is in. The rest of the scrap time looking to go the way of Breach, as you can already see Assault, Estriel rotating over towards P2.
Yeah, anybody's game now, but yeah, Snoopy's the one kind of struggling here right now. He's 7-14, double negative, and we know how good he's been for this team. We know what a tough map it can be, depending on your role, though, as he's looking to get his groove now, streaking from Priestahh off that 6 spree he had earlier, takes out Estriel. So far, 2 streaks used, 2 kills have come in. You don't see that all that often with the trophy. But as we get deeper into this game, as Breach have made this comeback, it's Guerrillas now holding on to a 10-point advantage to a list, and we go with the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Yeah, they're kind of
I'm broken play.
Yeah, I'm broken.
I'm waiting.
Right
side thing, I couldn't stay down.
I'm gonna pinch it. I can pinch it from Palace. Again, maybe. I'm here. Spawning up before. Spawning up before weak. I'll see a thing mid cut. I'm helping you. I'm helping you. Play through. No, it's 1P4. Play through.
Bullet, deep TV.
Play through.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't see you're 1P4 on the right van. He's 1P4 just left. Cross left. Nice. I'm gonna try and cut through TV low-key here. I'm trying to cut through P1.
So try to go deep.
Yeah, back Huke. I can pinch him. I'll go repinch him.
Austin was back Huke.
He's ironing his push. He went to the mid-tank. Yeah, across the Huke. He went to
Shell instantly. And Huke also.
He went out of river.
And Huke, okay?
I don't see him out of river.
One shot right now. He's our back belt.
Yeah, one day.
There's 2 Ace and D. There's 2 Ace and D.
Dark time and Ace and D. We caps out. Really weak line down.
30 seconds on touch. I'll see if they're missing Austin left. He just crossed front TV. Just on cross front TV.
I'm gonna lay play this whole time. I'm
playing through TV. I'm playing through TV.
Alright, chill. I'm gonna start playing hand.
What's up before? 100%. I need top mid then.
On TV, trying to hold you guys cross.
I need him.
And double ult.
I need on TV then.
Cap
need somewhere.
I'm here.
He's recruiting. The cross.
And Cap's going up.
I'm on me. You're in a 1v.
Pitch right side.
Yeah, me. He's working fast.
Out of the listen-in, back to the action. Breach take over the lead about 20 seconds ago, and they keep rolling with it. Breach have come alive after about the midway point in this game.
Yeah, right when we got to listen-in, right, when Priestahh called that first streak in, I got a little bit nervous because it looked like a perfect setup, and then the one player beat Dom. I don't know if the comms were off or what. He snuck through. They get flipped out. I was like, uh-oh, this is kind of where this goes bad, but they regain. They hit all of P3. They now have a almost 50-point lead as they are inside of this 4th hill. Slasher hanging out. He's got Snoopy looking over him. The team shot is there, but Estriel with the headshot, the rival 9 didn't melt him.
Well, kind of the storyline of the first half of this game was Breach did a really big hold at Palace, right, to get back into it, which they were able to do, despite some valiant efforts from Guerrillas. Now it's flipped the script entirely. Now it's on Guerrillas. You've got those left side spawns. You need to hold Palace here if you're going to have a chance in this game. A break from Breach and you will win it. You've got a clean setup with 5 seconds left to go in 4th. For that next hard point, now we'll see what Guerrillas can do, Joe.
Yeah, Fame's still cutting people down even from the angles of P4, just finessing his life. Does such a good job. Almost finds a kill onto Snoopy. But yeah, here we go. You have a 30-point lead with 50 seconds left, and Fame actually spawns up behind. This should be a free pitch. They're not going to be ready for this. Just finds the kill and get a back on down. Yeah, not ready for
the timing of it switching?
No.
Or is that just a horrible spawn?
It was not a good one.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, free pinch, courtesy of, well, the game. 200 to 210. Guerrillas doing their best to hold here and get the swing. They cannot win it on this hard point. Fame, the angle, finds another. Be 3 in a row for him after the free pinch. But they're still inside. Closest player going to be Slasher. And now looking for an angle. 10 or so seconds left. Not going to be a ton of separation. Again, they can't win it here. Look at the next hard point. You got all of Breach stacked up.
Yeah, I mean, Slasher's just hoping to it's a one-on-one, but there's still 2 players there. So he's hoping to maybe find 5 to 10 seconds to break this up. But it's a 20-point lead off the Palace Hill. Fame finds the first. The angles onto the second. Fame, not a great series yesterday. Almost finds all 4. The snap onto the last. The multi-kill is in. A potential map 1 win off the back of that play.
Yeah, my guy goes crazy. Maybe blessed in the previous spawn. That time it's all done with the gunny as they break on through. Now, 7 seconds needed for Guerrillas. Breach, though, still making it a fight. They're able to take down 3. Breach back in. Breach cannot win it here. Obviously, Guerrillas can get the dub with the breakthrough. All the pressure to Breach now to hold. Snoopy, the youngster's POV as he's trying to lock it down. Him and Capsidal able to do it. What do you see on the map, Joe?
Yeah, you gotta watch. Estrel's gonna go for a long flank, but they all spawn out back gas. So now you have a big one-on-one on the opposite side of the map. 7 seconds left for scrap. They're gonna go for it. Another one-on-one on the hill. Did Capsidal buy enough time? I think he does it. Slasher does it on rotation. Wins the one-on-one. He's set up P2, so there's kind of arrows all over the place, but he's the closest one to this play.
Well, here we go. Time to get it done. Slasher wins the big one-on-one. Now can he hold strong? The rest of his team is going to drop, and Slasher's got to make all the reads. First one through. Second one battling. Pistol is popping, but it's Guerrillas into the point. Slasher couldn't do it alone. And Guerrillas get the dub in a wild invasion here to start our best of 5. And if we thought maybe these teams were going to play each other tough, well, so far it's looking that way.
You kind of see Slasher right there. Pretty frustrated. He wins the one-on-one, and it looked like they had a couple player advantage.
Well, I thought he made the play to win the game. Yeah.
And I mean, Capsule has to go for the contest, does that, but I didn't see where the other players went down. But you just see the frustration. A very back and forth game right there. You can see it in the scoreboard. It was a fun hard point.
It was. That was a blast. Really back and forth early. I mean, Guerrillas are in control. They're going up about 90 points, right? You make the run if you're a Breach. Then it's all about Guerrillas trying to make the comeback at the end. And they do just that. I just thought they survived just long enough. Let's watch it one more time now. Well, maybe we'll see. Yeah, there's highlights throughout the course of maybe we'll see the end of the game and kind of where maybe those deaths came down, maybe why Slasher's frustrated, or he's just frustrated because he got that one-on-one win on rotation, thought that was enough.
Yeah, I mean, you had Fame with the big play, obviously coming off of Palace, just getting them inside, and then Boston with not only the huge break, but they spawned 3 players out for LAG, and there was 1 player left in Estriel on the opposite side of the map. Thought with him going down, maybe the map would be over, but they were able to clutch on up, find a couple of kills off that rotation. Well, we'll see if we see it. This is that crazy triple out of Fame with the rival. It just feels like sometimes this gun melts quick.
It sure does. Just shotguns the last, gets a couple tags into the 4th. And now the final moment, so this is kind of right after those deaths came through, so won't see exactly where it went wrong, but you saw the frustration. You're in a 1v4 basically if you're Slasher in that position to try to win the game, and he can't even, he's so weak from the first fight, he can't even battle onto the point. Snoopy frustrated as well, but I mean, you battled, you were down early, but that's what's tough with this. Like, we keep saying that about this team. Is it we're a broken record? They're battling, they're fighting, they're playing people tough. It's like, how many times can you say that till I don't give a shit? You gotta win.
Well, everybody's doing that right now.
Yes.
Really, right? Just in this title, it's coming down.
But not everybody has a 3 over ultra like Breach.
Well, outside of that, it's not great.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one that's a little different maybe than some of the other teams.
Yeah, I think it's just expectations sort of coming into this year for this team.
For sure.
But again, there's been some bright spots with Snoopy and Capsule. Just one of those games getting away from them. Again, the VOD, they'll study that one, what went wrong. The big problem for them, Search and Destroy, they are 1-4. Their attack has not looked good. We'll see if Priestahh and Slasher can get a little bit more comfortable here.
And that's something I think really surprised you, considering well, Priesth's ability, the glue he's been for a team, and Slasher, like how great he can be for Search and Destroy. But I think we assert for producer, actually, we can take a look at the tail end of that again. So I think we're going to check it out real quick to see maybe where. We want it right before this if we can, though, right?
No, this will work.
No, this will work. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so Estro comes off as spawn. He's the one-player Palace side. So Snoopy, I think, takes him down. But really what you're hoping here for is... No, actually, Estro wins the first gunfight. So Estro takes down Snoopy, and that's the problem.
And Diamond gets a double.
Yeah, as soon as that happens, that's it. I thought Estro was going to get caught off his spawn. It looked like Snoopy was reading it like they had an idea that he was going to spawn Palace Wall. You saw Priestahh on the opposite side of the map trying to cut off the rest of the players rotating, but Estro wins the big one-on-one, which kind of messes everything up.
Well, thank you, Joedecieves, for showing us again, because, this game is fast and frantic, and sometimes those moments, it's hard to see exactly what went wrong or who maybe lost the key gunfight, so we get to see it again and kind of see how that worked at the end of it. But back maybe to Search and Destroy. We talked about when Slasher came to FaZe, he kind of gave them their mojo back with Search. I mean, they've always been a good Search team, that FaZe squad, but like they kind of fell off a little bit from like their early years. Slasher came in, he was so good. Did you sort of expect just with him on this team, like he would?
Well, not just that. As we take a look at the game flow from map number 1, just how close of a game it was, just sort of the swings. But you can see right there, 124 to 178. Yeah, that was the big swing for Boston, put them back in the lead. I just think with just the players on this squad, right? If Breach is going to be a competitive team, I feel like Priestahh with Slasher, they should be a very well-rounded Search and Destroy team. Just should be a well-rounded squad in competitive in Search, but 1-4 is just not good enough.
No, it's not. I mean, you could be, I don't know, you could be 50-50 in a mode if you've got some strengths elsewhere, but you're never going to be a team with a chance for championship runs when you've got something that's you're winning 20% of the time, 25% of the time. It's not possible. It's not. So you've got to work on that. Granted, 5 isn't a lot. Search and Destroy is probably the thing where we expect teams to, the mode early on, we expect teams to improve or get worse at like the most, just because it's not scrim nearly as much. But we'll see if Boston can improve. You had that break over the holiday. Maybe you put some time into trying to refine the Search and Destroy as we get into Karachi, one of our favorites for this mode, and we get right into the mix. Up mid-map, it'll be Snoopy playing that role that's looking for the early engagements, and he'll get just that. First blood over to Snoopy.
A nice first blood in the middle of the map. There's a quick trade, though, from Diamond. It seems like they don't exactly know where. You saw the purple arrows, but it sounds like a smoke is down, bomb being planted, so advantage over to Boston Breach. We know how difficult this retake can be. Slasher's going to make it even more difficult as he finds a pick onto Assault.
Sometimes for Snoopy, you get that pick mid, like, you can't snake, so it's like, what do I do now?
I got a prone and slow to get back up.
It's just hard to play your life from that point forward. Priestahh trying to dance with the pistol, not going to happen, but Slasher able to get another, so it comes down to Fame. Kind of a hero in that map, one at times, with a chance to do it, but it's rival in hand. It's a mean heady from Slasher, and after Snoopy gets the opening one, Slasher, I think we just talked about in Search and Destroy, ends up with 3. Picks them apart. Always the guy that can really read the map.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with that first blood, and then you kind of saw...
Oh, Capsidal. Sorry, I thought it was Slasher with the last.
You saw Diamond kind of... He has to go back into red, and they're just not really sure where the presence is. Nobody shows market side. Then you hear the smoke go down. The plant's already through. There's no nades on the bomb. Makes that retake difficult.
So Slasher with 2, my mistake, and... Yeah, I think you said it too. It can be a tough retake even when you have numbers or even when it's even. Much less when you're down a man. But now, LAG's turn on offense to bring it back. A big test between these two teams and a litmus test to see where these guys are in your power rankings within this league early on.
Yeah, Nathan stunned to him down on both sides. Slasher was caught by a stun. There was a crossfire middle of the map, but he was able to stay alive. And then the skirmishes are going down. So Snoopy's going to make this a 3-on-2 man advantage. You're hoping he just stays alive. The problem is they do know Slasher is here trying to find the angle, but good luck. 1-on-3 now for Diamond.
Lovely shots there from Slasher. I was worried Snoopy was so far at A. Like when those engagements first started, you had a 4-on-3 if you were Guerrillas, but at least his skirmishes took long enough. He was able to get back into the mix quickly, and Breach will tally back-to-back rounds. Slasher still yet to drop, and Snoopy getting involved early in both rounds.
Yeah, no stuns or nades really hit for the attacking team. Well, the stuns hit.
They guys watched his head come back and then disappear again there. It's not just the X-ray.
It's scary. It's probably just the operator. You've seen that before?
No, sorry, I was listening to the fight. Just they were talking about it too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Always got to tap in. I'm glad you're tapped in today. It was me yesterday.
Yeah, be tapped in, Joe. 2-0 for Breach, and now another crack at the offense. Of anything, it was a first blood for Snoopy. Last time they got them going, he's kind of the trailer now in this opening sequence. Maybe an early flank or pinch potential for Estriel. We'll keep an eye on that number 3 on the minimap, but you've got everybody stacked up close here defensively for Guerrillas. All eyes on this site. Now they fly through the smoke. They throw it, they go. Capsidal able to win it, tries to get right out of the bomb, but he's going to get picked by FaZe. Diamond follows that up. Snoopy back into the mix, and suddenly it's Priestahh quickly into a 1 versus 2. Wins it! Just can't quite slide away. A hell of a snap there onto the first player, but
yeah, because he didn't even see him, right?
Oh, no. He's like centered above him, kind of.
Then gets a couple of shots, but this is sort of the standard where you're sending 3 over towards this site. And as soon as that goes down, there's just a bit of a crossfire. You saw some nades go down. The smoke makes it a little bit hectic, but that is exactly what LAG wants. 3 players there, come through market. We have this crossfire set up. The numbers go their way.
LAG get a much-needed round. Diamond, 3 in a row for him. Assault. Still looking for his first within this search and destroy. But back to offense to go. Estriel will be your bomb carrier, and towards B we go once again. Snoopy, again, the guy on an island defensively, over towards that A site. We'll see how fast he can get back into the mix. Last time he gets a key kill in the middle of that round. But you've got numbers here early if you're Guerrillas. Granted, they can't see what we do, Joe.
Yeah, Capsidal, he was up here in the last round. There was a quick trade, though, from middle of the map.
Sneaky, sneaky.
What I liked is trying to get aggressive, and FaZe, the player on the island, does get taken down, lose the one-on-one versus Snoopy. The nade is going to give Capsidal, I think, some info. Yeah, absolutely it will. As Estriel was trying to just sneak on through. But Capsidal from up top 3 pretty much wins them that round, getting to the spot. The team shot there for Boston Breach.
Yeah, I think that's the reason we're kind of focusing on that a little bit, is when we casted yesterday on this map for Guerrillas, FaZe really had a big impact kind of offensively, right, in that role. But Snoopy has been playing kind of the opposite side of that. Snoopy's got a, 3 first bloods, 2 or 3 first bloods now within this one, and he's been doing a good job just making sure FaZe can't find that success in the lurk role. Or getting involved quickly enough with his team, just taking FaZe kind of out of this one. The same will be 2 and 4. Snoopy see 5 and 2. Will lead the way for both teams.
Both these teams just don't be, right? 3 stacking on defense.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering who's going to be the first team to say, all right, let's just go plan A for free, because it is pretty much free. There's only 1 player there. But we're just going to fight over middle of the map in market side. Once again, is Snoopy getting to a great position now. He's got so much info and a first. I lied. He actually got gunned, so it's...
Well, I thought he was going to shoot him the first time when he was just laying down there, Joe, but he tried to get fancy, slide down the stairs, and then...
I don't know if he saw him.
Maybe he did. I thought he did. Yeah, I guess it's tough. It's a very so easy for us.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought he saw him in the corner.
I'm assuming he didn't see him.
Yeah. It makes a little more sense, but he looks so like clear as day on our POV. I was like, all right, okay. I don't know why I have an accent.
You are a farmer.
I guess so. Fame up the AC Heady Capsidal trying to dish out haircuts here with the rival of range.
It's like, oh yeah, Snoopy's gonna win this round. Snoopy did not win the round. Capsidal's going to try to do what he can. Not the weapon he wants in this position.
No, I mean, it can hit, but he might be better off throwing rocks. Oh, he keeps getting like 1 headshot. Fame's just back down, just keeps tagging him with 1. Frustration there. But let's see this one more time. So this is Fame's POV. I mean, he just snaps, is able to get the kill. I think you're right. Snoopy just didn't see him. Honestly, it's funny because that didn't cross my mind at first because it just looks so clear on our screen. But, I mean, he had to have, right? Like,
yeah, as an older man now playing these games, a lot of the times I just can't see.
Yeah.
Some of these corners are dark. Maybe the pillar was in the way. Whatever it was, Snoopy's going to be pissed about that one. But nice shots by Fame, 3 in a row.
He's been having a hell of a search and destroy so far, too. So, what would have tacked another, maybe 3rd first blood in this? Not going to happen. Instead gets Fame going. Fame can be a key player in search and destroy for this team. Nade hits, but everybody's still alive, Joe.
Yeah, no, I thought maybe they were going to challenge for these middle barrels, but they go right back towards the middle alley. Was Capsidal, because, yeah, that hit 2, maybe 3 players. Here's that one-on-one. Fame does so well on this map in these positions, whether it's through red, now through here. It's all about fountain control for him, but we are into a 1-on-2 for Slasher.
Slasher He's had many, many clutches in his career. Can he pull off one now? Gonna be tough. You see the position from Astro is tucked into the corner. It gets awkward. Nice little drop shot. Slasher able to take it. Can he ice up? Just over 20 seconds to go. Assault.
Right, this is when you're being told, who am I playing against, right? You just have an idea of the way Assault likes to play this, but it does clear out back bridge. And that's going to tell him it's a top 3, but Assault just backs on down. Here's the shots. Knows time is on his side, and LAG going to tie this up 3-3.
Yeah, I think great job by Assault just getting to a position where you can just sort of guarantee you've got vision, and if you get shot at, you can get away. Great job doing that, and a good breakdown from you, Joe, just sort of how important it is in those positions. Just, I mean, everyone plays that situation a little bit differently, right?
Yeah, in those one-on-ones, just kind of knowing their play style, what they like to do, how they like to play it. Maybe some people have to defuse quickly. Everyone's got tendencies.
Yep. 3-3 now. His fame continues to get going. 7 kills now for him in this one. And after Snoopy had that, what, 5-1, 5-2 start, he struggled to have that same impact in the early going. Maybe he can get it going again here now. He's going to bring it in map. He's going to have maybe the opening kill. And he's a lot out in front. It leaves him in Capsidal. Because I think you had the top player look at Snoopy. You had 2 more snap and look at him. And maybe set for some freebies for Capsidal here, who is just cutting him down. Damage in there for Priesth's kill as well. Big round for Capsidal. Assault, good luck. You are gone. Breach with a fast one.
I'll tell you what, it's pretty impressive from Boston because LAG, they make the right call. That was pretty much a hard counter on that rounds, right? We've been asking when are they going to go to A. That was it. You had 2 players, Cafe, right? You saw Estriel, the crossfire come in as soon as Snoopy was in that spot. He's hoping Diamond gets that kill, but if they go to be there through market, that's a free kill. Instead, it's, I mean, all of Boston Breach is there, but it was the right call from LAG. Just some tough execution, some tough timing.
Well, I see like everyone got focused on Snoopy there for a second. At least it looks like it from his POV. He was sliding away from gunfire from 2, maybe 3. And every day this opens up for Capsidal. Now, Assault still slow him, but yeah, he did get the one-on-one win. And now you just saw the first kind of A offense at a breach. It was Guerrillas thinking they might take their crack at it. Capsidal was just like, I'm going to send it. Maybe find a timing. Up through mid-map. The patience there, though, for Diamond. He's able to take it back through the window. A little bit of finesse. Zippity-doo-dah! Snoopy with 3 in a row. Up to 8 and 4. My guy's moving.
Yeah, I mean, the stun hits, you just kind of saw it as soon as it pops. He hits the slide. That allows him to win that what-up play from Snoopy. Slasher snaps onto both players. Diamondcon now left in a 1-on-3.
You're talking about his prowess in hardpoint, how good he's been. Still having a solid search and destroy here, but he's got a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it in. Got both guns to work with, MCW and Rival in the back pocket.
It's a double U.
Yeah, true. He just jumps over a player's head, I think. And Slasher repositions.
Well, he doesn't have the bomb, so
yeah,
can't plan it at B.
Not much you can do. We instead just see a 30-second tour of Karachi.
Well, what's wild with Snoopy in that play, I thought as soon as that capsule dies, I'm thinking they're like, Snoopy, you got to flank. And I thought he was going to get horrible timing. But it turns out to be great timing, right? As soon as this happens, I'm like, all right, they think it's a B hit. Snoopy's going to have to go and rotate. As he starts to rotate, and you're going to see this stun actually does hit. It pops. It gets the hit marker, and he slides right under that hip fire from Estriel.
That, and like, listen, this is... I know I play more Warzone nowadays, but like, you know how annoying windows can be to hop through? It was just like a clean little hop back through, plus the stun. Like, all of it was just very smooth. He made it look very, very easy. Hell of a play there from Snoopy, who we've cursed right out of this round as he's blown out of it early. 4 in a row, though, for Slashers. They'll try to clutch up in the 3v4. Just one more round needed. Backing down to Slasher.
Yeah, but Fame actually gets caught, so... Now we're into a 3-on-3, and you have bomb site control. You're just maybe hoping for an overpeak. Trying to see when they try to plant this bomb. It looks like Capsidal's going to go for it right now, so Slash is looking over him. Here we go.
Capsidal biding his time. At the car, Slasher still holding 4 angles. 30 seconds to go. They've got about 20. try and work towards this defuse. Smoke out, and you gotta try and make a play behind that, and that's exactly gonna be the call. Estriel tries to send it forward. Capsidal, though, waiting at the car, able to finesse under the archway as well. Time ticking, 20 seconds to go. Diamond Con.
Assault's through.
Assault the second, so tagged up, feeds the kill through. Now 2-on-1, 12 seconds to go. Up the Priestahh, he's got angles. He's gonna kill, and this is over. That will do it. Boston Breach with the dub. Priestahh with the kills. As they get it done, answer back in the search and destroy. Some players maybe you wanted to step up, or at least a team you wanted to step up and search and destroy. They do it there, Joe.
Yeah, much better Karachi search and destroy from them. Even in that last round, I loved, as soon as that smoke goes down, Capsidal actually uses that to get back to his teammate, right? Because he was under the bridge at that fire car, and he's thinking they're just going to push Slasher out. But so he gets back to the archway, doubles up with him. Assault does get through on the flank with Priestahh top 3, but he's got enough to clutch it out. And yeah, just a solid team effort, but it's Capsidal who's been so good in search and destroy with 10.
Gets the double digits. Some monster plays. Snoopy with his moments as well, especially the early go in the rounds. The clutch 2 kills he was able to get. We take a look at the rest of our series. It'll be Karachi Control coming up next, but with these two teams and how they've balanced so far, this is kind of what we have expected, but we get ready to go to break before we get to the Control. Who's going to get the dub? Somebody's going to get their second win. It's a massive one as we get closer to our next major. Before we go to break, though, just a shout out to Samuel Octane LaRue, one of the best ARs of all time and one of the hottest dudes that I've ever seen in my life. Love you, Sam.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
We are right back at it, getting ready for our match 3 between Guerrillas and Breach. A big one in the scheme of things for these two teams. Like a big one for everyone who's trying to figure out where the hell everyone stacks against each other. This is a problem we've been trying to solve for these squads. They play people tough. Who's going to get the win? Looking for the second one on the board. So far, we're tied up 1-1.
Breaking it down, Clint. Locked in today.
Yeah, they call me Mr. Lock It In.
Oh,
Mr. Lock It Down.
Makes sense. Yeah, I've heard that before.
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight. You look like an idiot. And I was
it's just a little too small, but it works.
We're going to take a look at some control stats.
Yeah,
break it down for me, Joe.
Yeah, match. I know how to read. 3-5 round count, 5-4 for Boston Breach. But you can see the attacking KD a little bit better for LAG. I think the key for Boston Breach is that 3-0 against Ultra. That's going to put them a little bit ahead of LAG.
And listen, I want to have a talk to the viewers, at home. Just kind of one-on-one from myself, Clint, Maven, Evans. Today's an important day for my co-commentator, Joe DeLuca. Listen, he's been, I'm wandering. He has been a Browns fan his entire life. How many times have you seen them in the playoffs, Joe?
Not many.
Number 2, second time?
3 or something? I don't know. It's not great.
Yeah, they're playing right now. So
I'm locked, though.
Yeah, no, Joe's locked. You've been great. But if suddenly we come to camera or Joe just sounds like he's going to cry or he seems just suddenly twisted out of nowhere, that's probably why. It's a very big day for Joe. So can I get some love and support for Joe in the chat on Twitter? He's been stressed. I'm telling you, this guy's been stressing all day.
Ready to run through a wall, though. But I'm locked. Don't worry about me. I'm breaking it down.
Control. Karachi. Up next here for Guerrillas and Breach. And into it we go. Look at the breaks. Really gonna be the one-man ISO with Estriel kind of in Capsidal, maybe floor with each other on the other side of everyone else battling around A. It's Slasher now with the opening pick and pressure early from Assault. Kind of getting in behind enemy lines.
He's gonna go for a wide flank. Looks like Priestahh had an idea maybe that a player was there. Snoopy is kind of doing the same thing, so I think maybe they know something is up, and yeah, Slasher off his spawn is gonna find that kill, and then Capsidal's lurking. I love this play. Good luck winning that gunfight. So now they know there's presence at B, so what is LAG going to do off a spawn? And it looks like they're all gonna climb towards that back tin alley, not deal with the dumpster, but that is clean for Boston Breach. You're done with A. 10 seconds off the clock.
Yeah.
Take that.
That's about as clean as they come. Assault takes that long route, and they just read it like a book, so you get nothing out of him in the early going. Now you're just trying to bring this back. Caps actually gets that kill through the stun. Can't get back over the dumpster heady, though. But still, you're sitting pretty. You got a 3 life advantage. You got a ton of time to work with. Priestahh, he was dead before he realized what was happening as the rival swings on him from Estriel. But now we slow down for a moment, and you start to build up this next push if you're a Breach.
Yeah, Snoopy's just glad he's done. My man's 0-0. He's the objective mastermind of this map, and he probably pulled himself off, loses the first gunfight. But we've seen teams on attacking side with a lot of time try to stay through the defensive base, make things get a little bit crazy. But now all 4 dead, and that trap is set up. Boston Breach gonna have to go on some long routes.
I think this is what you needed, considering how much time was on the clock kind of start this B push, how successful it was for Breach early. Just one big moment like that, like a 4 dead to kind of push them back against the ropes a little bit. Like, this is gonna milk a lot of time off the clock. Now let's see what they can do with it. Estriel with a 4-on-1 start. He's on 3 in a row. Now let's see how long it is before you can really get to an aggressive attacking position again if you're Breach.
Sorry, I choked on water.
Yeah, that's it happens to it. It happens to all of us, man. Goes down the wrong hole, even though apparently that's a myth. I don't know. I'm telling you, I got 2 holes.
I think most of us do. But what? 12 in a row as a squad is LAG, now up to 13. You had one player who was able to see through. That was Slasher early wins one gunfight. But yeah, I mean, pretty much you take this all day if you're LAG. Yeah, go through, go ahead, take the bottom side of the map. That is nowhere near B, and then Diamondtown off his spawn to find free kill.
6 in a row for Fame, 5 in a row for Estriel, 30 on the clock. But yeah, ever since the early success from Breach, I mean, there's really been nothing. All your kills came really in that setup to get A. Snoopy's still looking for his first. The one person in a forward position, it'll be Slasher trying to stop the clock. Not going to last long, though, is Diamond Khan is there. Now a last grasp effort here to try and get through. I was going to say good luck with that fight, but Priestahh just peeks it and smokes him. Estriel, 6 in a row. 7. My guy keeps on moving. Priestahh, though, on to the point now. You stop the clock with 7.6 to go. Some big gunfights now coming up as Cap's still trying to make the play. They're trying to get across. Can't take down the second. Priestahh, though, with another. Priestahh, can you take down one more? He's able to do it. Priestahh is a tank inside the point, but finally he will drop. Next person up is going to be Snoopy. Not sure you'll be able to do much in this. Welcome to now 0-5. No kills in the round for Snoopy, but you get, what did they end up getting actually objective-wise on that point? Did he get a tick?
Maybe one. I didn't quite.
Also, I was so focused on him staying alive, I wasn't even like really.
Yeah, I was looking at the minimap where his teammates were, like if they even had a chance. So no.
Oh, so no.
Only 3.
I guess I just kind of thought he would get a tick with how long he was there.
Yeah, he was hanging out at the cafe for a long time.
Or it's just one of those insane endings where it seems like it's a long time, but really wasn't that long at all. Okay, so you just get the 3 ticks for A. So kind of the last-ditch heroics there from Priestahh aren't going to amount to much, but he did have some, well, you see there at the top right, the objective kills too. He kind of got on the point there at the end, which we thought might be nuts. But it's 10-2 start from Estriel. Now, Breach had great success early on the A point. We'll see if Guerrillas can answer in kind.
I mean, Estriel, one of the better control players we've seen throughout the league. He was like top 3 before yesterday, top 3 in like damage per map in control.
Oh, give me those stats. Give them to me, Joe.
Bringing it here in map number 3 is they're going to get progress done at A. They find 3 kills. I'm sorry, all 4 kills because Estriel's already near that B point.
Snoopy, maybe his first kill. It'll be Capsidal. That's able to take it. Snoopy dying again. My poor guy, 0-7, still looking for his first. We're on the opposite side of the spectrum, though, with Estriel, who's at a quadruple positive KD. He is flowing, rolling, and flying. The flank through on the upper side of it. A nice little centering onto Priestahh to get a tag in, but Estriel's still on the point. Advantage objectively will go over to Guerrillas through the window. To the floor. Estriel, thanks so much.
It's actually to the wall. It's a window to the wall.
Oh, God, you know, it's been a while, Joe.
Sweat drops, you know where that goes.
Thank you,
well,
thank
most
you.
Of you, maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure the demographic anymore. I think I'm just old. But anyways, yeah, back to the action. Fame does get progress with that second tick. So yeah, already 5 ticks. Still 2 minutes to go. So far, so good for LAG.
Capsule, the peak and the angle, but he's got 2 players to deal with. Priestahh will get the comms through, and he'll be the next one up to bat.
They just have not allowed Boston to settle into a defense, right? Like what we saw from LAG, they're just going. They're taking control of Red. They're winning that first gunfight, getting on a B, playing their life, finessing. It's making this very chaotic for Boston.
Yeah, just like keeping it messy, keeping it moving. And yeah, it's Breach, you would think with players like Slasher and people like Priestahh, you probably want to get to your setups, to get to your spots. They're not letting them do it at all. We still have 90 seconds to go. They just need to get one more bit of progress here to take a 2-0 advantage in this one. Priestahh tagged up, trying to scramble, but it just seems like they've been in a war.
Again, there's always one more player. This time it was Assault who got through back alley, wins another gunfight. Now Diamond off the spawn with 2.
It's like they got a 5th man.
Yeah, that should be the round. On offense, so LAG looking clean on Karachi.
Yes, that was very, very impressive. And I think you nailed it. Just they never got to get settled, because we'll talk about that a lot on. I think Invasion's like the clearest setup you can see, where you get to your spots on defense, you can lock them in for 2 straight minutes. You will get a little crazier here on Karachi, but like not for that long of time usually.
We just saw in round 1, right, from LAG, right? Like you spawn that market, and they have to make a decision of what they want to do. And Breach could never get out of it. Snoopy didn't find a kill, so like it could be very difficult.
He's got 2 now.
I was just saying in round 1.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to have a kill per round though.
Usually like a per life is what we're looking for.
Yeah. He might turn it around though.
It does happen.
Been one of the better younger players, and you can get into the blender, especially when you're starting on offense at times in control. But can they find better success really towards B? They did a great job at A, and then just got locked up. 1 streak going to be coming in. Fame is really going to be the streak through on the kill feed, though, as he's taking off heads. Diamond then with the third, and you send Boston Breach back to it. Now, are they going to push through and go towards B here? What's going to be the play? As they spawn out top right, it looks like they're considering just pushing through. It's likely due to the position maybe you had from Diamond, mid-right side of the map. So you go to B right now if you're Boston Breach. We'll see what success you can find.
I see Slasher, he's just worried about the back alley, that dumpster alley, and the timing that he gets, but it's actually Fame just right through tin alley. He's able to find that first kill. There is a trade. That's going to be 3 dead, so an opening here for Breach. Make it all 4. A bit of a stack is going to come in. Just has to. They need this attacking round.
Yeah.
And getting B here would be huge, but actually Diamond with the pick, so there's only 2 on this right now. So maybe a chance for LAG with that kill. It looks like Estriel's up top. Just hoping a nade will connect. Slasher watching that pitch, but here we go.
Yes, son. You're able to get B. You had to win this round, obviously, to stay in the fight here in the map 3, but what a wacky way it's getting done. Now pushing through the back alley, and the other side of it will be Snoopy trying to get back into the action. He's holding maybe that push through, but he's going to need to help his team over at A. We'll see what kind of timing number 5 is going to find.
I mean,
Snoopy is getting there in behind Assault. The teammates found the rest of the kills. Not going to matter. He's going to get the last one, but the team did the rest. They're going to stack the point. This is looking like an offensive win.
It's just so, I mean, I don't know if we'll ever see a defensive team hold A for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's the luck.
That's maybe with snaking, that would be possible, but without it, there's just so many different angles, so many power positions to hold. That would be impressive. Maybe one day we will see.
Yeah, I think like on Invasion, we've seen like a crazy B hold for 2 minutes 1 or 2 times, but this is a whole hell of a lot different. Yeah. Just the size of the map and the spawn distance alone, like, it'd be so hard to do.
You know, what you saw in round number 1, you never really had a 3 or 4 dead scenario for the defensive team in LAG. That time, as soon as it happens, Breach just pounce onto B. So they keep this game alive.
Now can Breach do a better job defensively if maybe just not allowing the insanity, not allowing that chaos that Guerrillas created after they got A. Can you get to your spots? Can you make it a little more cohesive of a defensive front? Priestahh playing from top. Maybe feeds one over to Capsidal. Nice angle there onto Diamond. There's still one person inside the point, though. It's Fame as they're just crouched down. Trying to get this first bit done, and we're almost there.
Yeah, he's just got to guess which corner is he in. But that should be it. Now you only have 1 player over there, so this transition, once again for LAG, may be perfect.
You might be right back into the blender.
Okay, Snoopy might have got you out of it. I think he does. Him and Capsidal find a couple of kills, so there's only 1 player here. Estriel not going to get that tick done, so maybe now you can breathe for just a brief moment.
But you still like haven't been able to get to your spots. So you like, haven't had a clean transition defensively. Let's see if they can eventually get there, but you still have a great chance to supply pressure if you are Guerrillas, with some nice kills there from Priestahh and Snoopy at range with the MCW. Just trying to take a deep breath, try to hold to get this to a round 5. Priestahh, he's having a map. He's up to 23 and 18. Snoopy still the struggles, but still time to turn it around. A streak coming in. Looking to hit, nobody gonna go with it. They'll tuck inside for a moment. Is Diamond waiting to pounce. He pounces, Snoopy rips his head clean off. Fame answers.
And nice shots. Now it's a one-on-one on the point. But Capsidal is here. Assault just trying to finesse. As it looks like Capsidal is going to get aggressive, cut off the reinforcements. But Assault has done a very good job just playing his life. He only has 5 bullets in the clip, though. Much better from Boston, just finding some red control and keeping them off the point.
That's not able to stop the health coming back for Assault here for a second. Will he actually get back to full? He's able to do it. He's able to take out another as well. Him and Estriel doing such a good job, but nothing done on the progress front. But you stop the clock for now. You're starting to edge towards that first. I mean, lives are probably going to be the big thing here. So you're up 5 lives. How much more can you get from this advantageous position if you are Guerrillas? Because you're having to send it if you're Breach. You're trying to get forward. You're getting cut down. The advantage goes to 2 more. You're doubling up at 14-7. We'll widen that advantage even more, and they're on the point, so it's not going to matter. Lives don't matter at the end of the day. It's Guerrillas that will get the W. And offensively, Joe, they just... You know, we talked about that, I think, a lot, like, historically with Control. Like, good offensive teams are able to turn that first cap into a fast transition. they just, I don't know. It's
well, look,
so easily.
even in that round, right? Boston send 1 or 2 more players at A, and what happens is the couple of players off spawn, they're not really set up over towards Red or Cafe. They're off spawn.
It's like the player like sends
alley.
it into the point with the pistol to make it feel you don't need to do that. Maybe
right, that's
back it
normally
up.
in the past what we have talked about. Like, yeah, just rotate on over, but they go for that, try to waste some time. Instead, it hurts them. But yeah, there was a couple of moments where Breach got someone, whether it was Capsidal or Priestahh there towards the end inside of Red, but then everyone died on the point.
Yeah.
And that's when you only had one player from LG. They were just trying to bait that player out. As soon as Priestahh goes down there at the end, he has a solid map. They know. They have to flood the alleyways, get trophies down, the map is ours.
I mean, the first defense you were playing, I mean, you were just scrambling the entire first one, right? Like scrambling. The second one, you played entirely from the point. Like you never got to get pushed out at all. And just fight and maybe get them pinned and make them battle. Like LAG did so well in the first round. When they got, they gave up what? A so quickly, then LAG, they get some clearance, they're able to lock him in for a while. They did a really good job of that. Breach just couldn't. They just never were able to.
Yeah, and I think that's props to LAG of
100%, yeah.
Finding the first kill, maybe the player off his spawn, like running into Red, did it making that a quick trade, but also the player on the point, finessing and playing your life. We talk about that a lot, but Control really shows it in certain scenarios where you can just allow a couple of seconds for your teammates off spawn to get to you, what it turns into for the defensive team.
Yeah, it's a matter of seconds. Like I think even when, you're talking about those 2 players from Breach that may be sitting at the point, I think in your head you're thinking, whatever, if I die here, I'll spawn up, be able to get to my spot, but like, you don't. Those couple of seconds are all the difference. You think you have time, sometimes you don't when it comes to Call of Duty. It plays at such a fast pace, especially at the pro level, but Priestahh, yeah, probably frustrated because he had himself a pretty big map from a kill standpoint. Snoopy, he's got to be flustered. He knows how talented he is, and he just could never get going. Like, he wasn't able to do much of that map.
Yeah,
from a kill
respawns
standpoint.
have not been great for him, right? We really highlighted him coming into this. Him and Capsidal have been fantastic. Capsidal showed it in that Search and Destroy, but respawns for Snoopy, it's just been a little bit tough for him. We'll see if he can get going. Luckily, they win that Search and Destroy, give them that second map win in Search on the year, so we have another hard point.
Yeah, that's very true. Like where you've struggled, you get the win. And that's where we kind of think this team is going to find their success, by extending series, by winning a 2, maybe a 3. But here, yeah, you're in that awkward position. You've lost both respawns. You got to win a respawn. I forget how the vetoes went down. Like if this is their pick or not. I looked at it earlier. I just remember. I forget how it went. But you got a chance here to get to map 5. I think this is one we thought. Just like we thought the last series, like, would probably go the distance just based on, I know we were gassing Heretics a lot, but their schedule was so easy. Right. Up to the Surge match, you thought they were probably closer than maybe people expected. This is one, yeah, it had map 5 all over it.
Yeah, I agree. And then we're going to look at the hard point so far on the year. We really touched on the hold for Boston Breach when they get into their rotation. Their rotation hasn't been great, but their hold percentage, when they get to that setup, fantastic, 83%. We're on the other side. The Alley touched on it, like it's almost bottom of every single hardpoint category for LAG. And of course, that doesn't have map 1 listed into it, but they were able to win that hardpoint.
Yeah, that's true, man. It starts to turn things around a little bit. They yesterday we cast them against FaZe, and sub base with the changes. We hadn't seen FaZe in an official match yet, but one where you thought might fade with the hardpoints that you had from Angeles Guerrillas, they might smash them. And it ends up being what, a 20-30 point game. That's a very tight one. And you got to think, just over the break, with their struggles they've had in hardpoint, that's going to be something you're really trying to dial in. You're really trying to spend time working on improving. You did well on map 1. Can you do it now on map 4? As this is a team that so far, I think we're pleasantly surprised. I know you have the 1 win, maybe a second here, getting close, but better than I expected them to be.
Yeah, I think for most people, 100%, yeah. I think this year, as we kind of looked at, is showing potential was that New York Subliners one, right? When all 5 maps were very, very close. They feel like they probably should have won that one.
You got 3 wins maybe at this point. Like you're close.
No, this is just, an LAG team, a roster that's doing much better than what LAG
have you ever
has
been
done
part
in the past.
of I know you were on some very good teams and you won a lot, but like, were you ever on a team that was just like a frustrating one in the sense of like, you're just always really close, but not good enough? You ever like been a part of that or not really?
I think like my AW like Envy team, yeah. But there was just like some heartbreaking losses, and that just kind of cripples you a bit.
Yeah, I'm sure it has to.
Yeah.
Just like knowing the potential's there, knowing how close. It's just like, if I could flip 5 moments over the course of the year, like, we're a good team.
Yeah, it all worked out though, because then Zuma joined FaZe, and he did great there, and I just got old.
It's tough, Joe. It's all right. Hey, you're with me, buddy.
Yeah.
Good stuff. How the Browns doing?
I have no idea.
Oh, we'll check soon. But Hardpoint, get ready to come up. Just waiting for the guys to load on in. Game is ready, so here we go. Oh, yeah! I love this, dude. Boston's good for every sport. I think you were just saying that to me. Like, Boston's the most spoiled, like, city in the world when it comes to sports, bro.
Bruins, Red Sox, well, Patriots there for a long time, and I'm missing one.
Well, if you think over, like, our generation, just yes, they've had so many championships.
What am I missing?
What did you just do? Basketball.
Celtics, yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been spoiled. Screw you, Boston. Can't wait to be there. See you soon.
No, honestly, I can't.
Are we going to be able to legally go outside this time?
Hopefully so, yeah. I want to go around the city. It was like minus 30 last year with those wings.
I think I went outside one time. I was like, nope. Nah, it'll be a great time. But I know you love to explore cities when we visit and stuff. And I've been more active as of late. I walk now and I ride the Peloton a little bit. You know, I'm working on.
That's really what it's.
I'm working on myself. I'm ready to walk around town with you.
Showing your muscles.
Yeah, I'm yoked. Ooh. Little you know, I crush up 2 eggs, pour them in a glass in the morning, and drink it. No idea what I'm saying.
Only 2?
Fame with an early one, but Estriel takes out his teammate, takes out another one. Hip fire, I swear every time you're throwing something, it always hits every bullet.
Yeah, someone should really look at that. I think it's bugged because I'm pretty sure like hip fire is like 100% while you're throwing a stun.
Yeah, it's been like that ever since you were able to do it, I swear to God.
Oh, not wrong. There's been some insane kills. You've all experienced it. You know what we're talking about. But over towards rotation in P2, you've had Assault just hanging out for a very long time. And you will take this. Not a ton of time earned for Boston Breach, and you've won rotation over to P2. It's be a very difficult break here for Boston.
Yeah, one of the harder ones in the game is Fame. Out to a 5-1 start. Lovely bit of finesse there. Movement looking clean, able to take out Slasher as well. As he continues to lurk towards mid, make it difficult for this ramp up. And now you see all these green arrows. They're like, all right, well, here we go. What do we do? It's so tough to find an opening. And Estriel making it even harder. And just like that, all 4 green arrows were trying to figure out what to do. Well, Guerrillas taught them what to do. They put them in the dirt. If they make the rally here.
The only way that gets scary is Fame just continues to lurk through the middle of the map and deal with them off spawn. If they don't have a trophy down, the nades connect, and then your setup gets a little bit wonky, but that does not happen. They have the crossfire set up. There's 20 seconds left, and Fame off a spawn. Already setting up a pinch here at P3.
Yeah, now you're kind of turning your head a little bit for your breach. I think you got to pick up both sides. And lovely tags there at range with the rival, but not going to win against Slasher and his MCW. Now, next hard point is Breach looking to answer back as the 47-point advantage now for Guerrillas. Through on the scoreboard. So far, so good for Breach. We'll see if Snoopy can really unlock on this map. Priestahh, who had the great map 3, he started slow. He's at 1 and 6. But the kills, they come in, they get him out of the hard point. As they're trying to pinch on both sides of it. They've made it messy here early if you're Guerrillas.
Yeah, no, this is already a job well done here by LAG. You're still contesting this. Snoopy trying to stay alive. He's able to find that entry kill. Now going to have to try to go on a pinch with this rival, but Assault ready for it, but doesn't matter. Just Slasher with 3 on the hill. Gonna get them the rest of this time.
Yeah, maybe a big play at a big moment just to keep you in this game so you don't suddenly look at the scoreboard. You're down 100 to 10, 100 to 20. But as he gets a couple of seconds, they said one more player at the hard point. His Diamond will end up with the scrap. The rest of the team rotating across. That's Illey Priestahh. He was kind of waiting on the rotator, and Diamond Con as he'll head over. Priestahh is able to pick up that kill on one side. Then there's a team kill near the point. Assault trying to pick up the scrap, though. Can he take down 2? Not going to happen. Snoopy's there to answer.
Yeah, nice finesse. I think it was Priestahh and Capsidal trying to work in a 2-man game. They were able to get out of the back door, and then that nade hits. One player slides on through. As soon as I was gassing him, they go 4 dead.
Yeah, that's how it happens. That's how it happens. I think earlier I tried to bring up a stat or something to highlight one player, and a player got a 4-piece before I was done with my sentence. That's Call of Duty. Like, it's quick, man. The madness. It'll come at you quickly. There's a 100-point mark nearly hit here for Guerrillas. Diamond's POV, what a hardpoint sensation he has been. But to Assault now, just kind of see him jump spotting as we head over to 5th. Sort of tickets eye control. You've got Slasher in that position as he rotates closer to the hard point. We were in with Guerrillas earlier to hear their comms. This time it's Breach who's trying to rally and get this to a game 5. Let's go to the comms.
Back left. I'm saying push out, guys. How many kills? They could be bottom in shit.
Missing one. Who's it?
Top right.
Damicon. Look at the
No, he's going to video. Back up. Two back alley. First two. Back alley.
Hey, take it. I have cross, watch crossing, weak grenade.
I'm sorry.
Two crossing. There's two on me. Done. One on me. He's weak down. More top ticket. Astro missing Damicon.
He's gonna hold the time for top ticket. Top ticket weak. Get on top. Top ticket. Could be lower.
I need
There's one
FaZe back alley, holding it.
I'm seeing a top ticket, bro. I'm seeing a top ticket. I'm seeing back alley. Computers. Computers and black. Top right.
I have your help right side.
Top out assault. Come P2. I'm looking. I'm
on
the AC. Nice. On the AC assault.
Here, I'm going.
Still there. I'm trying to bench middle. Try to save time.
What's fire? Dead.
Top out, let's go.
Time weak.
Might swim back out.
Fire weak.
Oh no, got some. I have some steps right now. Got some.
One back alley. Back alley.
I'm trying to look at it. I'm sorry.
Fame hard sun.
Got some. Back alley. Top. I'm trying to go down.
Yeah, I spawned
He's literally bullet bottom new. I'm swinging on tunnel. One shot, weak.
I'm looking at it.
There's two old. I'm kind of on hold.
You're feeding. It's like front P5.
He's stun bottom. He's stun bottom on the steps. He's on the steps, go top.
I'm on top. Back up.
He's spawning tunnel.
On my finger garage.
Yeah.
Top hill. Corner, top hill. I'm seeing tunnel. Oh, there. Bottom hill, top hill.
Back to the action, 40-point advantage here for Guerrillas.
They need this right now. You have a 2-on-4 to try to get this P2 break, but it's so difficult. And then off spawn, Estriel's watching his teammates crosses. Maybe I thought Priestahh could make the play, but that was a chance because, again, you invest early, does LAG on that rotation over to P2, and it's looking to pay off.
Looking to pay off and looking to take about a 100-point lead if you get this time. You'll be up to 200 to 100 in complete control of your destiny within this best of 5 and a chance to win this series. Assault now on 5 in a row. It's 15-9. Former COD champs MVP. Get it rolling here at map 4.
Big 25 seconds though here for Boston Breach. Fame's gonna try to do what he can. Great match out of him as he's up to 19-10 in this map as well. But yeah, that could have put them close to 200 points. So keeps the game alive, but they're gonna fight for the scrap. Another opening. They're taking all the time that they can get. While that happens, Breach just go and set up at P3.
Yeah, I mean, it looks bad. It was gonna be 200 to 100. They got it cleanly. So it looks a bit better than it could have, but
much better, yeah.
Better, but not much better. Yeah, I think it's a good way to put it now. To third we go. Estriel with an opening pick. That's already going to make Capsidal have to rotate across to look for the kill. The trade comes through and Yu's get picked apart. The opening setup from Breach at third is just gone.
And what are we talking about? It was about Breach's holding, right? Like 85%, whatever it was. It's been so good on the year, and LAG are destroying them. They are breaking these setups, not allowing Breach to get on through and earn those points.
It's a team that really was struggling in hardpoint. You got to think they were putting the work in, and it looks to be paying off within this series. Looking to take a second hardpoint if they can. How easy they make it look from second to third. Typically when you have that like money type hold, it's not as clean as this. I know Breach did a little more effort at second for scrap, but you had 3 players here and you get picked apart. Your chance to rally back in this ends up leading to about, I mean, zeros kind of change in the scoreline, at least the advantage by the time they get this time.
But yeah, LAG's going to take that all day.
Yeah, yeah.
Get that scrap time in the early break. Another setup here, but team's kind of just on the opposite side. So we're just going to hang out and relax at this barbershop.
Yeah. Is that all that talk about Breach's hold percentage? I'm not sure they can hold your beer right now, Gel. Capsidal 2 through, triple in. Fame, though, trying to pounce. Little snap on the outside, but Capsidal gets the heady and he takes him down. But my God, you've got to go crazy right now as Capsidal is on 6 in a row. He's going to have a streak to work with. Udecieves 37 for the dub right now if you are LAG. And you've got back into the hard point, you're tacking on more time. Snoopy doing his best to contest.
That's 20 seconds that I don't really know you can afford it. Slasher understands that, so he's going to go for it. He's going to check this corner. Was going to find it, but does not find it. And now on rotation, you have Assault and Fame going to try to fly on through. Priestahh is there all the way in the back. Great Capsidal here to help him. And that's going to be 3 dead. So every time I'm trying to set some up for Boston, you can see just in the stats, they're just getting outside heavy.
Getting smoked. They just need the 5 here. They're in the point. Streak coming in. He was trying desperately to call it. Not going to matter. The game is over. Guerrillas get the dub. They are fired up. They win both hard points. And Fame he's gassing them. He's got to feel good there. That's a big win. Slasher's camera is...
That's just the controller cam.
Controller cam. Make sure he's not cheating. Yeah, controller cam. That's controller cam.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not. It's just like some people want to see how they hold their controller.
Yeah.
He's a claw player like myself.
Yeah.
We've seen that on some streams. It's just...
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's take a look at the stats now and how it broke down. A monster win there for LAG, Joe.
No, it really is. I mean, P2 control, all theirs, even able to get up right towards the end. I mean, for Boston Breach, I think you're probably looking at that map number 1 that was one you wanted to win. They're able to win that Search and Destroy, but the respawns for LAG looking sublime.
So now, I mean, this is looking for Guerrillas because, all right, Desk, help me. They lost to what? New York? They lost to FaZe. What's the other loss? Is it Ultra? Atlanta. No, Atlanta, New York, and who else? Who's the third?
Ultra.
It is Ultra, yeah. So that's what I thought. So your 3 losses are against 3 of the top teams in the league. Now you get the wins against the others. So now you're thinking, like, this LAG team after this win, like, I already thought they were better than expected. Maybe they're better than I thought they were.
Yeah, feeling dangerous right now.
Yeah.
Look at the game flow. I mean, just hanging on to that lead. What, it was 142 to 100, but then that lead just continues to grow, and there were some chances there for Boston where they had to invest early in the rotation. But
they got fried.
Yeah, they got fried on rotation. Well, the early holds was not there.
Yeah. Where they have been statistically so far, I know it's a small sample size, but where they've been good, they were poo. They could not get it done, but that's going to do it for us here in our match 2. Plenty more Call of Duty action to come. Back to the desk.
Thanks, Maeve. We had a great show there from Maven and Merc. Unfortunately, not a great one from Boston, but LAG is popping off today. And Nameless, you are now 2 for 2. You saw it coming.
Let's go.
We didn't believe. We're all tied up here on the desk, but tell me about this LAG squad. Who do you give MVP awards to?
Yeah, LAG's been fantastic, and I'm going to give it to Fame for this series. I think the end of that first hard point, some heroic efforts out of him, man. You saw Boston try to do the body stack inside of P1. Fame picks him apart, finds 3, and that was the exact momentum that they needed. Able to win the respawns in this series. Something you wouldn't expect going up against Boston.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Especially surprising was the control didn't go to a round 5, Allie. I can't remember the last time a game 3 finished in 4.
Yeah, and I mean, I did not have high hopes for LAG in the series. I'm going to be honest. I said the player to watch was DiamondCon, but like Ant said, it really was Fame this whole series. He simply was that guy, especially in that map number 1, where it seemed Boston had a really slow start, and then they slowly started to crawl their way back into it. They had a great hold and seemingly picked apart every single rotation LAG had. Near the end, Fame pops an insane 3-piece to save the game. They get some time off P1. They get the early road off of P2 as well, and end up taking that map 1, which could have spelled a different series.
Yeah.
Could we go that map number 5 invasion with the Boston Breach? Things are a bit of a toss-up.
Yeah, and it just feels like, the priority hills and situations on a lot of these maps, like LAG, we're just better at. Like, you talk about P2 on this map, I mean, both times LAG just ended getting 60s on it. You think about Palace on map number 1, like, there were situations that Boston could have, like, got in and broke the second time around. They weren't able to. And then they're in a situation P1 where Boston could hold it down and they just get broken. So for LAG, I mean, this team, like, nobody expect them to be at this point this early in the season, and they're upsetting a lot of teams.
I gotta say, I am quickly becoming an LAG fan. They've been in a rough situation over the last few years, and now you've got an opportunity with some young stars starting to shine, the challenger scene rising up here with guys like Fame having stellar performances. But our play of the game belongs to another challenger star. He goes by the name of DiamondCon, and this year he's in the big leagues, putting up huge numbers in hardpoint. Allie, how How long can the Con keep this up? He has been pure in this game mode.
Yeah, no, I feel like he's kept up consistency in every single series. Against Atlanta, he was the only player positive, 29 and 20 in that map number 1, and they only lost that sub base by 20 points. So if LAG can get all the gears rolling at the same time, like we saw today against the Boston Breach, they could easily be an underdog team for the rest of the league.
All right, well, joining us right now in our Monster Winner Spotlight, we have the one and only Diamond God. Diamond God, great to have you on the mic. How are we feeling after tonight's W?
You know, we're feeling good. We're feeling good, man. It's great to be here. You know, I'm back. You know, first interview back, but like I said, the dub felt good.
Democon, congratulations on a monumental win, to be honest, as we head closer and closer into Major 1. For the people watching it at home, what kind of player are you for this LAG squad? What do you bring to the team?
I feel like for the team, the main thing for me is like my energy and my communication. I feel like, especially in scrims and in matches, like the way that my kind of comms are going kind of would dictate like how the team's kind of vibing. But going to like gameplay wise, I feel like I know I try and slay out the best that I can, but I was trying to like direct the traffic on the map. And like I said, when it's my time to get kills on the map, you know, I'll take the opportunity and get my kills.
You know, Diamond, a lot of fans might not be familiar, you know, early back in CDL days when you were playing very well on the New York Subliner team, and then you ended up having to go back down to Challengers, and your Challengers team was fantastic. They get brought into the league, and due to some visa issues, you weren't able to come back into the league. Now, given this opportunity with everything that you learned in Challengers, how are you trying to, you know, bring that sort of skill set from Challengers back into the league? How's it been shown with this new roster?
Well, like shout out to Vios for like taking the opportunity on all of us. But like I said, like our team, you know, there's like people are talking about how we do not have the talent on the team, but I think at the end of the day, what we're focused on is like our team chemistry and our team like vibes. You know, like we try to make sure to be very open with one another and how we want to play the game and getting on the same page. So, like I said, on that last the team that I won with like Joedecieves, Exceed, and Assault, we're trying to bring that same culture with this team into the CDL now.
Love to see it, Diamond Con. Congratulations on the victory, and you have one match remaining. Maybe two here. What are the thoughts going into these final games? Excuse me. Yeah, 2 more games to go.
Well, you know, like I think we showed against like some of the other top 4 teams that we're able to hang with them. So I think for these last two matches, it's important to show that we're able to beat the mid-tier and like the bottom-tier teams in the league. So we're gonna do our best trying to like close out these last 2 matches and keep on proving everyone wrong.
Right now, you're in the middle of the rankings in our top 8, secured with that W tonight. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
That's LAG shining in our match, but that's just 2 of 4 on the day. We have plenty more to go. And Allie, before we let this one go.
Yes.
Boston chat is furious right now. I'm done with the breach. I'm over it. You got 2 world champs and 2 young stars that just popped off against Toronto in their previous series. Is this overreaction Friday? What's happening here?
I don't know.
Saturday?
I'm not a fan of inconsistent teams, and unfortunately, that seems to be spelling what Boston Breach is kind of looking like heading into their own major. It's do or die situation for them. They lose to LAG. They had a really slow start map 1. We just gotta hope they turn something around online.
Yeah, they're not good. They got to figure it out.
Yeah.
Not good yet. Look out for them in Boston.
Shout
We'll
out
be there
the
in a few
watch party.
weeks. When we come back, we got LA Thieves. They're going up against the Ultra, and they're looking for their second dub. Can the youngsters get it done? We're about to find out.
to kick it off in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
I'm interested in making ends opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having it safe with me, so take a check. Finishing his drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me it was a favorite sense. Sprint advantage spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
So much history in one place.
It's time to make our mark.
Get your goofy ass up.
We're about to play.
Get your goofy booty in the game, Dan. It's LA Thieves who are sitting at 1-3, taking on a 3-1 Toronto Ultra. Now, what's weird about this? Toronto's only loss came from Boston. LA's only win was over Boston. Let's take a look at the maps and modes. And Nameless, you told us a little secret before this match kicked off that LA Thieves is good at one thing in particular.
Yeah, maybe teams just don't care, but this LA Thieves team has played Invasion like every series, and out of their 4 map wins, it's been 3 Invasions. So now they have a triple Invasion to start this series. They're probably feeling very confident about it, but so far, they have had the smallest map pool in the entire league.
We got a moment here to talk about our competitors, and I want to start here with the LA Thieves. Ali, you're sitting at 1-3. Have the matches been close? Could they have a better record?
They haven't really been close. I mean, they're coming off of an 0-3 loss. I mean, for LA Thieves, it's one of those things where I touched on it earlier in the season that they are one of some of the most inconsistent players in the league, I feel like, especially last year. Like, we were always like, oh, Cammy's in Cold War form, blah, blah, blah. Or Afro is, you know, doing really well this split. Like, I feel like these teams can be on and off just dependent on these players. So for LA Thieves, they all need to be on against a team like Toronto Ultra. And when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, well, they don't have any good sides in S&D. So maybe work on your hardpoint pool. Like Ant said, they've been playing mostly Invasion. So hopefully with this 2-week break, now getting a sneak peek back look at them, hopefully they expanded it.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for LA Thieves, there's just not many great things that we can talk about them at this point in time. I mean, we need to see their development over these last few weeks. There's obviously been a massive patch in the game that now we are now playing on. They weren't playing on it prior, so maybe they've had some strides then. They do have a great coaching staff. Remember what they were able to do last year? Obviously with a little bit better players and tenured players. Shane and JCap can turn a team around, so that's what we're really looking for in this series.
Well, they need to get it going right now. Boston is just 2 weeks away. In Toronto, you've already got 3 victories. Tonight, they're looking for their 4th, and if they're going to get it, well, you're looking for more of these performances like Envoy put up against the Surge yesterday. So they go down to Boston. Then they just totally rebound with the 3-0 over the Surge yesterday, and it was a dominant 3-0, Allie.
Yes, it was. And again, this is one of those teams that's in that top 4 conversation. So when we talk about the Monster Energy pregame, it's mostly just the little things like breaking made easy. They have the 3rd best breaking percentage in the league. Keep that up. And CleanX continue being disgusting. Again, #1 Slayer rating so far in the league right now. Keep those engagements high. And we talked to him yesterday, and he said having Dylan on the map, having Envoy has made him so much more comfortable. And that is putting the rest of the league on watch.
Want to give a big shout out to everyone in the chat, especially Fane, who just got back with his mom from the hospital in time for his favorite team, watching Toronto take on LA Thieves. It's time for predictions, though, as we try and spread away from Nameless once again. You tied us up, but now I'm taking the lead. Toronto wins this one.
I don't think he's not going to go this way. I'm going Toronto Ultra. And?
Yeah, Toronto.
I got Toronto.
And what about the fans? Are they as smart as us? Toronto Ultra. It's been a weird day, though, with the lower seeds causing the first 2 upsets. Will we see 3 in a row? It's time to find out from Bryson Chance.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, it does seem to be a battle of maybe David and Goliath. Ultra, they did lose to Boston. Thieves did beat Boston, but realistically, I don't know how much we weigh that into this one. We've looked at the statistics, we've looked at the history of these teams, and everything is looking purple, Chance.
No, the math checks out, man. That's the only stat that matters. You beat the one team that beat the other team you're playing. That is all we care about. Now, it is going to be an interesting series. I know what was touched upon on the desk. Invasion getting played a lot. That is LA Thieves' bread and butter. It is the map they enjoyed most. You get it 3 times in a row. That being said, Toronto, I don't think care in the slightest. I think ARs on this map, Scrap and Insight, will absolutely be happy to go toe-to-toe. And CleanX, I know Nameless has talked about this a decent bit, is just straight up the best Slayer in the game right now. He is like leading in hardpoint kills per 10 minutes, in S&D kills per round, and he's leading in control kills per round or per 10 minutes as well. So every sort of slaying category, CleanX has been a monster so far this year.
They certainly have, and that does set our stage quite nicely. LA Thieves will be the underdog here by quite some margin. Toronto Ultra looking to put the hurt on once again, though. But nothing really matters until we get into the map and see how it plays out.
That's a good opening break. I mean, if you get to the hill first, want to take full advantage, and LA Thieves getting a couple nice early kills and slowly accruing that lead. So you got the early spawn advantage, got to take full use. So far, so good. Scrap though trying to do a little bit of damage. It's both the ARs piercing through the outside of the map. Inside the actual point, though, looks like Afro is locking it down.
Oh, that's exactly what they want, though. A little bit of heat coming from him. He's got a big job to do today. Try and go toe-to-toe with everybody on Ultra. But you see now both teams really starting to think about this rotation. It's not looking great for the LA Thieves, but they did get a good amount of time on P1.
Now, yeah, I was going to say kind of unfortunate. You get all the time in P1. Afro gives you a 3-piece, but the actual left side spawns were open, so Ultra basically spawn up there, and they will be down by about 30 seconds, but they have complete control of this rotation. Inside will be Hilkin for the moment. He has a trophy nearby, so he is well and protected. Has 2 players pushed out in front of him.
Now, the Thieves all about getting down here first, but Cammy falls straight away. Scrap looking for his second. Joedecieves will turn and gun him, and this gives them the advantage. You can now see Thieves trying to get up here before the reinforcements come through. Unfortunately, they've got to run through the guns, and Ultra are shooting, but Joedecieves as well, and Envoy saves the day.
Well, Joedecieves is at least the opening. I was going to say maybe enough pressure. Ghosty's going to be that next player in line. Him and Afro working together. You do want to get these players out of time. This is not sort of Scrap you want to be able to afford to give up. And it looks like the fight from LA, good. Get him out of the hill for the moment. Keep these players at bay. You still have Ghosty being annoying in square just to buy that extra few seconds. So LA Thieves, yes, they will be down on this rotation, but they do strip away a little bit of time, and obviously not fully set up because CleanX is getting kills, but at least the first player will be in showers.
CleanX again getting Afro down as well. They're falling slowly but surely. Things will spawn out towards Palace as well. A lot of jobs here to do for Cammy. He's going to have players all against him. Wins the first gunfight, but the second one is not going to be good enough. And now it's a race to reinforce. Spawns everywhere. Palace now for Ultra. And it'll be Garage all the way for LA Thieves.
And Insight's the only player in the hill, but he's at least got the teammates for the cross. You see Envoy switching over to the MCW off spawn, but the closer ones coming through from LA Thieves, able to break back through. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a battle, though, on the front side of the hill. Ultra still putting on the pressure. CleanX potentially flying in for the challenge. It looks like if no trophies, the stuns and nade will do some damage, but that is all they are going to do. That is a clean hold towards the end. LA Thieves are having to fight for it, but they are maintaining that lead, and more importantly, they are ahead of this rotation.
That's the key thing. Realistically, this has been very back and forth so far. Who is going to find that first little bit of daylight? Who gets ahead and stays there and gives themselves the advantage right now? These are just trying to batter their way through into this, but it's not going to happen. Ultra have the numbers, but they have a Ghosty here, Thieves. He has to hold against so many.
So many things are open too. I was gonna say, yeah, that little the stairs push just completely left exposed, and he was playing for the second gunfight, not the first. The damage was good, but the kill's not going his way. Envoy though is also completely by himself in the hill. The nades force him down, but he takes 2 to the grave with him. They sort of soften up the push, but LA Thieves do recover and get back in time. The question is, can the 2-piece pay off from Envoy? Lynz at least is gonna have a 1 versus 1 inside of the hill. And this is a gunfight for a decent chunk of time. It's actually a nade that takes care of Lynz. LA Thieves picking up all of that scrap. I have a very decent lead, but I also have to deal with scrap because this rotation, it is a stranglehold looking like on the Palace Hill.
Yeah, this is the difficulty. The blades are whirring. The motor has started and the blender is ready. Can they break through here? Can they find any gap into Palace? Time after time, we just see teams just not able to do anything around this hill. LA Thieves spreading the map, maybe looking for a gap. One roll of it.
I mean, this is almost looking like the thought crossing their mind of, do we want to go on a rotation at 60 seconds? I mean, they just got wiped as soon as the hill popped. And this is brutal. And Toronto is not the team that's going to be really opening up the map and letting this one fall through the cracks. Yeah, I mean, you have what? Ghosty posted on the backfire truck, just getting extra bullet down. There's not a thought to break at this hill. That is the most chalk a hill up I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, 60 seconds. I went, let's not. Let's just go next. It's fine. And to be fair, I don't really blame them. It will put Ultra just over the top here as they go into the next one. And that is a huge break. LA Thieves sacrifice 60 seconds. It might have been the right play in their books, but they need to make sure they get this one down. And Joedecieves put an S on his chest. He's the hero in that situation.
That is just a truly insane hill, because like they weren't even fighting for the time, and Scrap still ends up going on the 7 spree and getting the cruise missile. So talk about a moment for Ultra just to do everything right. It's easy and simple, but you do it cleanly, and now they're at least back in this game, still having a fight for it though. Insight is the last player around the actual time. Really, he just wants to stay alive as long as possible, doing a good job of it. The reinforcements are here, but first gunfight, Ghosty, aggressive with the pistol. Getting some damage out, dropping these players down, and it is mixiness on every hill that is not named Palace.
Oh, they are just pouring into this over and over again. And you see now with that white coming through, the teams are trying to rotate, but there is a player watching. Afro takes a couple of licks to the face. And now for the rotation, Joedecieves tries to cut them down the cut. It's not going to happen for them either. Ultra are here first.
It looks like for that extra bit of scrap time as well, Scrap goes for the late chow, so he strips away an extra 10 seconds, really fighting for scraps on this map. Again, the mixiness has been out of control.
And here we go. Time for a break. Let's see if the LA Thieves can do it and hear how they're going to do it as well with an LA Thieves. Listen in.
Mike, one's broken, okay?
Somebody go middle.
Don't take the time. One shot, broken. Still weak, bro.
I'll go mid. I just need one look. Sorry, Joe.
Okay. Don't take. He's low broken, okay?
What's on the gold? What's sitting low broken?
I spawned out. I guess let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna get naded.
Toby's on the right wall. Right wall. Shotgun, right? Toby's shotgun, right? I'm gonna go right.
He went to three.
Scrap on the one shot and then boy pushing on the right. It was scrap on hold. There's two old. Yeah, one's beat on. Yeah.
Looking beat on. I don't see him.
Toby's gonna spawn out.
Maybe beat on tank.
Yeah, he's one's gonna connector. I'm gonna beat on. Car me probably. Car on boy. Weak.
Nothing connector.
Yeah. Yeah, we beat on. Chow with it. Beat on weak.
I'm boy chowing you. He's half HP.
Yeah, once you try to beat on with the backed up. Let's see beat on. He's in Rock. Ross, okay. One more time on boy. Scrap with his Honda as well.
You got it, double shot.
Yeah, one on me. Scrap's fighting. Oh, in on me.
I spawned blue. I spawned blue, guys. Chill out.
One back. I'm on me. I think it's one on me.
I'm gonna try to back.
One on me. Jamie.
LA Thieves trying to solve a Rubik's Cube of where on earth these players are and how do we get into this point. The game is now ticking down what could be the last hill chance.
Yeah, and they're solving more than just the cube. They're solving the streaks problem as well. Not just Scrap, but Envoy also is able to get a cruise missile of his own. And even from inside the point, the players from Ultra are just so ridiculously coordinated that, I mean, it is nearly impossible to actually break through. Players always one shot, but there's always just that extra man. You see the tags coming through. CleanX gets the kill, but 2 other teammates were actually shooting at him. This has turned into an absolutely dominant hard point towards the end. LA Thieves fought in the first half, but they did not fool Ultra. 250 to 150 going to be the final score. Domination on Invasion.
Complete switch up, and I think it's all based on the rotations. Realistically, Palace was huge for Ultra to get back into it. After that, it never felt as good for LA Thieves. They lost that P2 rotation and just could never recover on that second set of hills. And I will say, silver lining, LA Thieves looked good for most of that map. Unfortunately, when you're playing Invasion, sometimes if you don't get those rotations, you won't find anything else.
And it's really not even just like the Palace rotation. It was like back towards the P2, the second go around, where Ultra dominate them on it, win the rotation, and just never looked back. So it was, again, like a first half, second half sort of vibe there from LA Thieves. But eventually the slaying power on the flip side, a little too strong. Mentioned the fact that CleanX is the lead slayer in every single game mode that we have, but in hardpoint specifically, CleanX, #1 in hardpoint kills per 10 minutes. #2 was Scrap, and I think Scrap might have just passed him, 24 and 15. Great stuff out of him.
Yeah, and I was trying to think of realistically if there was a lot that LA Thieves could have done differently, and maybe some key gunfights that would have given them a bit of breathing room. Maybe they could have got them back to the fundamentals of getting those rotations, because for the majority of it, and we said this in the listening, they looked pretty good. They were playing very well and mixing it up. Unfortunately, once you got away from them, it was away, and it just looked like a completely different game and completely different teams.
Yeah, I think we'd have to pay a great deal of attention to like the P2 and P3 on the second set, because I think for the most part, like, again, it was a back and forth battle. There's only so much any player on LA Thieves is going to do to break into the Palace Hill, but it seemed like in terms of like really solid plays, like putting the pressure on Ultra, Joedecieves had some great moments early on. I think Afro, every single time P1 was coming around, he was putting in some serious work with Rival 9, but I think it was just ARs on the flip side that were just a little too strong.
Yeah, we'll have to see. LA Thieves are going to have to fall back here onto the S&D and hope they can get away with it. So it will be Invasion again for them. Realistically, Toronto have had a couple of stumbles in S&D. 2-2 is their record so far, and LA Thieves 1-3. So neither team flawless at it.
Well, at the same time, though, it might be a 2-2 S&D record for Toronto, but that's sort of pre-break. And so far, the only map we've seen them play after the holiday break, they 6-0'd Seattle Surge. They are looking very scary. And I feel like on Invasion, again, you have Insight, you have Scrap. That is 2 long, like, lanes. You just pick a lane, 1 of 3, long line of sight. Either one of them will be happy to lock it down.
Well, fine. The vibes are certainly high in the Ultra Cammy, still the cams here, but yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? This is where it got a little bit different. Just a big recovery on Hill 4, and then it just changed. And I felt like Ultra just hit their stride finally, and one of the other things I kind of noticed going towards the end of that game is just the teamwork. They were always team shooting, they were always picking people apart, and Thieves just couldn't match it anymore.
It is absurd. Maybe that was the stat we should have paid more attention to, just like the assist that Toronto was getting, because yeah, certainly for the last 3 hills, everything just felt perfectly coordinated, of the right guys chowing at the right time, people playing their lives in the right moment. So a well-oiled machine, and obviously smiles on their faces. They are happy and excited to be loading into Invasion again. And Ultra are always sort of the team to watch that I think if you're trying to like learn Call of Duty, one of the first teams you go to pay attention to what they do on the minimap. Insight, especially as an AR player, he's not the main slayer kind of thing. That's Scrap's job. So Insight is more so doing like the quote correct thing on the map. He's your big rotator. He's your lockdown spot. They'll leave him on an island and just let him do sort of the messy work or boring sort of job. Everyone else gets to go and like fry around the map, but make no mistake, Insight is a monster as well.
They really are, but with that said, let's move on to talk about the attacking statistics for these two teams. Round count, Ultra are in the positive. LA Thieves in the negative, though, with 7 and 12. Much better win percentage. Conversion, actually better for LA Thieves, though.
Yeah, so definitely looking to get the bomb down, and obviously it is very much a map-dependent thing, but if you're on offense and you have a 7-12 record, that means you are finding it difficult to force the issue, and if offense is going to be a concern on a map like Invasion, again, Ultra, high expectations for them just to lock things down on defense, so we'll see how much time LA Thieves have sort of put in the on the grind during their holiday break.
Yeah, that is true. I always forget. I keep forgetting it's only day 2 of this week, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's been quite a while. It's been quite a while since we saw these teams, and a lot could have changed. A lot more VOD review and a lot more figuring out these maps, but it's still an underdog story. LA Thieves are not favored by anybody to do anything here at Toronto Ultra. They just want to cruise their way to Boston now and prove that they're some of the best in the game. But upsets are only ever a 3-win away.
This is complete map control on defense, by the way. I was going to say, you already have 2 players pushed up into P1. You have Insight that's already flown through B Street as well. So you are suffocated in your spawn, but they are getting the kills. Insight gets caught. Kleenex is behind you, but he's dancing in a gunfight, and he falls as well. Early aggression does not pay off. LA Thieves pick him apart, and that 7-12 record on offense might get bumped up just a little bit.
Already been stunned, and they're not going to give him any chance to get that cut down, as that bomb will go through as well. LA Thieves, they're ready. They're watching every single angle. Can Scrap find anything here in the 1 versus 3?
I mean, they're going to have to sell for him to have any opportunity in this one. And Afro gets the information. UC just slides back instantly. Everybody's throwing shoulders. Everybody's going for the extra tags. Scrap's just going to have to ego chow to get some damage, but it's really up to LA to throw this one away.
Yeah, just don't give anything. Just keep going for it, and eventually they do put the squeeze on and get that one away. You were right, though. Start of that round, Toronto Ultra, they wandered through, and I thought, you know what? This looks like last time. Maybe Kleenex is going to run through the middle of the map and find a gap again. LA Thieves, their tactic actually worked. They waited for that pressure.
Yeah, it happened fast, too. I mean, again, Ultra did have plenty of map control, but everybody just getting picked apart, so I don't know if that was just the beams coming out from the LA players or over-aggression on Ultra, but either way, you saw Cammy, 2 on the round, not too shabby. And an offensive win on this map absolutely can go a long way.
Well, let's see. This time, Ultra will have the bomb in hand. They get to dictate where they're going. Kleenex, an absolute menace before, and here comes the jump. Check the positions and finds it. They're going to be more careful, but back down to a 3 versus 3. Afro evens it up.
Yeah, we saw that spot earlier today. I think that's going to be a very common check spot as well, especially on these offensive rounds. Afro just wants to stay alive. He gets the kill and gets out. Trade not quite quick enough, and that'll be a delayed 2 versus 2. Kleenex and Scrap working together against Ghosty and Afro.
Scrap moving forward. This is about information and timing. I don't think Ghosty saw him as well. He hasn't. He will now. Scrap! It doesn't matter. Ghosty will get the gunfight. I think Kleenex left alone. If he can get this bomb down in time or find a pick, he'll be in a much better position. He's just seen Ghosty. Is he going for this one? Is he going to flank all the way through? He's playing off the information he's been given.
Well, he might have a freebie because he is just full chasing around, but you actually have the LA Thieves players. They're just moving quick. I mean, a full wrap around the map. You already made it to the middle tank, so any opportunity Kleenex had to find an errant kill, that's going to fade away. Those 2 players now grouped together, and they had the information. He's tagged up, stunned, no time on the clock, and gunned down. LA Thieves back-to-back. Very solid rounds.
Wow. LA Thieves holding it, and I thought for a second there, Kleenex, when he saw Ghosty, he could have made a call. He decided to try and see if he could find him, hoping that Ghosty would slow down at some point. Never really came away, though. LA Thieves up 2-0 in the S&D. This is what they were hoping for.
Yeah, that's just a great pick by Afro in the middle of the map and getting away with his life. And then obviously Ghosty. I mean, he's just dancing in his back spawn, bouncing from head glitch to head glitch. And eventually he just spots Scrap on one of his little slides and picks up the gunfight win there. Back towards B initially, that's a ton of like utility getting wrung out. Smoke on the map as well as a bunch of stuns and nades. But the only connection is to slow these players down. So Ultra, you see all 4 players have effectively cornered them in this back corner of the map, and they get the first blood.
Scrap has it. Afro hasn't died yet. This S&D and tries to find a way through. For LA Thieves, it's a rethink. This B path is close to them right now. Can they rotate with this little map information? They're going to be worried about the tank push. Afro might be the first man through, but people are already overwatching. Scrap has the information that players have moved.
And he spots enough players out on the cross. I mean, Ultra still haven't moved in their setup, but they have a player Kleenex on the tank, and yeah, that'll just be the freest kill Kleenex is going to get in this series. So 4 versus 2 advantage. Joedecieves picks up 1, but you are still just trapped in P1. You're almost forced to go to A, but Kleenex does overcommit. You do have a 2v2.
The problem is now time. Things have burned so much of it going for this one. They now have to commit. Are they going to be able to get through here, though? They're looking for it. Ghosty is just going to have to go with his teammate and hope that they get here in time. And Ghosty, I think he saw him on the floor. They're going for this one. They're going back. Because now going to go back for it as well at the same time. Inside just flying into Sieves. Not able to get it. The clock was against them. There was no time to set up. Ultra, they smelled the blood in the water and struck.
That's a big route, too. I thought for a second on the slide across he was going to get spotted, and that's also a good call from Ultra, just to have both of those players putting on the pressure. Make sure that bomb doesn't go down, make sure you're there for the trades. Maybe that goes differently if Ghosty spots him on the cross, but either way, if you're in a situation where you have to plant the bomb and you have basically 0 seconds left on the clock, you do expect Toronto to clutch that one up and get their first round on the board. That was very dicey, though. I mean, that was a 4 versus 2. That should have been free. Joedecieves certainly working for it.
Let's see. Can Thieves find anything else to get here? Envoy making a huge push. This nade could prove something. And oh, Afro gets it before he gets it down. It will only be tagged up, but Kleenex comes flying through to get Cammy. And it is always a trade here. Ultra come off the worst for it. 2 versus 3.
And you also have Joedecieves just deep in your spawn. So you're a little worried about the flank, but that sort of distance, you know Afro. You don't know about Joe, so you get the first kill, but there's the full flank coming through. Joedecieves only does the damage. Just a 1v1. Insight versus Ghosty in 1 HP is all he needs. Insight, a monster indeed.
It's been a while since we've seen an Insight clutch, but he was moving, he was grooving, and he was proving why he's being a solid pick for Toronto Ultra this year. Over and over again, this man is ice cold, unlike that hot mustache.
And that, I mean, you know, to each their own, I suppose. But yeah, the gameplay certainly looks good. No arguments there. That's like the ridiculous amount of heads-up awareness, because you're just purely reacting to the Joedecieves kill. You didn't have the intel on him. And then just the prediction on where the next guy goes, he's going to be coming from. So Insight puts one on. That's just tied up for a 2-2 game. But Insight also on a 5 spree. Looking to get that cruise as his teammates are looking for the first blood. Scrap just ran up A Street to get that kill, by the way.
A little bit of confidence. That's what they do best. Kleenex found a gap as well. And now they're on the back foot. And oh, Cammy managed to win one against Envoy. Just a little bit of relief, but they still are outnumbered and they don't have the bomb. Kleenex is setting up for it as well. In the Ultra camp, this will be all hold fire and wait.
You actually have Scrap. He has just gone and done a world tour. So Ghosty is effectively MIA in this play. Cammy is in between 3 of them. He's found the pick to make it 2v2, and again, Ghosty is like an unknown quantity from the Ultra camp, but at the same time, so is Scrap. Just posted on the flank, waiting for the free kill. There it rolls through.
Ghosty trying to see if he can get this one done. Finds one. Looking for a clutch of his own. Time ticking away from him now, though.
And Bryce, this is revenge against Insight, and this is Insight's cruise missile.
Does he pick right? Insight is waiting for him as well. Insight should have this kill easily. Again, Insight doesn't even sweat for it. Just holds his position. Lets Ghosty make the moves. And Ghosty could have chose to wrap away, but decided, hey, I'm still going to go B.
Yeah, that is like the Insight classic too. Again, he's not always the player flying around the map, but he will be in the right spot at the right time. He's in one of the better power positions, right next to a bomb. He could just see through the tractor. Be just doing everything right, and the kills sometimes just fall into his lap.
Well, this is very much back and forth, but Insight has decided that he's not having any of the advantage that LA Thieves had to begin with. Already nades going down, a bit of an aggressive push from both teams down this B street. Afro will find Kleenex. Insight wants to even this one up, looking for Cammy on tank.
These SMG players, by the way, moving into position. Afro has like crept up the map. I think he has the MCW in hand, but still found himself in a pretty annoying spot to deal with. With man advantage, Ultra, not a lot of options on the map for the moment. Scraps even getting spotted on the mini-map as well, so LA Thieves know where everybody is. They find their next kill as well. 4 versus 2 man advantage.
Yeah, they're just hoping for a pick here. Ultra know they need something to give them a little bit of a gap on this map somewhere. And Afro is just not going to give him time of day, and a little duck down and a reach out. Inside now, left alone. May try and win something here. Almost takes down Cammy, but it's not going to be enough. LA Thieves tie it up.
That's a very solid round, too. Just get that first blood on CleanX in the first, 15, 20 seconds of the round. Never look back. Nobody's making mistakes. I think Afro picked up maybe 3 in this round as well. 7-3 for the moment. He's enjoying himself some invasion, and you just see how that gunfight looks when he's on that mid-tank. Nearly impossible to kill.
Yeah. For LA Thieves, managing to absorb a bit of pressure that Ultra like to put on here. I wonder if Ultra can do the same thing in this round. The last time they were very aggressive and caught LA Thieves.
Well, yeah, you might be right. It's like a triple hit up through mid and 2 players right back for that P1 control. So more of a standard situation we've seen before, but CleanX gets caught again. It's the double chow coming through. Another first blood for LA.
And now they have the advantage. They just have to capitalize on it. Trades are fine. Map position is better. You've got to dig through these corners, dig out every player who's hiding for it as well, get the chows in at the correct time. Cammy will find Scrap. That's what they wanted. 2 versus 4. Ultra will have to be clutch.
So patient, too. Just waiting for someone on Ultra to overcommit, make a mistake. Envoy might have found the perfect timing. He gets one, but does get traded. 2 versus 1, and Insight might be the guy again. Gets the pick. He's low HP, but he is roamed, and he has spotted Cammy as well. Insight can do no wrong.
Winsight all day, every day. 1v2s, 1v1s, doesn't matter. LA Thieves has so much going for them. They just lost a 2 versus 4. And a lot of it is thanks to Insight. Now 9-3 in this S&D.
Yeah, no, Mr. Craven having a blinder of a game. Like one of those sort of awkward spots, too, where you're not... It's not typical in S&D to have somebody, like, swinging down A Street like that, but he just catches the first player on bomb. Easy transition over to spot out Cammy. And more good news for Ultra. They got the 4-3 lead, and Envoy did get a kill.
Well, here comes the push again. It looks like Ultra are going to full send this. They're putting bodies all the way down B Street. They're looking for it, going for it as well. They're just diving into it. Nades and stuns going everywhere. Afro will get the first one, and Cleanix gets the trade. Cammy will get another one as it all kicks off. Cleanix will get a second. Inside trying to get as well. Cleanix gets the third. It's now just Joedecieves left in a 1 versus 2. He finds Insight, gets out of dodge, and is down to another 1v1 here in the S&D.
There is 55 seconds left on the clock for this round, and you're not going to get there in time because Joedecieves beaming Cleanix. Hit him with the old 1 pump, and CleanX, he's going to want that gunfight back, but he ain't going to get it. Joedecieves keeping his team on board.
Oh my goodness, CleanX found 3, but not the 4th. A 1v2 for Joedecieves. This S&D is ridiculous.
Yeah, that was, what, a 35-second round, effectively, where every single kill until the last one came in the first 20-25. Yeah, that is lightning speed. Joedecieves, I'd say that's a slither, not a snake, but that is an efficient gunfight to take him down. LA desperately needed that round.
And looks like they're going for a hit. Nade's going out for them. Do they commit to this completely? Joedecieves is here. Cammy's with him. Just going to try and check their angle. It's going to be Insight holding down B on himself. Cleanix coming to back him up.
Scrap, by the way, like the amount of aggression Ultra just have on this map. Scrap's in your base again. You're working up the B Street. CleanX gets the first blood, but you're just going to end up trapped. And that'd be one thing if you were even getting the kills. Now you're just not. Afro tagged up by everybody, forced to back down. A 2 versus 4 from LA, and you're getting pieced up by everyone. Ultra are just strangling them on defense.
Yeah, it's just like LA Thieves need to be a little bit lucky with some of this pressure coming through because Ultra are just constantly aggressive. And they are going to fall again. But, hey, we've said that, and we've seen LA Thieves come back into it. They can win these trades. It is really a question. I'll be honest with you, I don't hate the kind of the hammer and anvil strategy that Ultra are putting through. Like, Insight is very, very static, and they have to get through him almost every single time, or the rest of them run at them.
Yeah, it really is just about like taking as much space as possible. And again, if you're playing with a guy like Insight, that allows you to have a lot more freedom on other portions of the map, and players can do what they want. But it has been a very back and forth game. LA Thieves down, but not out. Just looking to clutch up on defense, force that round 11. And considering Envoy is 2-8, I do expect that LA Thieves, if they get to around 11, will have defense again. They're playing aggressive and they catch CleanX. Another first blood on them. Blowing up the tank in the back certainly helped.
This really has been a chess game. Both teams trying to pull different strategies out to throw each other off. Now for Ultra, they're kind of compressed. They've given up a lot of map control over towards A, which might mean they need to go B hit, or they're going to have to push tank in middle. Right now, they are just checking their corners. It looks like they're committing towards B.
And Envoy still does have a smoke, maybe an opportunity to, you know, smoke off the cross, block Afro's line of sight, maybe try to isolate Cammy, but easier said than done, and they got to be worried about so many spots in the back. Nice little shoulder peek, Envoy. It looks clear for him, but if he crosses, make no mistake, Afro will spot him.
A little bit of stress here from Ultra. They don't want to get this wrong, and already here it comes. Smoke out. Envoy going to try and muddy the water. Gets out as well. Cammy under pressure, but finds the first kill. More coming through, as you can see now. LA Thieves are reacting to this, but Scrap Gun's the first. Looking for Cammy, who wisely keeps his head down. Does not want any of this as time is ticking away. Insight will find Joedecieves. That bomb is all the way by B, though. Scrap has to go for this, and Cammy is ready and waiting. No time, no hope. We are going to a round 11 here in the S&D.
Yeah, shouts to Cammy. He was just posted on, again, the unkillable. I believe you can still see red dots through that tractor as well, so Cammy just going to be on point with it. When the smoke comes out, it gets a little bit chaotic. You're a little bit fearful, and you see Envoy sliding out for the chow. There were bullets from his teammate, too. I don't know if Cammy was tagged up and weak, but he just hits nice shots and delivers us this round 11.
This could be over if Insight hadn't clutched up as many times as he has. But ifs and buts don't make a game. This one goes down to the wire in a round 11. Who walks away with it?
Yeah, and look at the aggression from LA Thieves. Again, this is like tripled up over by P1. Cammy is by himself right now on this B site, and the cruise missile is gonna see everything. I don't know if you'll get a kill, but you at least have all of this information.
Oh, Cammy gets caught. He did have a trophy. They didn't knock it out, but it will open up B for them, and that call will come through. Ultra will know that LA Thieves are not here yet. They haven't committed, though.
Well, they got it now. Maybe not a free bomb playing. Ghosty's actually making moves. He's trying to get in through the smoke and find the angle, and he beams too! Gives you the man advantage, and that is bomb down. Ghosty out here making plays.
Smoke's worth both ways. He was able to just get through the gap. Insight, they need him to clutch once again, but they will not give him an inch this time. He dives across, tries to get out of it. The pressure's now coming through. Players are chasing him down in every single direction, and LA Thieves will walk away with that win. Ultra had it, but Ghosty to the rescue.
And I tell you, man, LA Thieves have had some clutch struggles throughout this year. A bunch of hardpoint losses from within 30 points. They've lost the only round 5 they've had in control. They've lost the only round 11 they've had, and Ghosty turns up for the squad. Perfect play call as well, going through the smoke, but look for the guy on bomb. The wide swing on point, and then he just absolutely guns Scrap after the fact. I think Toronto right there just got completely caught unaware. And that is one hell of a play for the round 11 win, just to even up the odds.
I love that. I love everything about that. Ultra used the smoke to get it down. They used the streak to get Cammy off bomb, and they were like, right, smoke down, let's get onto it. And Ghosty went, oh, okay. I can use this smoke too. It's just in the right position for him to dive through and get the timing he needed. As a hero born right there and then. The LA Thieves, give them credit, apart from the clutch situations and the, you know, the 1v1s and the 1v2s, they had a really good time on that map.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, they look pretty good, but not just the clutches on one side. Keep in mind, Joedecieves, when it was the 4-3 round, wins the 1v1 against CleanX just to even up the odds. So not just Ghosty that deserves the love. Some of these young guns from LA turning up.
They certainly are, and that gives us a game that people thought might have been a 3-0, but it's not to be. Still, at least 2 more maps in this majestic showdown. Who walks away with it? If LA Thieves can, they will topple a Titan again, and Ultra will have to try and find something different. But so much more to come. Controllers up next. Don't go anywhere. We will see you right after this for more Call of Duty League action.
Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach. this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the magic moment. This is the Call of Duty League, and this is Ghosty using the smoke to his advantage. Just breaks through the smoke, threads the needle, and guns two out of their socks. And that left Ultra in a horrible situation. They'd done the hard work, they'd made their way to B, but it was not to be. LA Thieves get around on the board. It's now 1-1 chance between these two.
Yeah, and icy as well by Ghosty too. You see in the player cam, almost no reaction after that. And I mean, not just for the play itself being outstanding, but he instantly jumped on that as well. Like as soon as the smoke came out, there was no hesitation. He knew exactly what his plan was. And I mean, again, you're man down. Someone's got to be a playmaker. He delivers. So here we are, you know, all tied up, going to an invasion control as is expected so far. Statistically, invasion is more defensive sided than both Guvutu and aBeZy Fortress. I don't think it's going to stay that way, but if that's the conversation, you got to win your defenses. And LA Thieves, they're going for the harder zone first.
Oh, Afro breaking through the middle here and almost snaps it off when he does. The reach out doesn't care. And now he's going to go for them off the respawn. This could be great. Afro, he can find any more. It's going to be magic for him. Breaks through a door, hits the back, finds another one. Doesn't get the second, but it might be just enough. That second tick is rocketing through. Cammy's going to be here watching. He's got a little bit of an oversight. Doesn't get scrapped, though. It's a little bit of a fail. 2 ticks in. Will it be enough? He probably would have lost it with the amount of reinforcements that were there anyway. But LA Thieves chance.
Yeah, I mean, Cammy maybe a little bit too fast on the snap. He knew what the play was going to be, but you're exactly right. Getting 2 ticks on the A zone, already a wonderful sign for the Thieves. That is the opening break almost of your dream. So nice advantage early on. Still, though, have to make sure you sort of finish the round, right? It's a nice start. Still got to capture the B zone. Got a long way to go, but Ghosty picking up exactly where he left off. 4-1 for the moment. Nice little 3 spree as that B zone nearly complete.
That's what they want here. Give themselves lots of time, lots of opportunity to break through. For Ultra, they're going to look to clear, and if they do clear, oh my goodness, they don't even get B here. I thought that was a lock-in. Cammy finds one. All LA Thieves want now is to lock B down. A still might be a pipe dream, but there's so many ticks in their favor.
Yeah, I was going to say Ultra like desperately need to fight for this as well. They don't even want to really give up B in this moment, but they don't have a choice in the matter. LA Thieves off spawn, come and just bully them back out. Afro again, snappy in his movement. He does get dropped, but either way, you have plenty of pressure on this map right now. You got Ghosty working up the A street already. He is going to fall, and maybe that alleviates some of the pressure Thieves might have had.
1 minute 30. But it is difficult. It is a horror show getting through this map at this current meta. Afro on Ghost, though. If Cammy can find one more. He slipped through. If he can get something out of this, just a little bit of a trade for him. Doesn't matter. Joedecieves Afro get it anyway. He's back towards the back here, looking for this kill on the inside. Wow. And no! Insight, cold as ice, locks it.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a position where Cammy just wants to stay alive as long as possible, effectively, because his teammates are going to be spawning across the map. But Insight, not in the mood to waste any time. Not only did they get the wipe on one side of the map, they have just stormed through mid and bullied you out again. This is a round that could come down to lives, and Ultra don't even care. They're just flying at you. TDM be damned, they're happy just to play aggressive. Kleenex is sliding into Palace on defense.
Let them see you're afraid. Scrap is in a little bit of a bad position. He got stunned. They go down with 30 seconds left to go. You are right. This is now a very tight game. Envoy doesn't want to die here. He has to back off. They've still got them locked in, though. I think time might be the problem. Afro's all the way down the street. He might end up dying for it, though.
And keep in mind, by the way, like number 2 and number 3 are like somewhat out of the picture, and a couple kills come through. It is 2 players working themselves towards A, so the opportunity, it's a 3v5 to clutch. It's not going to be easy, but it is doable.
Doshy's here, trying to make a big gunfight for him, not going to win it. And now it's just going to be left alone. Joedecieves is going to go down. Afro left alive. Too little, too late, but a valiant effort all the way through for Thieves.
I mean, absolutely. I got to say, that is some absurd aggression coming through from Toronto. It's like a little bit dicey as well. The opportunity if LA Thieves get the 2 kills earlier. Like, I don't know. That was a spicy situation, but Toronto playing with absolutely zero fear in their hearts. Of course, they are sort of on the back foot now. That was 5 ticks of progression coming through, which, I mean, already one of the better rounds you're going to see on offense on this map. So, Ultra, they got their work cut out for them.
Well, let's see. For Ultra, try and be consistent. Definitely get those 3 ticks in and then work on that problem that it is A. I think that's a call as well. Do the simple stuff well. Worry about the dream later on.
Really just going for efficiency as well, because it would have been a 4 versus 2 around the zone. LA Thieves not exactly pouncing on this aggressively on defense, and kills going Ultra's way as well. Kleenex wins a big one in the back line as well. It's not going to guarantee the B zone capture, but it is looking incredibly likely. Only 1 player on the point, though. It is going to take a very long time to actually get.
That's what I'm looking for. You see LA Thieves stacking this now. They're going to go for it. Scrap on Overwatch. Going to look for Afro, but Afro's already got inside and got out. Scrap just trying to shoot every single direction. They haven't got it yet. Because this now turns into a bit of a bloodbath. Both teams just taking swings at each other.
Just like dancing in all these little corridors as well. Little shoulder, little jump peek, trying to get some damage down, the tags to roll through, and make sure you don't get traded. Joedecieves in the middle of that dance right now. That Semtex doesn't do damage to Insight. That is a verticality to the grenades, I guess. The damage doesn't go low. Insight walks away with his life and that B zone capture. 2 minutes on the clock to work towards A.
Surely Insight doesn't win this against Afro. Afro has all the advantage, and he does. It is now clean. LA Thieves have the opportunity to push up here, but they must not let anybody slip through or lose these trades. It still feels like it could go either way. Realistically, Ultra wants some of those ticks back.
The positioning isn't bad. I mean, Scrap, nice and aggressive up through the middle of the map. Wants to stay alive as long as possible. Unfortunately for him, Envoy falls behind him, so Scrap now just in a dire situation. That was 3 players from LA Thieves that were challenging him in that moment. Maybe long-term good news, Insight again, as long as he is alive here, you don't get that perfect defensive setup you're looking for. And more importantly, that's a clean 3 down. Now you can fly towards the A zone.
Everybody scramble. LA Thieves, and they come off the respawn, are going to have to make sure they don't lose another set of trades. Oh my goodness, Ultra are now in. Envoy is ready to dive into the backfield, and he's doing it. Scrap will get another kill at the same time. He finds one and now continues to push this momentum, but he will fall down. It's still going to be 1 player in here. Kleenex is going to have to be careful. But Ultra have momentum now. Ghosty's going to fall. Cammy's going to get the gunfight he needs, but Insight's still in here. They want their ticks, and they want them bad.
That is unreal, too. If Insight was able to maybe snap a little bit faster, that other player is weak, but that is a hell of an attempt, but only for the first tick. So advantage technically still in the hands of LA Thieves, who have almost cleared out their base. It's only Scrap behind enemy lines, and for the moment, they're almost ignoring him. Players are playing nice and aggressive, but they're going to get caught. B Street's the push. 3 players from Ultra roaming that way, but Scrap is going to fall. That is a massive setback. It'll be another few seconds off spawn, and you got to hike all the way across the map.
Yeah, it just makes them so staggered. It's the issue for them. Every single kill that LA Thieves get sets back Ultra time and time again. Cammy, though, on a 4 streak. They're happy for this. It did look a little bit dicey, and I don't even know if Ultra will get another real stab at it. Cammy looking on Overwatch. He will fall, but there's 17 seconds left to go. Ultra are going to get some hot feet.
Yeah, you see Kleenex is going to fall, though. You still have Ghosty around that fire car. They're making moves up towards A. They're getting close to the point. They're able to stop it as well. Envoy made it to the promised land. Now he's got to survive. Ghosty on the flank, though, times it perfectly. And LA Thieves might have clutched up anyway, but that's a nice little moment for Ghosty just to find that gap at the perfect time. Make sure it doesn't come through, and I'm assuming the second dick didn't come through. Did you catch that, Bryce?
It did. It went through.
It went through. So we're tied. Oh my God. Well, there you go.
Nobody cleared it. Nobody cleared it. It stayed there. And all they had to do was touch it, and Ultra got in.
Wow.
So all that hard work that Thieves put themselves in a great position. They need to do it again.
That is actually brutal. I was going to say, because initially I couldn't tell if the second ticket captured through, but then you see it was just like a sliver off. Can't believe they haven't ever actually decapped it. Either way, that is a long-term conversation for this team. In the short term, they got to focus up, try to bounce back on offense.
Let's see. for LA Thieves. They're probably thinking, let's not worry about the ticks. Let's just see if we can win the entire thing. But it is more standard this time. They have committed to B.
It is just insane, these gunfights, like down the B street. Everything is just like behind a pillar in some weird spot. Like the angles that you have to be like conscious of the entire time. Not a fun situation to be these fights down B street, but Joedecieves not even happy for it. Tries to pounce, gets obliterated by the rival 9. I think that was team shots coming through. And only one tick on B thus far. Ultra, a little bit of control towards the middle of the map as well. This long range down B, they're actually just stuffing them for the moment on defense.
They are, and this is what Ultra want. They want to push them all the way back. Just one tick, thank you very much. They love a bit of aggression. And they are holding every single angle away from them. LA Thieves trying to get a bit of mid-map control, but still too many angles. Cammy wins a big gunfight, but falls as well in the trade. And they can't get anything going. Ultra are just trading.
And most of them trading, and then Scrap would be the only guy not sort of in the picture, but that's because his job is to slow him down towards B, but nades on point, and now your action back to sort of that 50-50 sort of split over towards the B zone. But 22 seconds left on the clock. Ultra, again, shutting them down on defense and making sure they don't get the ticks could be massive. And so far, they're doing an incredible job, but 17 seconds on the clock. LA Thieves, last-ditch effort.
On point, just dancing around this point, trying to get every single kill, and he does. You will not get more than one tick against him. He stays alive. And now for Ultra, it's just cleanup time. They're not close enough really to dive onto this one, and everybody just falling. That is going to be one tick on the second attack here. It means that if LA Thieves want this, they have to try and completely rebuff Ultra. It is not an easy task.
Yeah, it's the anything you can do, I can do better sort of moment, right? LA Thieves have a massive round 1 on offense. Toronto says, all right, we'll do the exact same, tie the odds up, and then Ultra go and smack them down on defense. So it is LA Thieves' turn to respond. Obviously, they've had some degree of success on offense in the first round, but you absolutely want the defense for the final round. And if they give up one tick, then it goes to kills, and in the kills column for the moment, Ultra firmly in command, so you need a dominant round indeed.
Now they gotta be careful. Ultra looking for Sway already. Envoy. He's hot the dead silence. He's gonna just make sure nobody can get through here and cause issues. Gonna hit a flank. Looking for him and find a way. In a minute, does find Afro eventually and gets out of it. For Ultra, this is all about the fundamentals. Lockdown B, they're actually up A as well. I lie. They're going for everything. They don't want nothing left on the table.
Yeah, who cares about the dominant round on defense when Ultra just want to win it and call game right here. And everybody's got the cross insight, like he can call out. No one's making it towards the zone. He wants to stack it as well, so it is going to go a lot quicker in this moment. He does not fall. They got the teammates for support, and it is the moment right now. LA Thieves, they got to break around the zone. Joedecieves makes it, and Joedecieves gives you 2. So they survive that A zone, but again, even long term, they've already lost the objective war.
They certainly have, but hey, Miami Heretics won that round 5 offense before. Maybe it can happen again. Ultra now, probably feeling very, very comfortable. Get B, do the simple job. And if they can get B, of course, then maybe they'll have another swing at A.
Yeah, it's still looking good. I mean, 2 players around the zone right now. No flanks they really have to worry about. Envoy's obviously got it covered, and when he gives it up, his teammate's there to pick it up right after. Making sure, again, just to get the stack to try to get the guarantee. Cammy still pawing away at it, being annoying. Maybe a last-second chow to get him off time, and it actually comes through the dark alley, so nothing cooking over on the B zone just yet. Ultra haven't gotten the job done. 44 seconds, plenty of time, though, for the Ultra boys to work.
He's going to get cut down from behind. They'll be back onto B here. Does Ghosty try and take a stab at this? I think he does. Trying to thread the needle, but it's not going to be enough. It was an Overwatch. And that clock has got 1 minute 35 left on. LA Thieves need to hold here. If they break even once, it could be over.
Yeah, it was bound to happen, though, right? Eventually, players on LA Thieves have to chalk up and push down A Street. That's what Afro is doing. So, just too many moments where you're playing a man down defending the B zone. But you got to make sure you win the round, because we've already seen Ultra very successful on their offenses of getting over towards A. You can't let that happen again, but nice stranglehold on the map. Afro's got bridge, 2 players middle of the map, and Joedecieves is up top. But the most important player might have been the one that just fell. Ultra, you got insight back in his home, getting the information, looking down a street as the slow approach commences.
Ghosty just causing issues because now Ultra got to deal with him, and they can't yet. Continuing to push this tempo. He's inside, but that's going to be 2 down. If they can make a move here, Ultra, they could get towards it. Joedecieves, massive win for him, though. Huge. And Envoy going to try and be a problem together. He has got through, but he is alone, and I think he didn't see him there. LA Thieves just holding for now.
Yeah, Joedecieves just getting the comms. That win against Inside, by the way, might have been the win that guarantees you the round on defense, and he follows it up with a few more in tow. 21 kills to his name, and he is beaming as well. Gotta say, the LA Thieves, boy, they are absolutely shooting right now. We have seen some snappy POVs just to sort of tie up the round count at 2-2, but as called out, LA Thieves, unfortunate for them, will have offense for the final round. We've seen one offensive round win today, as you called out, Bryce, the Miami Heretics, but LA need one again.
And I'm going to say this right now. We pictured this as a David versus Goliath story. It has not felt like that between these two teams. Do Ultra look a little bit above, especially in the hard point and maybe at points on this control? Yes. But the gap is not wide. And for Thieves, they have an opportunity here, and I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, maybe that play by Ghosty in the round 11 was the slingshot that they were looking for to give you that little edge against the Titan. But either way, you're going to need a secondary slingshot for the control as well. And it'd be interesting just to see what Ultra even do off the opening break on defense. If they like stack up A because of the concern, or if they just play a default. It's looking like a mostly default setup, but you see the idea. LA Thieves, if they can get it, they're going to go straight after A.
Great. Joedecieves has found CleanX, and Ghosty staying alive. That's more important. Afro takes an Envoy. Ghosty wants into this point. He wants the pressure on. They're looking for Afro. They're diving forward as well. They're trying to get the chows going through, but inside and CleanX clean up. They've got a player in. It's Joedecieves, but he's outnumbered. They went for the risky break. Unfortunately, just not able to get it.
Yeah, gave it the old college try. I do like the attempt. Maybe if Scrap doesn't pick up 2 big kills, you'd had a little bit more of an opportunity to make something happen. But it doesn't seem to be that risky necessarily to go for A, as long as you at least get 1 or 2 of the trades, because you just jump right back on this B zone and go back to the default setup, get awareness reading the flank foot. CleanX, insane shots right there, and now a little bit of pressure. A couple players are falling from LA. 30 seconds left. That pressure is certainly mounting.
It must not be wiped here at all. Afro finds the first one. That player was stunned. Joedecieves will get another one. Afro got to just make sure he keeps his corners clean. And it looks like Afro's going to be aggressive and push out here. You can see what LA Thieves are trying to do. They're trying to get a lot of pressure in towards the Ultra spawn. So if they do get B locked down, they can move straight towards A.
Oh, good shots as well. Yeah, the plan is the pressure at Afro. Letting that momentum flow. B zone captured, minute to the clock. A minute and a half to work with. Maybe gives you 3 respectable attempts at making a move towards this A zone. You got to start jumping on it quickly. Afro still leading that charge.
These are the trades. Realistically, Thieves want to keep a player here towards the back at all times. Insight's been found. Afro is going for him. And he loses the gunfight. That's not what they wanted. It's now on Cammy. Cammy's going to find one, loses that gunfight as well. And now Ultra said, all right, into Palace, into their spawn. We're going for it. We're going to end them right here.
Hey, that's just so fast as well. It's Envoy dancing with 3 on one side. By the way, you got CleanX up top, American spotting it out and shooting you in the back along the way. He's able to just call out. They're flooding through B Street. It's only going to be those 2. So CleanX keeping basically the entire team on point with the intel. And CleanX is still picking up kills in their spawn. So yeah, that 3 good attempts that you have is now turned into basically 1. You've taken down CleanX, but 35 seconds on the clock. You need someone to stop this A zone soon.
Afro is the key man here. He can sow discord in the ranks of Ultra, but he has to find the kills and the timing, and his teammates have to stay alive. He finds the first on the scrap.
Okay.
He's got a second on the CleanX, and it's huge. Afro going for it as well. Inside last.
Okay.
Here, they've made the God play. They are now in. It's 2 players in, but he gets cut down by Scrap, who threads the needle. Ghosty's now in trouble.
And they don't have a trophy.
No trophies?
Yeah, they don't have a trophy to save their life right now. And Afro over peaks, so it slows down the capture so much. And what could have been a Herculean effort to try to get that final moment of win, now it is just going to be desperation. You're going to have to flood at the point and slide into death, and Ultra are going to get it done. No 40 bomb there from Envoy, but he got it close. Defense reigns supreme, and Ultra still on top at 2-1 lead.
There was a god play, but unfortunately there wasn't a trophy to save the day. When I saw that happening, and I'll be honest with you, Scrap just threading the needle to get that kill down. But yeah, no trophy, no real Overwatch, nades just raining through, and it is always a nightmare to get into that point, but LA Thieves put up one incredible fight.
The numbers on this scoreboard are just absolutely bonkers as well. Scrap leading the lobby in damage, Envoy leading it in kills. But that certainly to me just looks like two teams just absolutely battling on the map. Very competitive. Ultra's just a little bit better towards the end, but I even think when LA go back and talk this map over, it is gonna be about the little things. Maybe in the final moment, obviously they didn't have a trophy, but Afro just gets caught after going on the 5 spree. You have the little moment of never decapping the A zone, which I don't think really amounted to too much towards the end because how the 3rd and 4th rounds played out. But I think that's really it. Just a few very small things from LA Thieves, and again, a fairly young team as well. So looking good so far. Ultra clearly though, just one of the best teams in the game.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's got to me is maybe Invasion has a small spawn kind of tweak, and that would help this. If you're able to flip the spawns to give a bit of a better map cut for the attacking team, it would change this map up completely, because it is possible, it is plausible to get to that A point, but you are fighting uphill every single step of the way. And like I said, for even teams to do it time and time again shows that it is possible. Just needs a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see quite a few more teams play on it, because again, the numbers right now for this map for offensive wins is worse than Outbacker Fortress Control and Gavutu. I still don't think the map is as defensive sided as that, but for the moment, the numbers certainly do not lie, so that is the case. So whether or not a future adjustment or just teams figuring things out, whatever the case may be, not an easy thing to do, but that is the invasion portion of the series that we have. We're moving over to Karachi for potentially the final 2 maps, at the very least, the hard point, where I've seen hard point, Toronto Ultra. I mean, I don't know what their best game mode is, but hard point, definitely the front runner.
Yeah, it is. And that doesn't show greatness for LA Thieves, but I said it during that control, and I fully believe it at this point. This does not look like a mismatch. It really doesn't. Yes, I will be perfectly honest and think Ultra are probably maybe a cut above in consistency. I think that's the best way to put it. But the LA Thieves, I genuinely came into this one thinking it would be very, very one-sided. And it has not been the case so far. Few clutches, few opportunities, and it could have been a very different story. Story, though, isn't ended. Hard point up next chance, and, well, we've had a great series so far. I'm hoping for another good one.
Fingers crossed, I suppose, for the Karachi. I believe, by the way, for Scrap, first player to crack 7K damage. I think I might have just heard in the year, or in my ear, rather. So, absolute lights out performance. Again, the numbers across the board were pretty bonkers, and then he just leveled it up quite a bit with the amount of output that he was able to have. So, I mean, Scrap, to the surprise of literally no one, is a shooter.
Well, let's see. LA Thieves, they don't seem upset. Bit of a smile coming in from Joedecieves. Still good vibes flowing for this team. But Ultra, they probably feel quite comfortable now getting that one out of the way, because Hardpoint is up next, and they're a good team at it.
You are not wrong there, Bryson. I think if there's a player for me to watch, by the way, I know Scrap has probably been the MVP this series, potentially for Ultra. I guess Insight with all the clutches he had. Not that it made a difference in the S&D, but certainly another contestant. But I'd say CleanX on a map like Karachi, more of a sub back in hand or more rival 9 time he's going to have. Might be a nightmare on the map. We'll see if LA Thieves can contain him. His Envoy will be the first player straight into the hill.
Gonna try and sit in here as nades all rain around. No trophies to begin with, but staying alive for a little bit there. Eventually Ghosty will get him out as the teams go to work. And it looks like LA Thieves will say, all right, we'll get a couple here.
What were those spawns, by the way?
Yeah.
That was 6 players all spawning at the exact same time. Either maybe my POV bugged out. I have no idea. Players are still going, so maybe it's normal, but that looked insane.
Like wave respawn, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say end the game. There's no shot. All right.
I was sitting there thinking the same thing you were. That was a very delayed respawn for everyone. I was like, I don't think everyone died at the same time.
No, that's funny indeed. That would be an interesting way to play hardpoint. And by interesting, I mean I have no idea what like the wave respawn timer even was. I know when you're going through like
2.5.
Would it be spawning it? Look, man, I've never seen the that like option to toggle or what the options even are. I just know when you're going through the settings, there is like 1,000 different settings that you have options for in private matches. So whoever designed those probably had everything right, slightly missed one, and that was just the wave respawn. So it takes a long time. I don't even think the CDL guys have like a CDL rule set, and considering it was wrong right there, that answers the question.
Yeah, there's no worse feeling, trust me, playing things like GBs, you're like, I've got a rule wrong. That happens so often.
Especially when it's like an equipment, like explosive delay rule that's off by like 2.5 seconds. It's like, okay, is this the thing that's impacting our GB right now? But at this level, that absolutely would. So, got to get it right.
Yeah, well, it looks like this will just be a quick reset as they go back into it. Obviously, none of the teams are at fault for it off the opening break, but yeah, it was a weird thing to watch for a second because I thought, am I lagging, or did they kind of all died at the exact same time to respawn? But yeah, that was clearly a setting that needed to be adjusted. But hey, that means the breaks will have to be slightly different from these two teams.
And, you know, in one of these breaks, it's always fun to watch the player cams and see what's going through the player's mind. Looking at Joedecieves' cam, probably not a lot. Head seems empty. He's just waiting for that countdown to commence, you know?
Just not engaging with his teammates at all. Oh yeah, those guys are talking about something. I'll worry about that. I'll just run where I went last time. It'll be cool. It's fine. But you are right. That it looks like Ghosty's talking and Cammy's paying attention, but maybe a difference in the break. It seems like Ghosty is talking about either a change in strategy or what we need to do differently on this break, potentially what they did. But yeah, as they wait for the reset going through, it's a weird situation because, like I said, breaks can be a bit different when they go off on this. Obviously, it only really affects that first hill, but there will be an adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you talk it over real quick, but more or less, I'd assume Ghosty's just talking about sort of the same thing. And I think for the opening break from Ultra, there's like 2 players up through mid, Envoy straight to the hill. One of the ARs, either inside or scrap, going top third, and Kleenex dipping through the left side. So, like, you can make the adjustments, and LA Thieves did come out on top, but it'll more or less be the same type of thing. And of course, on the flip side, Scrap is over here breaking records in the damage column, so he's just happy to be shooting his gun.
That man is always happy to be shooting his gun.
That's not true.
Confidence.
No, that's not true. See, you're British, so you go to bed too soon. If you ever stay up late to watch someone like the pro lobby BPL 8s and you watch Scrap, he does care. He does get angry. Not always a happy person. He will absolutely rage, but I think playing with this full team, maybe that's the happiest he ever is.
Look, first time I met Scrap, happy guy. I think it was way back in Minnesota. And even then, even before he made the pro league, I think even before anything, he was just telling me that he was confident he was better than all the pros. And this is the first conversation I've had with him.
Sure.
Basically just comes straight out and says, I'm going to like, they're all terrible. And I'm like, okay. And then it turns out he was right. he was not lying about his capabilities, but yeah, I think I haven't watched his late night streams, obviously, because it's already 20 past midnight here in the UK, and that will be getting on a bit, but his on-camera personality has been a joy to watch since he become a professional player in the league.
Yeah, maybe a student of the School of Killer Sloss with the confidence that he's going to bring to the table of, like, honestly, all the pros just suck. Like, I don't know what's going on. And so far, he has more or less lived up to nearly all the expectations. Obviously, second at champs, people like to make fun of him for because they got 5-0'd, but he also did get second at champs as a rookie, so great things all around. And speaking of that champs run, there are a lot of players in challenge right now that I would love to see in the league. Certainly Hicksy and the boys that he is teaming with are at the top of that list.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a team that needs help at some point, especially after Boston. Might be a bit of movement happening for the league, and I'll look forward to that as well. But this map is restarting. Everything has been locked back in. Let's find out how the break goes this time, Chance.
Very different. Maybe a triple hit up through mid. Look at how novel these guys get. Actually, CleanX is going to be taking a deep route right side of the map. So small adjustment for a few players. Envoy, this is his job. This is where he will be.
Yeah, he's not moving forward though. The nade comes in. He takes a bit of damage, but still staying alive. Still getting those kills going down here. It's better for Ultra on this break.
Yeah, CleanX, you see, was able to pick up the kill sort of after the fact, and now he's taking out players in power positions, former teammates. CleanX gets the best of them there, and talk about a difficult spot to be to play around. Maybe a great spot to pick up a couple kills, or maybe the fallen nade, but I'll count that as 2 for CleanX. That nade forces Ghosty's life as well.
This is such a great start here from Ultra. They're now looking for this one. If they get a quick break, it could be very lopsided. You can see they're trying to get in position forward as well. Scrap will get that first on the Cammy. Inside trying to look over, and Afro gets his head ripped off. And they are in.
Joedecieves gonna have to make a play too. Like, you gotta slow him down and keep these players at bay, and he's gonna be able to deliver as well. So Joedecieves was in effectively a 1 versus 3 around the hill, but he picks up 2, gets Cammy back in time, and LA Thieves stave off the pressure for a little bit to stay alive. But of course, there's plays being made all over the map. Envoy dead silence pop and snapping. But for the moment, Cammy still alive inside the time, slowly chipping away that lead.
And we're just trying to hold, but kind of gets insight. He seems on fire here in this hard point. More pressure coming through. Joedecieves towards the back. Already got 5 kills here on this map. Looking for another one. Just spitting fire everywhere. 20 seconds to go here. This means LA Thieves have an opportunity to get up this map and try to contest this before Ultra get fully locked in.
And that was a really good hill for Joedecieves as well. So looking to potentially chain things together, but obviously a very difficult hill to break that we're moving to. Effectively inside the man playing inside the hill, as long as he does not overchow and die, him and his teammates' life are going to be pretty easy to hold this time, because they're getting the kills. They got everything pushed out that they want. They're winning every gunfight. LA Thieves need to slow things down a little bit and get grouped up together before they make their move.
Yeah, this is what LA Thieves wanted when they were trying to push out early. Trying to make it chaos, trying to get a few kills down so Ultra aren't set in their ways. And Ghosty will find another one. Afro's found one as well. He's trying to thread that needle onto inside. Get him out of there already, but Envoy is cleaning up all of his teammates. Ghosty goes for them. Just off the top rope.
I'm telling you, that's like the Insight special. That is a good attempt by LA Thieves to break the hill, but Insight just does an electric job of staying alive inside the point and timing out who he's actually going to chow. So that is the benefit of good players with good comms there from Ultra. Teamwork reigning supreme, and more importantly, on the approach to the new hill, Afro is by himself. He gets taken down because he was dealing with basically every single player. Ultra flip the spawns, Envoy heads up, knows where everybody's coming from, breaking open doors to do the damage, but that is scrap time 1 and rotation potentially won by Ultra as well.
Huge stack from Thieves, they're putting bodies into this point and they come through with a vengeance. That was a huge stack for them. Just put everybody through that they could inside, just firing bullets through here, hoping to get an easy kill while he waits for his teammates to reinforce. The door is closed, the door is open, the nades are through. And Ultra doing the same thing that Thieves did to them.
And they're just pulling out, yep, straight through. Great job of staying alive. The damage, again, the damage and coordination on point of the right guys chowing at the right time. I mean, the first 2 players on the front line put in a serious amount of work, and then it's Scrap that is sliding in for the bait. Of course, Afro just responds with a clean 3-piece of his own. So these 2 teams, I'm telling you, they are getting after it.
Every single time. But now they've got to get this rotation right. For Thieves, they really could do with a good rotation and hold. It has not been something they've been dealing with very, very well so far in this hard point, and that's why they're behind. Afro going to fall already. This is the problem when you're running into prepared players. You've got to perform above and beyond expectations. Trades are not good enough. And Ultra now sitting pretty with map control.
Yeah, that's a little play too that goes a long way. That was like a patience game between Envoy and Afro. Afro waits for the hill to pop before he makes his move, but Envoy even more patient by the bus, reading it the entire time. So little things go a long way. That has transitioned to this early time right now for Toronto, continuously pumping that score up, and you're having to work for every single kill. Joedecieves is going to deliver. That's going to be a 4 versus 2 now around the zone. And Joedecieves again, occasionally that pop-off potential is there. Nice little 2-piece from him. Afro gets the Rival 9 2-piece of his own. The SMGs for LA Thieves right now, the shining light for the squad as Joedecieves continues his rampage.
Yeah, this is being decided in the trenches. And only LA Thieves are giving their SMGs some shovels. Gonna see if they can dig their way back into it because we go back to P1. Ghosty tries to get a little bit going here as well. They're in this first point, but it is a difficult one to hold. Trophies are needed because everybody overlooks it.
Yeah, and good luck staying alive on this hill. Ultra are swarming, and if we talk about their comms, we talk about the breaks, we know how good it is, and let's treat ourselves to a Toronto Ultra listening.
Good. I can't on mid. I can't mid, top 3. Mid dead. That's Ghosty, that's Ghosty. Top 3 tiles, top 3 tiles. I have it left.
Top third of me dead. I don't think the same.
Mid on me. He's still tiles, Jimmy.
Yeah, could climb in.
I have all left.
Still tiles, Cam.
Could be mid cut. Yeah. Watch him mid cut. Yeah, I hear you.
Cam's gonna be top in, guys.
Mid alley. Yeah, I know.
Mid alley.
One shot, mid cut. Mid cut, one shot. AC 1 tile. Mid cut, AC 1 tile. All 3 old.
Okay, they're gonna push.
He's hitting red. 2 of them hitting red.
Okay,
Jimmy. It could go L though.
I have L and I got nothing bounce.
They're just right fucking hell. Low mail, low mail. Shit on, man. Yo, graffiti. To front bus.
Stun him.
Stun. Yeah, I spawned here again.
I'm seeing boss.
He's naded.
In the phone there, lane close.
Afro. I don't see him. Front bus me.
Nice, look for one.
Grab time. I'm gonna push out. Alex still.
Time. I got your help.
Absolute lane down.
One dumpster. The big fucking
L. He can go front bus.
I've got it. One's graffiti.
Yeah, one's L, I think.
One's up red.
I'm laying down.
One's graffiti now. Archie's going towards front bus.
Top plat. Yeah, top plat, one top window. Top plat, one window. Already bust up. One shot, top plat. Jump down, Kev. I spawned deep. Jimmy. It's gonna be
Calling me weak, Afro.
I'm playing on mid, bro. I'm gonna go try to get new. Okay. I think we play. You guys should play old. Give me a sec, I can help you. Absolute. Okay, job me. All good.
And Ultra, the comms, crisp, clean, and delivered flawlessly over and over again, Chance. And they are ahead now by 80 points. For LA Thieves, it must be a monstrous effort to get back in here.
Yeah, absolutely, and even cheeky plays by Envoy, just doing the heads-up thing. And again, we talk about his patience on a previous hill. It stays here once again. Ghosty doesn't even shoot back because why would Envoy be behind you? Because he's busy piecing up your entire team, looking for Afro. Maybe a little bit of a dance, but Envoy, he reads it the entire way. There's number 3, is waiting for the shot to come in the front. Number 6 actually goes all the way around back, but by this time, Envoy's bought his team so much time to come help him out. That is ridiculous plays by Envoy. That is quite literally eyes on the team.
Just not dying, and this may be over at this hill. It is not a way through for them. Ghosty finds one. Joedecieves trying to get through, but Envoy just sitting here and still gunning. And they just cannot get him, or that nade actually lands on his face. Eventually will be taken out as they jump back into this point. For LA Thieves, they must contest here just to stop this ending.
I mean, look, they're just getting outplayed through and through. You got guys like Scrap, 27 kills to his name. And just looking at the kills column, it's the ARs on the flip side. Ghosty, 8 and 17. Cammy, 11 and 19. Like the SMGs on LA and the kills column are doing what they can, but they're just getting outplayed through and through.
There's nothing but a tick. I'm trying to see whether or not it's at the right timing. I don't think it really matters. Because with 1 second to go, LA Thieves would have to perform the comeback of the century to get this one out of here. One break, one mistake, one bad trade, and it is over and it is done.
And no gunfights have come through because that's because Ultra are being patient to set up like a kill box and swarm you at every angle. They get the job done clean and easy in hard points. Scrap doing literally whatever he wants.
Yeah, just broke the record for most damage and then walked into the hard point. Said, all right, I think we've had enough of this. You look like a good team that can take us. We'll show you just how good we really are and the difference between the big boys and the rest of the league. 3-1 to Ultra over the LA Thieves.
And it's just, I mean, they have everything. 5,200 damage is absurd because this game did not go the distance. It was not a long-lasting one. So he was just putting in an insane amount of work in the slaying category. 29 kills, led the lobby by a decent margin as well. And again, it is the ARs on one side doing great in the kills column, the ARs on the other that suffered. And even not just that, it's like the plays by Envoy that we're seeing on some of these rotations. It was a big one towards the end on that like back cafe hill, but he had a few different moments where it's literally just a patience game that he is playing against LA Thieves, and Envoy consistently coming out on top. So you see the slaying makes the game easy. Plays like Envoy or the ones that he is making makes the game even easier. So very easy time through and through right there for Toronto. Literally from the opening break.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you're an LA Thieves fan, silver lining. Apart from that last map, I very much believe they looked competitive. The problem is that Toronto Ultra just have a different gear to switch into. And that gear is firmly under control of Scrap most of the time. But hey, we've talked a lot about this game for the last hour. Let's find out what our desk thinks of what happened.
Thanks, gentlemen. All right, let's break it down because that game 4 was pretty swift. 100 points before the 4th hill. Not bad, Toronto. But Toronto did slip up in the search and destroy. The rest of this series definitely in favor of the purple team. Let's start with you, Allie. Most impressive part of this series for you from Toronto?
The fact that stats graph of like how the hard points win were almost identical between map number 1 and map number 4, and the fact that the triple invasion didn't really matter. LA Thieves, even though they were able to steal that map number 2 in round 11 fashion, Toronto Ultra took the other 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the stat still holds true. They can only win invasion if they win an invasion SD. Now, granted, that round 11 was absolutely spectacular out of them.
Shout out,
but for
Dan.
Toronto Ultra, I think the thing that stands out to me, to answer your question, Chris, is Scrap had himself a hell of a performance. I mean, so far through all these matches, it's really been Kleenex taking over. This one was the Scrap showing the ARs. Just no match on the other side for LA Thieves.
Yesterday, Kleenex had the #1 stat when it came to Slayer rating. Well, I think that may belong to Scrap, and it's 12,400 damage, if that has any effect. That was just his last 2 games. I didn't count games 1 and 2. But the man had 7,200. That is a league record in control. And then in a blowout hard point, he drops another 5,200, leading the lobby.
What's crazy about that map number 3 as well is the fact that he got 7,200 damage, and yet Envoy was still the one leading the lobby, 39 and 29, almost hitting that 40 mark in that map number 3. Jet just speaks to the consistency of an AR that Scrap happens to be constantly getting these players in a spot for his teammates to just put a bullet or 2 in and break these hills.
Yeah, and to speak to Envoy a little bit, you heard Chance talking about like some of these slow developing plays on a map like Karachi. That's where he's really going to be able to stand out. You see it here as well. Like, he's just a great player. And in Control, coming into the series, he was number 6 in kills per map in Control. And in this one, I mean, what, 39 and 29? That's exactly what you want out of a guy like that, right? He's really starting to find his footing in this game so far, and they are running away with these series when he pops off.
On the positive side for the LA Thieves, Dan Ghosty clutching up in that round 11, pushing through the smoke, making the big search and destroy play. You saw a 5 streak out of Joedecieves where he was just ripping everyone off of headies on invasion. And then, of course, Afro looking pretty strong in that final hard point, but not enough to get the dub. The team has potential. They just haven't reached it yet, and they've got to get it together soon because Boston is just 2 weeks away. Let's take a look, though, at our play of the game. This one's coming from the purple squad. Guess who it is?
Scrap and his 7,200 damage, but actually we're gonna hand the map number 4, the last one that we saw. It's just a highlight reel. It's just him literally killing every single thing on the map, and I'm really impressed with Toronto Ultra's hard point in this series. Again, this is one of those teams that's always kind of in that top 4 conversation since they made the overturn, put Scrap into the roster for the past 2 years. So for Toronto Ultra, they're putting the league on watch.
2.0s, not too bad.
Not bad at all.
Not bad,
They
Scrap.
look terrifying, man. Like, where do you guys have them ranked at this point in the top 4?
Your loss was to
top 3,
Boston,
top
which
2?
makes me think you deserve to be below Atlanta. Atlanta is a
That's
little
not
bit
fair.
more consistent. In my eyes.
It's one bad day. It's literally one bad day.
Atlanta went to a game 5, but they clutched up.
Okay. Well,
They're
Atlanta's
third in-
number 1, obviously.
They're 3rd in my power rankings right now.
They're like 2nd or 3rd. Who's 2nd?
All right.
I'm going New York 2nd.
Ah,
Atlanta
that's
FaZe,
fair,
New York,
yeah.
Toronto OpTic. That's my top 4.
Real.
Okay. We do have an interview coming. I just confirmed it, and I'm pretty excited about it because it's always fun to talk with the squirrels. If you've got a question, put it in the chat right now. I want to know, who do they expect to play? Let's ask them right now. Scrap, welcome to the show, my friend. You are fighting for a top seed going into Boston. What's your thoughts right now? Who is in your way of stealing that number 1 spot?
Yeah, there's a bunch of good teams. Well, actually, say a few. But yeah, I'm gonna say the obvious one is probably FaZe. Those guys are looking good in scrims and in matches and just all around. And yeah, it's probably gonna be them.
Scrap, did you hear what Puckett said right before we went to this interview? He said, y'all lost to Boston. He doesn't know if he can put you in the top 3.
What happened,
That's kind of crazy. We already know what happened. They said that it was a bad day.
I want to ask from this guy, though.
All right. Go ahead.
Because he came in talking to Smack the night before.
Bucket. Online, like the Boston breach, it's like, it's a married couple for 80 years, so can't away from it.
Understood.
Okay, Scrap, back to the real interview. I gotta ask, it seems like Envoy seems to really be struggling in the search and destroys, and so I wanted to get kind of your opinion on maybe what's going wrong. Is it a team issue? Is it maybe just him not finding his footing? Like, what's going on with him?
You know, I'm actually gonna like transfer this question not off Dill to me too. Like I'm dog shit in S&D right now. Like I can't get a kill to save my life. But I don't know. I just think it's like this game is just so cruddy sometimes, and like sometimes I'm just challenging people, just trying to get a gunfight, and you know it's just not the right play to make. But you know, there's a lot of S&D coming up, and I'm sure it'll be fine.
Scrap, you know, for you guys, you're looking great in some of these series. Obviously, we talk about that boss one was so great. What's it going to take for you guys to be in championship form? To go in, I mean, we got some heavy hitters in the league so far. Atlanta's looking good. OpTic's looking great, right? You got New York coming off the World Championship. So what's it going to take to get that dub in Boston?
Oh yeah, you know, we just gotta make sure that we're all playing together, you know, playing just as a team. Everything we're doing is together. I'm a big believer that, you know, no matter what you guys do on the map, as long as everything's together, you know, you're probably gonna succeed at what you do. But yeah, I don't know, just, you know, practicing more, you know, playing some more matches is always going to be good. You know, match reps are just the best practice we can get. Yeah. And yeah, we're excited coming into Boston.
Also, I'm curious, in that round 11, it was kind of nuts. You guys threw a smoke on the cross. You were the guy that was supposed to watch over, I think it was Envoy on the bomb. What happened there? Did you miss him through the smoke, or was there a lapse in communication?
Yeah. So when Dill died, I thought I honestly didn't know where he died from right away, and I didn't see him because the smoke was like disappearing and stuff like that. So like, I don't know, Ghosty just got a good 2-piece, probably snapped on me. But yeah, kid's my son, so it doesn't really matter.
He is your child for now. Congratulations on another W. Scrap, we'll catch you in Toronto a little bit later.
Thank you, have a good one.
That is match 3 in the books. We still have a 4th game to go. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's your monster matchup. We've got Legion taking on Kenny and OpTic Texas. This is the CDL.
I feel like Scrap.
Five in a row for Journey, 6 in a row for Journey.
Hydra obviously being one of those players might have a little dance with Sandy here in a moment, and as the pre-fire as well gets it done and gets out with his life, possibly the best player in the world. Uncontested time for both teams. The game clock still ticking.
Oh my God, we're talking about the sub prowess of CleanX, but it's the AR he's putting to work here.
Yeah, keep this 100% at 100. And looking good so far. 2v1 now. Dashy last up. Full health though. Chance to make a play. Next guy drops. Dashy 1v1 versus Illey. Former teammate. Ah! Just gunned to sleep.
Thieves down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Flying on the point. Joedecieves gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my God. It's a 2v1. Diamond, can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond, if you win this. God damn, what a round.
It's 2. I mean, what, 5 in a row for Rip, 3 points now for Heretics. They're done. 4 in a row for Journey, 5 in a row for Journey, 6 in a row for Journey. See what he can find. There it is. So up to 7 in a row. Journey has not 34.
The takedown 1. The response there immediately on the other side. But Journey, who's been the MVP of the map, hits again. 3 in a row for Journey. Ball game series to Heretics.
40 bomb for Journey on sub-base. Closes out the series.
In the city of Boston, where champions are born.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Welcome in, everybody. You made it to the end of Super Saturday. It's time for OpTic versus Vegas, and it's about a minute away, so let's get right into it. Maps and modes here, Alley Cat and Nameless.
Yeah.
I gotta get your thoughts here. If you're a Vegas Legion fan, how far can you get in this
You're not going to get very far because you're opening up with a Skid Row hardpoint, which is what OpTic Texas has played 3 times out of their last 5 hardpoints. They've been a hardpoint dominant team, and to give them their favorite map, it's not looking too high.
Yikes. All right, how about Terminal, though, game 2?
I mean, listen, that being said, with that Skid Row, it's been heroic efforts at the end of these maps. Like Kenny getting through, back playing his life, making a miracle happen. So there is potential there, but I'm still going OpTic with the 3-0.
Okay, he's going OpTic. That means she's going OpTic, meaning I also went OpTic. We're all green on the desk. Let's find out how our casters feel about this one. We got Merc, we got Maven. Gentlemen, take it away.
Here we go. Let's have some fun. Yes, obviously, OpTic favored in this one. They've been the best hardpoint team in the game. They've been nuts. They get their bread and butter here to start it off.
I like bread and butter.
Yeah, so do I, Joe. You have a lot of bread and butter over the holiday, pal?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, glorious. But to the match, thinking about this, so what are your eyes on? You don't expect Vegas to probably come in here and shock. Is there anything you're really looking for, maybe from OpTic or from Vegas, out of this series?
It's been a solid hardpoint, right, for OpTic to keep it up the level that they're playing at. I think for Vegas, they've been competitive a lot of these hardpoints. If there's one player to look at, especially in Respawn, it's Purge, right, the rookie. Jumping into another tough matchup. And for Vegas, I think the problem is after this, I want to say, I read they play like FaZe in Toronto.
Doesn't get much easier? Yeah.
Yeah, in the next 2 matches. So it's like, kind of you need 1.
Yeah.
Maybe 2.
It's gonna be tough to get 1. 2 might be impossible. Let's see. Listen, the long break is gonna help some teams. First time we're seeing these guys getting into it. It's gonna be Skid Row to start us off, and Pred, I mean, he has been a monster. Statistically, this guy's been insane. Wayne was talking to us earlier. He's been in his stream quite a bit, and the guy has just been a lord. He's playing at unbelievable levels, watching the rest of his team get cut down here early.
Yeah, I was tapped into their watch party. You know, Zinni was doing some reporting. I heard he actually wanted to I don't know, like fist fight Pred for the starting roster spot.
Oh God, gotta stay tapped in there. Zinni always with the intel, Joe. That guy's a clown. But a nice start here for Vegas Legion. Let's see if Pred and the boys can break in. ADS looking for an angle, not able to slide into the next. Now the other end of it, someone will be watching, maybe he's stepping up as Purge. You know, he's 4-1, I think, to kick it off within this game, but he's struggling. I mean, you're looking like bottom of the leaderboard in every statistic. And we've talked about some rookies that have really been shining. He hasn't really been one so far.
No, and the other trio has been very strong, right? Especially, you know, just in some of their matches. They've been very competitive in respawns, like we said, outside of control where they're on 4, but looking at the hard points, like they are in this. And right now, P2 control, you get the early time at P1. Standy with a multi-kill. So a comfortable start here for Vegas Legion.
see what Purge can do off this 4-on-1. Sorry, mostly he's just soaking up the time. Relying on the teammates to get the kills out front. You know how dominant this hard point can be. This P2 on Skid Row. You just rack up the time, and you're looking to take a significant lead right now if you are Vegas Legion. So far, so good. 20 seconds remaining. It's looking to be flawless, and you're going to be sitting at a 70 or so point advantage when we get out of this. But now we'll start to focus really on the gunfights mid-map and the rotation across as we get ready for P3. You see the lock popping bottom mid-map. Early on the rotation, you have Kenny and Dashy.
Yeah, Shotzzy struggling now 0-6, but when you don't have that P2 control, a couple of bad deaths, maybe a P1 based on timings, that just tends to happen for some of these players. Attach trying to do what he can. He was on 4 in a row. 8-3 start. We know Attach loves playing OpTic, but a much needed first hold there for OpTic. Get right back into the game, or at least start to, as next towards back alley. That's where the next Legion push is going to begin.
Yeah, this is really their chance to get a rally. If you're OpTic, can you open things up though if you're Attached? Triple positive here out of the gate. Next gunfight not gonna happen, but Standy is there for the quick trade. You start spawning OpTic out left side of the map. You start to get in and at least contest. So a good job here from Legion. Just you get a good hold at second. You're at least maybe battling to contest some of this and make sure it's not clean for a rallying cry from OpTic Texas. And Purge continues to go big. He's able to get a double there. Now it's 7-3. I mean, outside of Narrow, everybody kind of frying right now. I mean, you're looking so good out the gate if you were Legion, and this OpTic team that's been so dominant in hardpoint, not looking like that squad early.
Yeah, 7-3 for Purge. Also a ton of early hill time, right? We saw like Assault earlier when he was the guy holding P2. He was like 1-0. So Purge is getting mixy. He's getting the scrap time, or sorry, getting the hill time. And now we're winning rotations after P3 into P4. This is a dominant performance throughout this first set for Vegas.
And maybe just a slow start from Texas. You're going up against an opponent you expect to kind of slam with the way they've been performing, but we had a long break. Everyone's been in the lab, and Standy there with the triple on 4 in a row. 15-6. Attach will finish off the squad wipe, and now you're up over 100. Vegas Legion. Well, Joedecieves, you really hope to get one, maybe a miracle in 2 in these next couple of tough matches. Good start. Now the guy had slow. Narrow started to pick it up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, slow start for Narrow. It's what, 4-8, now up to 6-8 on this rotation. I thought maybe they were going to win another one, but it looks like they're going to get that one player outside of the P2. They have to deal with Nero, though, in this position. He's reading the pushes. And let's take down Shotzzy. Now he's hoping his teammates can get there. Legion up to 164. Let's go to a listen-in with Vegas Legion.
Garage done, garage done.
I was over here, I was over here.
Crossing on you on time, crossing on you on time. Nice. You can get on time if you need to. I spawned out P3. Ticket. I'll see him top ticket. He's bomb ticket.
Let's get bottom ticket in P2.
He's like trash. He's trash.
They're all spawning tunnel, guys. They're all spawning tunnel, guys.
He's trash.
Yeah, good play.
Front time, Dashy.
One tunnel weak,
trash weak in the corner. He's in the close corner, trash on you. Trash still on trash.
Hurt, there's two. Challenging you, they're spawning ticket now.
Down you. Good time. I have your cross.
I go garage.
Yeah, I got a streak for new.
Crossing Dashy.
Nice.
On time.
Someone crossing.
I have your cross. It's good ass time. Take our time this P1 break. We win the game, right?
Yep.
We went off this new time. All week. Ticket.
Can he hurt ticket? He's coming back to you, ticket. You got him.
Yeah.
Nice. Shit. I spawned downstairs. I'm gonna go right here.
We're gonna break here.
Yeah, Pred is in money.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Pred was in money.
Let's go L2.
Yeah, Sean Hall, he's in money. Fred, hit.
He's on flat.
Nice.
Yo, no, He's scammed. I got one. He's scammed. Shotzzy one shot fire. In the single door, dead.
Yep. I'm on my single door.
Up trophy on time.
We're missing one.
Last guy Kenny, hold it.
Kenny's flying at me. Nice.
Pop. Dead.
Nice. I got.
Sheesh! OpTic, look at more like Floptic out the gate. They're down almost 200 points. They've got 34 on the board in Vegas Legion. Got him in a chokehold.
Yeah, I mean, I love the listening. You heard Standy, let's slow down, but Purge right away, he wins a gunfight. He's like, hey, Pred kind of threw this. This is our time to make this push. He then finds a second kill. Now 214, and plus your winning rotation over to P2. So you already see Nero in this position. All the way in the back is Purge at trade. So I'm just going to need a P2 break. Not easy to do.
And obviously a comeback here, it starts to get kind of absurd to happen, right? Like we only need 36 if you're Legion, but even if you can't pull off the win, if you're Texas, what positives can you take away from this point forward? Just get something going, get the guns hot.
Yeah, I mean, try to stay hot, but that's going to be tough to do because P2 is just so hard to break. Yeah, you're trying to extend this game, but the comms are pretty much, let's just try to forget about this one, focus on map 2. That's all you can really do, but a great showing here from Legion. But it looks like maybe with Kenny's too, make it 3, just spawn killing the players tunnel side, they will get in. So they're going to extend this game.
Yeah, I mean, one of the harder breaks they are able to do, as you said, extend it, maybe just get some more reps, get the guns hot, because you guys, when you want to come in and win with how good you've been in hardpoint, and you have the round 11 woes if you are Texas, Legion, in their moments look very good in search and destroy. Like, they came out looking ahead early on, so the game 2 can go any which way. Yeah, it's really been the respawns that have carried OpTic.
And then I think they lost 3 in a row, did Vegas Legion. So yeah, it looked like a really strong.
There's been bright spots at times, though. Yeah.
Oh no, 100%. They looked ahead, and I think they've also thrown some maps on that. So search and destroy, yeah, looking like their strength. So they're hard to like this, but Dashy, we know this man can shoot straight.
Yeah, then that's what I think you need, at least if you're getting blown out. Like, start to feel yourself a little bit, start to get hot, get some streaks going. You're on 5 in a row. And maybe you pull off one of the more ridiculous comebacks of all time. We've seen some wild stuff. This one would be nuts. You were down, what, 210 to 30, somewhere in that ballpark. And now you start to rally if you are OpTic, but so far to go. You've already starting to mount up this push from Vegas Legion from mid-map. You got one player lurking in Shotzzy that might be able to pick this apart from the rear, but the push is going to come through. He's trying to cut off any kind of reinforcements. He's just going to go ahead and rotate.
Well, I'm like, what is Vegas doing here? I don't really know. It looks like they're going to fight for the scrap time. They set that up forever. Yeah, I mean, Shotzzy, he knows someone has to rotate for the team. And I mean, it was getting close down to the wire where Vegas couldn't win on that hill based on their push, but they're able to break down through. They took their time. In a statement map 1 there for Legion.
Well, what was it that Standy was saying? Take our time, slow down, take our time. Well, they really did with that last push, but they set it up. You know, that's why it looks so funny in the minimap for a second, because I was like, is Shotzzy gonna like kind of get a great timing here, maybe get some kills? He's gonna go ahead and try to rotate and hope they can hold, but ends up being a great final push there from Vegas Legion to get the win. And honestly, that beating was even worse than the scoreboard looks. Like, it's 250 to 130, but that was not competitive at all. Vegas Legion came out and just stopped them from the get-go. You don't expect that with the way OpTic Texas has been. They've been the best hardpoint team in the game. They did not show that in map 1.
No, I mean, Purge leading the way damage-wise, a minute 30 in the hill.
Good for him. He's needed to show something.
You know, him being a rookie, and with this trio, I think there is pressure there. Sometimes rookies join teams that are underperforming. They don't have a strong roster. Like, to me, this is a strong roster depending on how he plays with the talent that they have.
Well, I think, you know, I've asked you a couple times, like, when's your cutoff or when you may make a change? You keep saying, like, you make it to Major 1. He's got to think we're getting closer to Major 1. It's a couple weeks away. If he doesn't perform, if he continues to perform as one of the worst players in the league, guess what the change is probably happening after Major 1? Yeah, he knows the pressure is on. So now does he step it up? We'll see. I mean, so far, he did in this series.
Yeah, and I think, like, these guys know how good he is in scrims. It could just be one of the things where
that's true.
Down to matches. And we've heard players talk about how matches, they slow down. Some of the situations and scenarios are much different than practice and just how they are taken. So maybe just take some time to adjust, get ready for that match flow, but still a long series to go. And they have a long way to the first major.
Yeah, they do. Now, for OpTic Texas, you know, you did start to come alive a little bit towards the end of that. You had a nice break into a P2, which extended this one, maybe allowed the guns to get a bit hot. But the fact is, you came out very, very flat. Maybe not respecting Vegas Legion enough in that first one. Well, there's a wake-up call now. Now you got to turn it into another gear.
Yeah, I mean, I think just looking throughout that game, it was like attach and purge early on. You'll see this.
Hey, look at that. That's just. Whew.
Yeah, I think the 164 to 27, 4 hills through the game. It's a little bit larger there in hill number 5. But even like when you look at P5, for example, that's when Nero was on a 6 to 7 spree. Just we're in the listing, and I'm like, how is this guy still alive? There was no trades back there. He gets the cruise, which helps them out down the road. But it's just the first map.
Yeah, it's one map, but considering maybe some of the tough search and destroy losses you've had, well, for both teams, I know, but for OpTic, that's been the big woe. You've been so good in the respawns. The search hasn't really been there yet. But I know, it's just round 11s. But as you look to the game 2, does this flip on its head a little bit? Like, I think going into this, you probably have 3-0 OpTic, right?
Yeah, 3-0, 3-1, just around that. But we're going to take a look at our Monster Energy pregame for Vegas Legion. And, well, SNDs have to be on point 3 and 8 in respawn on the year. They're on a 3-map SND loss streak. They do hold, though, the #1 opening duel win rate right around 60%. And get Purge going. That's what we saw.
Yeah, no, he really did. So some of the stuff, I mean, answered almost immediately. I know it says S&D needs to be on point because the respawn's been bad, but their answer for that is just win a respawn. So you do that, Purge plays well. You start to feel something positive here. And yeah, I think just the comms overall, just they were calm. They didn't let the moment get to them, considering they were up big against one of the better teams in the league. I liked what I heard, and you like what you saw. But now you have to keep it going, because sometimes, you ride the high of that map 1. You can make some mistakes, let the map 2 slip away. Just focus up, different game mode, lock it in, try to take the 2-0 edge if you can. But now we're going to talk a little bit about OpTic Texas as we take a look at our Monster Energy pregame. For now, we just look at the roster. We got Dashy, Kenny, Pred, and Shotzzy.
Strong lineup there.
They're looking good.
They are looking good.
Handsome bunch of fellas.
I liking the new jerseys as well that they had, they had shown. So, and now we're going to take a look at their Monster Energy.
I was a little excited, Jai. I prematurely got there.
And well, there you're going to see their SMG impact off the charts. Pred is, he's just been so good for them. Shotzzy and Search and Destroy combined. They've been cooking.
No, they really, Respawn's been so good. I think that's why it was so shocking to see the start to that game, just how flat they were. But that's when you got to get fired up, get the fist bumps out, get it locked in. Game is ready to go for Search and Destroy. And yeah, both teams have kind of been struggling here, looking to fix stuff. You had a long break to kind of dial in your gameplay, work with the coaching staff on what you can improve. Now let's see what you can do here in actual match for Search and Destroy.
And worst case scenario, right, with the position that OpTic's in, obviously you have that game 5 loss, but every now and then a series like this where you get pushed a little bit further than you think, it's not the worst thing in the world early on in the year before a major. Like, let's do it. Let's slip up on some maps. Let's make some mistakes. Let's do this now.
Yes, and not in a tournament, 100%. Like, I think it's shocking to us just based on their performance so far, but who cares right now, really? Especially if you still end up winning the series. Learn from your mistakes now. The mistakes will make you stronger.
That's what they say. That's why you're yoked.
Shotzzy. Webcam a little blurry, but gameplay not so much.
It's just probably got to refocus. It's fine. He's just taking his time. You have a 2-2 split here, so Purge watching that cross.
He's saying his movement's so nasty the camera can't focus on him.
Yeah. That's how it works in COD. Oh, this is going on. Purge is flanking quickly. Attach is going to find the first blood. Purge might end this round right here.
And he does. That'll be 2. Some wall bangs through to add some damage in. The quick flake comes in. Legion get the round victory. So far, so good here for Legion.
Yeah, that's just that 2-2 split, and Purge is watching that cross in that deep corner, top S-keys. And it's like as soon as he sees that cross, he just hit a flank immediately. Attach finds the kill. That first blood inside a book, and he knows the flank is wide open. So nice reaction. Very quick from Vegas in that round 1. And sometimes that round 1 defense can be difficult with no trophies.
And there's some pressure on this a little bit if you're OpTic. You think about the fact that map 3 is like an unknown like that. No one's played, neither of these teams have played High Rise in an official match. So you're really looking not to go down 0-2, but Legion have also been absolutely garbage in controls. there's that too.
On year 2 of that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Ring, ring. It's Joedecieves. How you doing?
No, it's Dandy with the first blood instead, actually.
4v3 now for Legion. As they start to move. Bomb up the mat and get this towards an A plant. Still lurking is Pred.
Yeah, he can just see the cross into the plane, so they know where the play is. And now he's just got to play his life. Maybe find a kill and get out, but for now, he's going to play with the team. Maybe they think there's someone in book, but there's absolutely nobody in book. So no nades for Pred to use, but still might not matter. Attach gets taken out. Nobody watching the top of the ramp. That's going to make this doable for OpTic.
Standing though, trying to get the kills. Nice headshot there from Pred. He'll be taken down. The Illey. 6 HP left. Dashy then with the win. Now to a 1 versus 1. Purge trying to get it done. Not going to happen against Big Brucey as he gets 2. Plenty of time for the defuse, and they clutch up in the round, but Pred with the 2 openers inside the plane, the big ones, but nobody with eyes on the ramp, as you said.
A lot of the times when these plane setups break down, I feel it's from ramp, right?
Yeah.
Like, because ladder in the back, very easy to watch. Someone's watching the flank in that walkway. It's always just right up the ramp. I feel like someone's got to be looking at it. Nobody does. Attach gets caught off guard. You kind of have that back-to-back setup. And it just gets turned into a one-on-one.
Sometimes you're worried about giving an angle where you're going to get like shot through the windows. Like,
yeah.
You're scared to peek it, and you get a weird timing, and somebody Like, Pred comes through and makes a play. Ties us up now at 1-1. Now see if they can get a better effort on offense. Remember, last time around, it was a quick flank from Purge that kind of disrupted things. Top side of the map, you'll see Kenny kind of trying to make sure nobody's going to have a push through. At least from that angle. Now Shotzzy, last time you saw him dancing with death, trying to get an opening in the flank, spotting for information, waiting to challenge. There's the challenge. Nice win there from Shotzzy. Movement and shots on point. Nero ripped out of it.
When he's able to dodge that nade and stay alive. I think whatever he's shooting at the beginning of the round, you hear that sort of the air hissing, blows up in the cockpit, so they know there's no one in cockpit, right? Sometimes on Call of Duty maps, random things just explode. That's an example of it. He's using it to his advantage. But into a 2-on-3, is Purge able to find one on a Kenny?
Standy just trying to cross. Dashy takes a little bit to get the targeting on, and that's going to allow Purge to get the fast trade. Not going to matter, though, as Purge does get a couple of kills, but it's Texas with the round victory. And it was Shotzzy just shouldering, and finding the opener that really got things started.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he knows no one's in cockpit, you have a... I mean, it's just sort of a... He's either all the way in the back or prone short on that angle. Just knows exactly where that player's set up. Gets the gunfight win in that first blood.
So after a tough round one, back-to-back rounds now for Texas. Let's see if Legion get another one on the board. Purge, solid map one, doing his thing here in the search to destroy as well. Bomb in hand to Nero, and we're flying towards B. Kenny's gonna have a little bit of help here, but Kenny, it's not gonna matter. He's ripped out of it. Dashy trying to run for his life. Not gonna matter. Purge taking no prisoners as he takes down 6-2 start for the young man as he continues to show his ability.
Yeah, we've seen so much activity over through A. This time, though, Vegas just go for the classic top SC's B hits. And really what you're trying to do there, if you're Kenny or Dashy, is just get one, and maybe we're playing a retake if someone can back on down. Maybe play a 3-on-3, but that just does not happen. It's a 4-on-2, bombs planted right away. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I see. They don't even like, get to their spots yet. And it's just that Kenny's just dropped mid-spread. Dashy's like already throwing a utility and trying to run away by the time they get there. Just a fast hit, efficient hit. I think Purge with the 2 openers. A solid job from him. They tie us up now at 2-2. So we'll keep an eye on the changes that happened over the course of this search and destroy. That'll be the first fast B hit that we'll see. We'll see what OpTic's got in their sleeve this time. It's
their turn.
Yeah, Kenny a slow start at 1-4, but yeah, it's like you have 3 there, but look where Bomb is.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fake. I think it'll throw a lot of attention here. But as you said, Shotzzy with Bomb inside of Dreams, he's just gonna kind of wait, take his time, because he wants to go towards A.
They show 3. They exhaust some utility. And now what do you do off the backside of this? Starting to creep his way forward will be Shotzzy, but you still got inside the plane. This time it'll be Standy to deal with. Last time I was with Nero, that was picked first.
Okay, so Shotzzy, though, he's got to be careful here. The problem is he has Bomb. Okay, yeah, so Bomb is not where you want it. First is going to find another one. He's been very active on defense through the flanks, through middle hallway, is yet again, but it's a 2-on-3, 40 seconds left. Make that a 2-on-2.
Maybe Bomb won't end up mattering, we'll see. But it's bottom play. Now it's down to Kenny, who hasn't got much going so far, but he's 2-4. A chance to have a massive clutch against Standy and Nero if he can get this done. Bomb down under plane, eyes on to 1. Trying to get the tracking there through the window, through the door, through anything, but it's Standy that gets the angle. It's Standy that gets the round win, and it's Vegas Legion with back-to-back rounds and now a 3-2 edge.
Yeah, it's just tough. You know, you throw the fake. Shotzzy starts the rotation. But if he loses that gunfight, drops that bomb there, you make the round very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, you started to say you were nervous like the second you saw him in that spot. You're like, uh-oh, and shortly after that, he drops.
I mean, we know he likes to be creative, right? Just based on timings, rotations.
His brain is a wonderland.
It absolutely is. You're not right. He thinks about the game differently. He's very creative in search and destroy, but that time just gets caught.
Last time the fast B hit for Legion. This time, a little more typical, but Pred just takes off Nero's wig. So
that is a disgusting first play. I don't know if he hits team shot there or what, but if you feel like that can't happen in that position.
It rarely ever does, right? Like that early on that you just find a pick. But Pred does it. One of the more accurate players in the league. Ooh, knock, knock. Who's there? Backing down for now because Shotzzy's holding. Run!
Now we're going to go back again.
Yep. Now they use the frag. Let's go check it out.
They're going to opt for the retake. Shotzzy's hanging out with the pistol. And they're just going to play the 4-on-3.
It's such a goofy mechanic. It looks so funny when people use it. Fred just sneaking up the ramp where you so often find picks that you were talking about earlier is attached by himself now. Able to take on Shotzzy now in between the entire team. They eat him for lunch and they'll be able to hop on it, tie us up at 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, with everybody inside the plane, right, you have to worry about the back ladder. You're worried about the flank. All of the wall bangs. Like, nobody wants to peek anything. You're not giving any position. As soon as it happens, you're going to get shot by 3 or 4 MCWs. And then the round is pretty much done. But nice retake, heads up plays from OpTic.
Well, it starts with that first blood, which we didn't really get to see from the Pred's POV, but just...
Yeah, imagine a team shot maybe with Shotzzy.
Yeah, I would think so.
Just show for that double peek and they catch one.
Or just one of those, where the rivals, ray gun.
Well, yeah, MCW that round.
Oh,
so.
yeah, true. I'm so used to thinking of him with the rival in hand, yeah. Well, they slow down the roll there from Legion as they run a couple in a row.
I like this. I want to see if he goes for this again, just sort of the same place. So what is... Okay, so he doesn't even go for it. He just goes for the challenge. Shotzzy just wins another first blood inside the play. That is not easy to do. But again, as soon as this happens, Vegas works the flank. Oh. But it is a 2-on-2.
It's one of those things where, you know, you talk when you're prone or you drop shot. Like, if you do hit your shots, you hit them all in their forehead. That's what's happening in Nero. He's just been headshot, incinerated a couple. They've been incredible chows. Purge out, just trying to get out, play his life, play for the ramp. Nice shot from Big Purge. Trying to do it all. Stays alive long enough for Attach to come through. They win the 2 versus 2. But I'll tell you what, they played that well to sort of pin him on the ramp. That snap onto Kenny in the window, that was disgusting.
Yeah,
nice win there from Purge.
Buys enough time for Attach to work that pinch.
Because he's the last thing he saw, I think, was 2 flying at him. So, yeah. I mean, that was a nice snap.
And I thought it was a disaster round as soon as Shotzzy slides in.
Yeah. He's been real confident in that one-on-one, and Nero's just getting, I mean, he's getting incinerated. It's just straight headies. Just getting fried. Purge still leading the way. Him and Pred, 8 and 5 on either end of it. A round advantage to Vegas Legion. It's now Shotzi's on the receiving end. It's like you're just prone. It's just all headies. Shotzzy is gone. First blood to Legion. 9 and 5 for Purge. Add a first blood onto that. And listen, I know we're gassing Purge a lot, but listen, he's been struggling. He's been bottom of the league when you talk about a lot of the key statistics from a slaying standpoint. The young guy's putting on right now. It's great to see. Pred, though, ready and waiting. He takes down one before Purge gets another one. Stanny then through for the trade. We got a 2-on-1. Kenny in his second 1v2 now of this map too. Can Kenny come up big? Can't get it to a 1 versus 1. 5th round up for Legion.
I mean, he snapped on that.
Yeah.
I mean, nice patience again from Standy after winning the gunfight inside of the plane, because he's trying to cross and plant, but doesn't want to, you know, I'm 2 bullets. You cross, you wall bang, then it's a 1-on-1. But I mean, Kenny reads it, snaps onto him, but Attach with the shots.
And this is, I mean, everything you want if you're Legion. You know how bad control has been. You haven't won one. Best thing you can do is win the first 2. Really give yourself a chance to, even if you can't win a control.
Throw everything out the window right now.
Yeah, I mean, not what we had expected coming into this series, but this map 2 isn't over yet. OpTic Texas can still rip off 3 straight. Certainly the opportunity to do so. They decide to go heavy towards B. The difference here, first time we saw Legion do it, the 2 Legion players get away with their lives.
Have their life. They're just going to offer a retake, try to use some utility. Purge goes for the chow. I don't hate it with how confident he is playing.
Shots looked, they were pretty solid. Dashies were better, and he had the heady.
But now you're down a man. Nero trying to work the pinch. Maybe not anymore into a 3-on-3. He's going to catch the timing onto Kenny with the slide. It was a 3-on-4, but the retake is possible. Map number 2 is so close to going the way of Vegas Legion. On the defuse, Pred not able to win it. And Vegas take the search and destroy.
Vegas Legion take it 6-3, and Purge again with a fantastic map. Is this guy, you know, he might be battling for his spot in the league right now, but the way he started out as a rookie, The performances were poor, but he is doing it. He is rocking right now, and you can kind of see the body language from Dashy and from Pred. They are a little bit flustered as they did not expect to be in an 0-2 hole. Granted, this still has all the makings of OpTic bringing this back and going to a Game 5. I would not be shocked there.
I mean, as you said, just the team, the entire team from Vegas put it in. But I mean, yeah, you do have Persh, double digit spread on the other side. I just like how quickly Vegas was, and that's what we saw when they were winning early in Search and Destroy. It just looked like they were so fast to react. As soon as one play happened on one side of the map, they were active on the flank, on defense, or through hallway. They always had a response for OpTic.
Yeah, I mean, their first couple Search and Destroys that we casted, we were like, this team's ahead. They're being more decisive than their opponents. And then they go on a three-game skid. We're like, okay, well, maybe they're coming back to reality a little bit. We thought they had a chance to be a very good Search team, just off our early showings. But here, they look strong. They look to be the better team there. And yeah, it has been, I guess, expect the unexpected when it comes to the CDL, but did not see it starting this way. 0-2 hole for OpTic. Now they have to bounce back. They'll have to win it 3-4 to get to a Game 5. And to read this from Brian Stats1, tonight will be attached his 70th career match against OpTic. He is 26-43 against them. Interestingly enough, he has beat OpTic in their first match of the year in all 4 years of the CDL. That's kind of a wild stat.
That's wild. No, that last line is very, very crazy.
Okay, so maybe don't expect the unexpected. This was written in the stars already, but it's a 2-0 advantage for Vegas Legion. They look to close it out on High Rise. As we get ready for High Rise, neither team has played this in an official match. You kind of maybe go for the wild card if you're Legion, because you've been dog water when it comes to control. You're 0-4. You haven't been able to win anything. This may be the wild card to get that going. Maybe you get a 3-0 here, or do OpTic Texas wake up and battle back? Find out after the break.
Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach. This January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Here we go. Welcome back. So far, OpTic Texas have been stunned, but we might have a lot of gameplay ahead of us. To me, this has all the makings of a potential reverse sweep. Maybe this goes to a Game 5 search and destroy, just due to how bad control has been for Paris Legion. The fact that I think map 1 was kind of a fluky one for OpTic, the best hard point in the team in the game. I think we're on 5. What do you think, Joe?
Well, you said that they were stunned, and I was actually just tapped in with Zuma in the flank.
Oh, okay.
Ben J actually said that they were slammed so far, so just keep it tapped in, you know me.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Yeah, one ear you got the flank, right? The other you got Scuppy's couch. Love that from you. Okay, into map 3 now. Let's see if Legion can close it out and get their first control win on the board. If you missed the statistic, we saw Treat Out from Bride stats 1 before this. I guess it attaches like first match against OpTic. Every time they play, he's 4-0. So maybe a chance to go 5-0. When you talk about that first match of the year, which is a nutty one, and Purge has just been a different player this series. Yeah. He starts it hot here too.
No, he really has.
Oh, that is not the best nade I've seen, but well, great evasion there from Standy.
Yeah, I don't think he's hoping it clips onto that generator in that spot, but it absolutely did.
The physics sometimes with Call of Duty and grenades.
Well, as you talked about with Sir Isaac Newton.
Yeah, no, he's always breaking it down for me, pal.
He is, but after that break, that looked so darn good for Legion. They get 1 tick, but pretty much even in lives. Vegas trying to fight off a spawn.
Yeah, after the good break. Now let's see if they can get back to some positives here. Pred, well, I don't know what it is about, I don't know about you guys at home, but whenever I'm trying to shoot down in Call of Duty, I am a robot. Like, I find it so much harder. It just feels so weird to me. I don't know.
It's down and then like around the railings, you lose aim assist.
Yeah, it's the combo of that, like, it's just my hell.
Yeah, I think I've seen you like, it's been pretty tough for you to shoot left, right, and
up. Oh, come on, man. That's just disrespectful.
Sorry.
You gotta be polite to your elders. Pretty even here in the life department so far. B will be captured now. Can they work it towards A? Attach just put Shotzzy to bed as he just shouldered that. And it's straight headies there from Attach as his gunny is up and raw.
That's a nice little pop-up there. Nice little pop-up out of Attach. Finds that kill. Purge top helicopter. He's gonna get taken down. But yeah, after getting B pretty cleanly, off the first couple of pushes, we kind of go into a bit of a stalemate. Minute 15 remaining, all tied up in lives. And from up top, Attach he knows something's going on. He's waiting for this pinch. What a read from Attach.
Yeah, he's reading it like a lovely non-fiction novel. Attach is on point. Nero trying to do the same, but not quite able to do so. It's 4 in a row though for Attach. We'll keep an eye on that streak. Shotzzy trying to finesse his way off the map nearly, but he'll end up getting dropped.
That's his comfort zone, just in spots I wouldn't be.
Yeah, speed of ballerina around the map, but lives-wise, you only have 9 left for OpTic. You have 40 seconds left to go. Not a massive advantage for Legion, but standing maybe behind enemy lines. The Dashy's ready and waiting for it. It does not matter because standing guy is shooting nukes. He's at 1 HP, actually 0 HP, because the stun hit for 1. Now he'll get back to full. He survives through that with no health.
Well, it's probably 0.5. I don't know exactly.
I don't know if I've seen that before.
I've seen that, I think, like one other time. Karma had like a screenshot of like with 0 HP.
Yeah.
But even through all of that, they're able to hold on. You were thinking maybe with Standy on that pinch, they'd find a little bit more, but one more chance. They have to get on the point. Not able to do so. OpTic win the first round.
Whew. And yeah, I mean, it's what, you only have 5 or so lives left at that point. It's getting to be a real tight one down the stretch, but you're just able to hold on, just win enough gunfights that they can't get to the point. The pressure, obviously, always on the offense in these situations. You got to work against the clock as well, and they can't quite get there. You get 1 point done, but OpTic hold. Now, what can OpTic do offensively as you try to get rolling? Then this match, Pred, who was kind of their hard carry in the search and destroy with double digits. He's only got 2 kills so far in this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get creative, trying to work some flanks, and I mean, if like Attach is reading that, there's not much you could do. It could be can be difficult at times. Just having a tough round, but it doesn't matter. They get the round win off of Shotzzy, and Kenny continue to play well. Shotzzy trying to use that pistol, but Persia will take him out.
He was thinking he was going to be on the outer like walkway. He was not. Perch making the play, and Tatch just brings him back to earth a little bit as he takes him out with a frag. Four in a row for Kenny. Dodge and explosion. Sir Michael Bay in the house.
Is he a sir?
I don't think so, no. Isaac Nunez, though. Okay.
But yeah, with that, obviously you hear the trophies going off. The nades trying to connect from Legion. Kenny on 5 in a row. Fred, well, the flanks are working out this time. And now he is in a position to find more as they are working both points. Kenny's just going to try to, he's going to have to dodge all these nades. I would think on to B, maybe not. They're so worried about A, actually. And Purge, she's going to find 2 with a giant explosion.
Map's blowing up. Purge is receiving the benefits of that. You already have the advantage when it comes to the objective. If you are OpTic Texas, you're up 6 lives too. You're in a really good spot with a ton of time to work with. Shotzzy working his way outside the map, all the way around the flag attach. Maybe reading people like a book, but he's not reading that one. As Shotzzy gets the position, finally traded out by Nero.
That's just one of those tough timings, right, where you're trying to slide, maybe you're trying to stun the spawn, and instead you hit the slide and the stun's in hand, you're like, I'm gonna die. So, but it doesn't matter, because you get the cruise on Kenny, life advantage, looking to go up 2-0.
And the guns are heating up a bit if you were OpTic. There's still been some great gunfight wins from Legion. Now they're shooting back. They've been battling when you think about just the skill across both teams. Obviously, just from a raw gun skill standpoint, you would take OpTic Texas without question. But Legion have been there. They've been fighting. Not looking great though right now within this map. 3 and it, well, ignore me, because then they're able to take out all 4. As they regain a bit of control here, and they needed that desperately as they look to be going down 0-2 maybe.
I mean, now you're pretty much trapped, and you have standing in this position. The only player who gets out is Kenny. You have to wait on Kenny here if you are OpTic to find the opening, and that's it. Vegas is like, how does Kenny get into this position? You still have Standy up top on this ledge, just trying to play his life, and well, Shotzzy's gonna spawn right in front of him. So with the play from Kenny and that route, they're right back in, and he continues to piece him up.
Yeah, you just missed there of your Nero. A little hop to the right. And Kenny able to take that gunfight. Now they're onto the point, relying on Purge to maybe hit some shots lives-wise. 2 life advantage for OpTic. 30 seconds to go. Fights all over the place. Standy trying to step it up. He was struggling, but now gets his 8th within it. Purge doesn't finish the first gunfight. Tries to snap to the second. Leads to 2 there for Shotzzy. Now you have no lives remaining. Only 3 up if you're Legion. Make it 1. All down to Purge. He is chopped down, cut down, sliced into pieces. Texas win their second round and take control of this map 3.
Yeah, and that was a 6-on-3, and I don't hate the play here. You're going to see all of Vegas sprinting, and they know we don't have the lives for this, right? We have to stagger the push. We know there's 1 player left on the point. We have to deal with him first. So they try to go, but obviously on high rise, MCWs, you're just getting cut down as you cross.
Yeah, I was trying to think of words too. Just mowed down, cut, slap, chopped, all of it. Yeah, they were getting annihilated as they tried to get there, and they couldn't. Obviously, Legion have not been good in control. They play this for the first time and maybe find some different results. They've had their opportunities within both rounds.
That round is all Kenny. I mean, he's up to 22-12, but the fact he gets out when they are trapped underground, I'm not sure what the timing was, but he saved that round for OpTic.
He absolutely did. Now they've seen 1 more, and they're right back fighting in this series and getting you to a map 4 hardpoint. As Shotzzy will continue to look to find angles, pushing up aggressively will be Dashy. Dashy is just hitting shots with that MCW, cutting them apart. They try to push up off of that, but Shotzzy can't quite get there. Dashy is staying alive, looking for 5 in a row, but the double chow will come through. Now right over to Kenny's angle as he's on a 5 streak.
Again.
And he's, I mean, struggled obviously that map 1. Everybody kind of did, but in this respawn, 25 and 13 out of Kenny. Guy is a lord, and those fights are not fun at all. Pred was thinking, Amos is please, where art thou?
Yeah, no, you don't get in those fences.
No,
never
you do not.
You just never have, so. It's not a good time, but it doesn't matter. We hit the regain. Shotzzy trying to climb like he's Spider-Man.
Spider Shotzzy, Spider Shotzzy. Shotzzy can't do it, now Shotzzy can Shotzzy. He's alive and in the mix.
I've seen him do the splits.
15 seconds left now in this one. Shotzzy tries to get the snap on with the pistol. Pred, though, the centering is there. The clock will stop for now. 14 lives left for Legion as they try to pull off a miracle and maybe extend this control. Kenny, cruise missile. Here we go.
I have to get off of it. Maybe no trophy, so it's going to find one. And that means Pred, he should have a couple of freebies, at least one. Gonna wait for his teammates out. Goes for the pre-fire first, the last member standing. We're headed to a map 4.
There we go, OpTic Texas. They come alive now in the map 3. Kenny bailing him out in that round 2, making the play. Kenny was on point, around double positive throughout that one. Has a streak at the tail end to maybe even bail him out in case that gets scary. Kind of forces him out of the point, milk some more time off the clock. But a monster map there from Kenny and OpTic. And now you look to push this the distance. Kenny 30 and 15, nearly 6,000 damage. Kenny's stats compared to everyone else in the lobby is a joke. That guy had a map.
Like 24 non-traded kills.
Look at he had the most assists, the most non-traded kills, the highest streak, the most damage. He doubled basically his entire team. He has 30 and 15. There's a reminder, Kenny is very good at the game.
Yeah, he's a Slate CEO. You know how you don't like that MK2 reflector? Neither does Kenny. He calls himself the Slate CEO.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't. Yeah, I love that.
That's it. More people have been putting on the Slate more and more. He's putting up numbers like that.
Just look at the damage per round, like too, just compared to everybody else. Like that was just a map, bro. Like he popped off.
And then even Pred, big regain out of him, right? He struggled that round 1, but I think we saw kind of. You know, he was trying to find time using that Rival 9, same with standing. That could just be difficult, right? You're roaming underground and you're just put into a tough spot. He's like, I'm gonna just pull out another MCW.
Yeah, and then maybe he starts to get it going a bit, like you said. But it was the Kenny clinic throughout.
It's crazy too. What, he starts like 4 and 6, and then he must just go.
He starts to go nuts. Yeah, no, 100%. Like he was sitting around even through the early going. You have a Shotzzy with the hot start.
I mean, it's at round 2, right? I mean, he started to get going there a little bit, but it's this round 2. And however he gets out, gave him this point.
Yep. And that was everything, because I mean, I think that's when you got the 4 down if you were Legion. You were in a good spot. You had them locked in. And it just takes one to maybe turn the map on its head. And Kenny does exactly that. Now, you got a chance. I mean, you know, were we giving him a hard time in that map 1? Sure. I mean, best hardpoint team in the game came out flat, and they look horrible. But if you come away with a win this series, I mean, like you said, it's not the worst thing to have some extended series when you're, you know, in the qualifier stage. Not the worst thing to make some mistakes. If you're going to make them, have it happen now. Now you got a chance after that big win to get this into map 4. And that's why it's difficult to be just like even if you end up being an okay, let's say you're a pretty good search team if you're Vegas Legion and you're an okay hardpoint team. If you're like an okay control team too, you might find some wins. Yep. But you can't just be bad. You can't not win in control and have a chance.
Yeah, that's what LAG was doing like early in the weeks, right? Where they were winning some of those crucial controls, staying alive in the series, and that's where we're like, hold up, this team might be doing something. Now they're showing more and more based on the teams that they're playing. But yeah, you saw the maps and modes there, and one of the key things with such a strong map set for OpTic, right? They have to veto Karachi, and what does that mean? It's terminal map 4, and if you're OpTic, you take this all day because you're going to have the map side pick, in which you're going to start on the strong side, and if it goes to plan, you're going to be up a ton on this first set.
Yeah, and I'm sure they want to get a little bit of revenge after that map 1. They know that just got out of control. It shouldn't have been. I'm sure they were screaming at themselves after that. Now, maybe you get the chance to be the hammer, come out here and fry a little bit, show that you're one of the best, if not the best hardpoint team in the game. But yeah, you probably hurt your stats a little bit, like overall with that map 1, just because they were nuts, dude. But when you look through their stats, they were first in just about everything with how good they have been. But every now and then you come out with a dud.
Yeah, no, it's going to happen, right? Now you play a map like Terminal 2 where these stats get a little bit weird in terms of breaking and holding, because we just know how difficult this can be with all these different crosses, running 4 ARs. We'll see if Vegas can find maybe a break early on.
Yeah, now a test for Vegas. I mean, you come out, like you get the shocking win maybe in map 1. I think map 2, totally believe that was one that was winnable for them, but you go up 2-0, not something maybe you expected. And then you just kind of get beat up a little bit in that map 3. A couple winnable rounds there, but you're not able to do it. Now can you answer back? Because there's some question marks with this team. They look like a real threat early on. Then you're throwing away some. Maybe you should have won.
Yeah.
You're like, it seems like they're digressing. Like you start to question, is it almost like you always have it every year where like a team's like a little bit ahead at the beginning of the game. They just like learn a little bit faster, but then slowly sort of go downhill. You start to wonder if that's maybe the case.
Well, I think that their Search and Destroy was definitely one where teams are probably studying what is this.
Yeah. After the first year.
But with their respawns, they definitely had a lot more to work on. And
certainly, yeah.
Saw that in map number 1 Skid Row. We'll see it again here. But yeah, the control it's got to be a main focal point for them moving forward.
Well, now, because now you throw out, you try to pull a rabbit out of the hat and, do when you haven't played yet in high rise and you get 3-0'd. It's just like, what's our go-to now? Unfortunately, there's not a 4th map to try. Guys, we're out of options. We just got to get better. All right, into map 4 now. OpTic looking to mount a wild comeback within this best of 5. Kenny was shooting nuclear missiles out of his MCW in that map 3. He's looking to stay hot within this one. Well, a nice start with a strong start, strong spawn for OpTic Texas. Get right to the point.
Yeah, I mean, you had Purge maybe trying to work through Bookstore on a pinch, but it's all green in the kill feed. And yeah, pretty much perfect start here for OpTic. And this is what can be so difficult about Terminal, right? Just depending on that map pool, if you're going to pick it, that means the opposing team is going to get that good side. You have to know that. And what is the plan moving forward towards this P2? Because you're going to have to pretty much give up P1.
Looking for number 5 in a row. I thought nearly
1 kill.
Caught there.
Right, 2.
The streak will end. Yeah, it's all Nero. He's got all 3 of their kills so far. Nobody else on the board. It's all OpTic early, and that's the same in the objective. You got 5 points up if you're Legion, 40 off the strong spawn start. Here we go for OpTic, but now a chance now for Legion.
They find a couple of kills right before that hill pops, and 2 players are going to spawn out. Nero is going to read it. So you were looking for a chance to get back in the game here at P2. Maybe you found it, but you see security. Someone stays alive all the way in the back. All of OpTic spawn there. But I guess you don't hate it right now as Purge continues to beam because P3 is going to that plane.
Yeah, it's like the one time where like the security spawns like kind of like, all right, I mean, it's not the end of the world. We're gonna be headed out towards the plane, but for the most part, yeah, you're very happy spawning there. But now you're just being cut down to the cross. It was what, a couple from Purge, now a few from Attach. That's all Terminal is, just a box and lines of sight for MCWs to hit the beams. We have 15 seconds left here. Legion made that rally, now gone back in front. Now do you have a chance to maybe chain this into 3? Because OpTic have finally pushed through. You have that close spawn there in security. They funnel it, they funnel it, they funnel it. They finally get into the tail seconds of it. And now it's kind of a foot race over to 3rd.
Yeah, and then Fred with the angles from Bookstore is going to allow his teammates to get in there. He's able to find 2 kills. Shotzzy still on his spree. He's up to 7 and 4. OpTic in control of this play.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what part of the game it is. Security can somehow, it'll work for you eventually. Fred is in behind everybody. He's able to take one down and feed that information to his teammate in Shotzzy, but he will end up falling. So you get back in quickly, up a triple from Nero. And we look for another lead change within this one, but halfway through this hard point, Joe, what are you seeing on the minimap here for the setup for next?
I mean, obviously, you already have Shotzzy inside a burger hanging out. Smelling what they're cooking back there. Kenny gonna rotate on over.
Trying to get a burger after the gas today. I kind of can.
Maybe 2. You like your doubles and triples, but Shotzzy on that early rotation, it's gonna pay off. He's had 3 in a row. But I would say the one thing, throughout this game, I was really just worried the way Vegas was shooting throughout that first hill, right? Only Nero was finding kills, but a nice response. Nero's up to 11. They have a 30-point lead off of P2 and P3. And Attach with some headies. Maybe you want to set them up as soon as I say that. It's Pred and Kenny right back.
It looked good for a moment. And then it was all OpTic in the feed. So they'll get Angeles side spawn for Legion as they try to find any kind of break. An opener from Attach will that be enough to maybe get you forward, but the problem is getting across. You've got multiple MCWs holding you, and Shotzzy and Dashy have the angle. It's Shotzzy finding all the kills. But it's like you win the first couple of gunfights, but it's like, can you actually hit that gap? It doesn't seem big, but it's like monumental. Those 10 feet to cross the burger.
I'm just trying to think of like, just so odd how, the crosses, especially in this game, I don't know if you've had anything like it in the past, a Call of Duty, right? Trophies and they just working some of these hills. It's definitely much different, but these teams have adapted, know how they want to play it. We have a very close game, but Vegas, all right, to go for this again without that security spawn, fighting from the front.
Yeah, if you're going to be a Call of Duty professional, you better be ready to adapt, because who knows how early and often things can change. Standy just staying alive with 19 HP in the point, but it's Shotzzy through that's able to get the kill. He's leading the way right now for the squad. It was Kenny hot in map 3. It's Shotzzy here. 16-8. Still about a tie game, but it's OpTic with control of book. That's soaking up the time now. Any big takeaways here from kind of your first half of play?
Nothing too crazy. I mean, yeah, just both teams kind of securing those points. Again, what Vegas is able to do, at least they're still in the game. But now, just the way OpTic's starting to shoot, and Kenny's getting going again. He's on another 5 spree. You have this security spawn. You're going to try to hold it for the next couple of hills. It is the same story.
Yeah, I mean, the respawns is just going to be tough to slay with this OpTic Texas team, but so far, Legion been able to do it over the course of the series. Just like, can you keep doing it over the course of the entire series? And when does maybe that skill gap, that edge towards Texas, start to show itself a little bit more? But you're still in this game down 40 if you are Legion. Purge still shooting straight. Trophy out for coverage. In the point they go as they try to make the rallying cry, but it's still security side spawns for Texas, and the 4-man hit starting to come forward as Purge doing his best to blend in with plants.
Yeah, Fred just trying to go for that contest spot. Force maybe someone to overpeak, just kind of hanging out right there. They will take this all day as we try to rotate on over. Maybe a couple of players towards P2, and maybe behind that multi-kill from Standy and try to get forward. They do, but Dashy says no. Then on the bottom side of your minimap, you already have a skirmish going down. All of Vegas going to try to get here quickly.
Yeah, they're trying to battle forward. They'll leave the final 20 or so seconds to Dashy inside, and then you'll fight this on the other end of it if you are Legion. Last time they got a great chunk of time here, but what, it was like the last 5 to 10 seconds, you broke through from security side spawns if you were Texas, and that led into the plane hold. What kind of job can you do now if you're Legion?
And I actually kind of like this. They're not overextending to try to hit the security spawn. They just have like a cross setup where you're controlling this front desk, you're shooting from terminal, from that jet bridge, you're not letting them get to dreams. OpTic trying to send this to a game 5. Let's go to a listen in with OpTic Texas.
I'm laying down. Front turn, another stop. Turn.
I push.
I'm good right now.
Nice shit. Alright, that's good. It's really good time.
This is the game. This is literally the game.
I have a time.
Someone hold. Pick up a book.
Yeah, one's
in plane. One front.
I'm holding the hole for a
the front here. I'll hold front here.
I can bump you, you can go.
Hall. Watch the terminal. Watch the hall. I got it.
Hey, I'm holding time.
He's in the hall somewhere.
Hey,
I'm holding cockpit. Two cockpit.
You can go.
Looking for perch somewhere. Maybe term? Could be pit also maybe? Term not telling me. I spawn burger, boys. Yeah, I'm holding front. Watch out. Just go front. Low plane to me. I just fell.
What P1? Deep up P1. Deep up P1. Do that.
I fell low plane, bro. I have a pinch there.
Yeah, you go on the slide, Ken, if you want.
Just looking for this guy. P1 first. P1. Just like I'm hitting the slide. P1, Standy, 1 HP. Mid left. Hit him twice. Hit him again. Last guy behind the wall. Behind the wall. Is he still mid left? Yeah, mid left. Behind you. One behind you. Let's go on low red. Alright, it's only one guy top. I got one.
Find it. You can kill Brennan.
Back. One shot. Yo, one's in bottom red. Yo, two slide. Two slide. We spawn out deep.
Slide. One more
we
slide.
gotta play new kind of pressure. We're gonna pressure this. Only. Near one shot. P1 on me. Absolutely.
I'm holding the book pinch for a sec.
One's out. There's two out. One's pushing turn fast. One's pushing turn fast. Up on the right.
Hey, I started him in front of you.
Right now, you Brennan.
Danny, one shot P1. Danny's P1.
Yeah, in dreams. Green push right. Where's it? I got you. Give me book.
Have your book.
I think I heard like after they're breaking into dreams, like early into that, they were like, we get this, we win the game. Like this is game. You heard him say it a couple of times. They took a significant lead, but Legion have stayed in this with some great holds and breaks back into play.
Yeah, I mean, they just haven't been able to flip this though. That's really the problem. Maybe an opportunity here. Standing attached, we're trying to work both, trying to work the bottom side of the map, but they just get cut down, and now you're forced to have to work this cross. In good luck.
It's so hard.
You at least have to get them off the point to try to get us to bookstore to P5, but now you have Pred pushing forward, trying to catch the players off spawn, throwing those nades. And the more that happens, Shotzzy's just gonna stare at this dishwasher.
Yeah, he's just relaxing. As the rest of his teammates finding the kills second by second. This is looking like a game 5. Felt that way. Even after Legion went up 2-0, it's looking that way, but you get some big kills. We get enough here to extend this. You only need 8 seconds if you're OpTic Texas, but you've cleared them out. I think you may have done the work you needed to. A couple more ticks, and you've done exactly that. You have done enough to see more here if you are Legion. Just enough, but still trailing by 50 points. You put so much effort into that, though. It's bookside control for OpTic Texas. 5 in a row, make it 6 in a row, though, for attach. But you just need 5 seconds right now. If you're OpTic, they're set up inside. Vegas trying to work the pitch. Can they get in and stop this? They just do it in the nick of time, and we'll see a bit more here, Joe.
Yeah, not much.
Not much at all.
Not much longer in game 5. And I mean, it's just the story of Terminal Hardpoint. I mean, it's just security side control.
Yep.
That's they never lost it.
They had it pretty much the entire game. And it ends up being closer to being a battle. That's sort of Terminal. Like, they're usually...
Well, I mean, they know P3, you know, the end of the listening. The reason why they said this is pretty much the game with the break, because maybe they throw a life or two, a push or two at P3 inside of plane, but they're just going to rotate Shotzzy early in the burger. And
yeah, they put some effort into it, certainly. But, I mean, the big thing is just making sure we don't lose control. And that's why you kind of heard, I think it was Kenny even when he kind of dropped low. Like, he was thinking about just picking up the player that was P1 side, just thinking about that more than going towards planes. Like, just making sure they don't lose those side spawns, making sure they got the best chance to close that out. They do just that. So best hardpoint team in the game rebounds after a tough map 1 loss. But here you can see how it broke down, and it was really, really back and forth early on. You can see a bunch of lead changes to start things off, but around that 100 point scoreline, I think when I asked you, what do you think about that first kind of half of gameplay? From then on, it was OpTic.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at sort of 4-5 on that flow chart, that is when OpTic won security back, and it just stayed that way.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. But here's a look at how our series has gone so far. We're tied up 2-2. A great start from Legion, but now you start to bring it back and think about the reverse sweep here for OpTic. It's invasion, search, and destroy. And search and destroy, sort of a question mark for both these teams. I mean, it's been kind of the weak spot for OpTic with some tough round 11 losses. If you are on the Vegas side of it, you know, you kind of went on a 3-game win streak, then a 3-game skid. Now you bounce back and win the game 2 here, but not necessarily been the best for either. But somebody's got to be the best here. Who's going to step it up? Kenny's been a monster in this series. Purge has stepped it up massively. Can he be a hero in this map 5? It's Vegas. It's OpTic. It's one final map when we get back.
Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach. This January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
We are back. It's time for a Map 5 Texas Legion getting ready to get nasty. It's final search and destroy on Invasion. What are you thinking, Joe?
I never know what to think anymore.
Is it the momentum here for OpTic? Oh, wait, no, that's right. You let the flank think for you. My bad.
But what I will say is that Invasion Search and Destroy OpTic, they have not played it yet.
Okay.
We're on the other side for Legion, a comfortable map. They played it 3 times, so a lot of VOD for OpTic to go over.
Okay.
But 1 and 2, but I think one of those is like a throw, like a 5-2 throw, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
One where Vegas has a lot of reps, they know what to look for.
Well, do we go? Shotzzy, bomb in hand, offense for OpTic Texas. As they start to look for your openings. Nero will be holding from second. B Street locked down by Purge. And this looks to be an A hit. They're slowly starting to ramp up towards this bomb site. There's Kenny and his slate.
Just a slow development here, right? Vegas really not showing much, but they have B Street locked down. I mean, standing a bit of an off angle here. At least I thought so. Kenny maybe was ready for something, but standing with the first blood in the rival.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny got the snaps, but yeah, you're just never going to win that one. Unless you're pre-aimed perfectly on it. An awkward situation. They added doors to the game. They thought that was a good idea, and just headbutting some doors. But it's Pride that's able to get the kill. 3v2, make it 3-on-1. Pistol hits for Dashy. Attach last up. Down to 1 versus 3, but you still have to work this plant. Attach is still fighting. That's going to be a tough one. Tagged it for the first fight. OpTic Texas closed out the round 1, and you were kind of throwing your hands up during that. What happened, Joe?
I mean, they hit the first blood, and then it just felt like they thought it was already like an A hit, right? They had B control, and the players B side, they just got so aggressive. They end up getting caught, right, by Pred, by maybe Kenny, watching that pinch. Wasn't exactly sure who it was, but someone, they were ready for it. They didn't commit over to the A bomb site in Vegas. We saw how fast they were on terminal. They tried to do the exact same thing, but that time it hurt them.
So there, maybe instead of being decisive, is a little bit of impatience. Then
we saw Kenny say that. Yeah, Dashy was watching the pinch here from blue.
Nero getting tagged on the cross, but still fine, just playing for info. As they're tickling each other at range down this A street. Opening kill, it's Nero. He's going to drop with bombs. So you had Kenny grouped up with Pred there at that mid-cross. They're able to cut him down, get the kill. Purge, though, sends it forward. Wins him with the pistol. Suddenly a 3 versus 3. The stun hits onto Standy, but that stun was really just a get out for Kenny. They'll back up for now.
Yeah, it's a get out, and I'm going to reposition here and now try to watch this cross over to B. Nothing's really happening quite yet. Keeping OpTic just on their toes. Where are they going with this bomb? And it looks like they're thinking B with Kenny, the way he's sort of playing this. Yeah, Pred watching that cross. Yeah, Purge is going to see that door kind of creep on open. They're going to try to work this bomb down, and that is great. You have a trophy to work with, but the cross does not work out for Attach.
Can't quite get through. Standy just trying to stay up. 15 seconds now to go. Right as he on ADS's, Kenny will pop. Purge now left on an island, 1 versus 3. No time to work with. 1 on the tank heady, 1 inside. It is just a battle everywhere he looks. Another round to OpTic as they inch closer to this reverse sweep.
Yeah, nice little just repositioning rotation there for OpTic. As soon as they had an idea of what was going on, everyone sort of got into their spots. And Vegas is hoping that smoke goes down and that covers the cross of the bomb. So Attach should stay alive, get that bomb down. But as soon as he gets down, it's sort of just this, all right, someone's got to give something up. And then the timings, we know how that goes.
Yep.
They can get wild.
Kenny, he's been phenomenal in this series. 4-1. On 4 in a row now in the search and destroy. What a pickup he was for this OpTic Texas roster. Another creepy crawling.
Oh, it's a team bonding exercise.
Yeah. Those are always good. Yeah. Just a little spot for info from Shotzzy.
I've been seeing that more and more, just sort of used in hardpoint, used in respawns, just to clear out this area. Make sure it's all good. But again, what, last round on their attacking, it was Standy kind of playing a prony, playing a bit of an off angle. He's doing it again. It's just, is he going to be the one that gets caught, or is he going to find that? It just feels like as soon as he finds one, should be a quick trade. Kenny does get pushed up near that dumpster, and that's going to be bombed down.
Yep, he's tucked away again. He sends it so weak, continues to go, and just a shot to the booty as he takes him out as he tries to round the edge. It's a spot there from Standy you thought would maybe be the playmaker. He was exactly that, Joe.
I mean, he's just playing sort of different angles, playing a little hide and seek. We saw it in round 1. He was right outside the dumpster alley in that corner, switches it up this round. And they know he's got the bomb site on lock. It's just sort of, don't let them get an angle on me. Make sure you're looking over there. Show some presence so they're not worried about me. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, you saw teammates just like sort of shooting shots over top of him. Like, you're just keeping him honest. They lose track of Standy. Standy makes the play. Big round win there from Legion. I think maybe hits the stun before the trophy goes down for some.
It's a lot of aggression, though. You already have Pred inside of DVD. You have Shotzzy again over towards Broken. The fact that Pred's in this position, he's going to get a lot of info for the squad, or at least be on a quick flank if they do decide to go up B. And maybe with that, we'll see right here. Purge has that bomb, and there we go. He's going to get taken down.
Once again, calling who the playmaker's going to be. It's Pred that's able to do it, but now you get out to the bomb site. Nero looking to get this down. He gets tagged up. He's on 30 HP, though, and he gets cut down. It's Pred finding his second within the round. A tough position for the offense. Again, Standy, good. I thought he almost brought that gunfight back after being tagged up to 6 HP, but it's not going to happen. Kenny gets another one in this. Now Tash at a 1 versus 4. Quality beams onto Kenny. Nice little snap onto the second, but too much to do. And 3 rounds up now for OpTic Texas, but Pred the key player there, Joe.
I mean, they get aggressive up the street, right? You saw the trophy go down. We saw it through X-ray. Shotzzy gets across. They have no idea Pred is, you know, inside of DVD. I mean,
he gets 3 in the round, right?
Yeah, he's just kind of hanging out. As soon as he gets that spot, and we've seen that go wrong, right, on that cross where a stun or a nade hits, and they, you know, the attacking team will catch that player broken, and then they just go, and, you know, you lose the round. But that time, it's a risk, but it pays off.
Three in a row for Pred at 5-1. Who's going to step it up maybe for Vegas Legion? If they're going to start to bring this one back, is Shotzzy just hopping across right for the stun hits, able to get in through the window.
And I love Stan. I mean, see, he's got another spot. He's like, don't worry, guys, I got A, and this time it's from a different spot. See that number 6. He's not in the middle this time. He's up that water street, but it looks like he's going to be a B. Hit his bomb. Starting to work their way up. As that's a trade from Kenny and Nero.
Yeah, we'll see how Standy opts to get involved. He's been a key player in these defenses. Well, he gets involved by Pred taking his head off. 3v2 now for OpTic Texas. Chance to take a big 4-1 edge. Shotzzy still with bomb in hand. Which one do you want to isolate? You got a couple of, well, you got 2-on-1 here towards B. It's really just Purge. Playing in the back. Info on the trophy. Know where Purge is going to be playing from. Shotzzy now works to get the plant. Teammate can look over him. Purge, good luck, as he's just getting tagged at the second he peeks. It's Big Brucey. And Dashy with eyes on through. And all the way around, through on the flank. Good luck. Purge gets dropped, 4th on the board for Texas.
I mean, again, into that 3-on-3, what happens? Standy decides, I'm going to just go and try to find some info. Instead, Pred catches him. I mean, props to OpTic, because they're not crossing a B, but they're making Vegas think with some of their map positions. And on defense, you're thinking we have to find some info. Maybe just start to work that flank from Standy. Instead, Pred is ready for it. So a great round for Pred. He's on 5 in a row. Kind of out-lurking him throughout this.
I mean, he's been incredible for this team, and he's 7-1 now. Just being a monster in this map 5. Closer and closer we get to the reverse sweep. Shotzzy, it's another first blood for OpTic. Vehicles explode, Nero out of it. Daddy up for Pred as he wants to go hunting. It's going to be a fast flank, one of those risky plays out of Pred. Will he get there in time to be spoiler? It's all on Pred here through on the flank, or is it? No, okay, never mind. Shotzzy is tearing apart everyone. Shotzzy's getting an ace. It started with a car and ended with an MCW. Shotzzy with the beams.
I mean, this is just, an individual play, because I'll tell you what, the call from OpTic is spot on. Again, they've been showing aggression, B street. This time on defense, they just say, screw it, let's send 3 through A, start a quick flank, and the flank would have worked out. You're hoping Shotzzy gets 1.
I'm thinking in my head, Shotzzy, you stay alive as long as you can until Pred gets there, and instead he kills everybody. So, yeah, I mean, Pred probably would have been the playmaker. I mean, they're both the playmakers right now. You're combined to be, 12 and 3. You're both on 5 streaks. Vegas Legion getting choke slammed here in this map 5. Just dominance out of OpTic, and the poise to come back after the 0-2 hole. Now a round away from closing this out. You've let Shotzzy get deep into his bag. Good luck bringing this back, but Attach, he's got the ice. One of the clutchest players we've got in the league. Maybe he brings him back, but he's out of the round now. 2 versus 2, Shotzzy, Dashy versus Nero and Purge.
And again, one player maybe lurking towards that A street with Standy. He gets caught, but as you said, 2-on-2. But bombs gonna be planted. I mean, Nero and Purge are so kind of out of this play, both on their own islands.
You're kind of at 1v1s on both sides right now.
Yeah, but Dashy's gonna get the info, and look at this. He saw him crossing back, so Shotzzy just is, all this is wait for me, right? Wait for me, don't overchow. I'm quickly on this flank. But instead, he's gonna get found out and already on the defuse. Will he get there in time? He sure does. Finds one, snaps on it in a second. The long flank works out.
He said, trust me, big baby, I'm going to get there. He gets there and clutches up for the 1 versus 2. And Texas, after coming out, I don't know, flat's the, what's flatter than flat?
I'm not sure.
Super flat. They came out. It was a rough start for the map 1. They dropped the map 2, but then they bring it back. They come alive behind a monster map 3 from Kenny. And they get going. OpTic secure the victory, and this ends up now, after obviously we're sort of toast them a little bit for your map 1 and 2. Now it's just one of those, like you said, sort of, you play a couple extra maps, you learn from some mistakes. Great series.
Their invasion search looks great.
Yeah.
They looked very creative on that map. They had an idea of what they wanted to do. They're lurking. Pred was great, able to catch Standy. I think for Vegas, there's just a couple rounds where you have numbers and maybe you just overcommit to some things on flanks, or you just don't have any info, and instead they go look for it and they get caught, right? It's a trap set by OpTic. Just gotta be a little bit more patient on those defenses, which can be tough.
Yeah, no, they look so strong in that map too, but yeah, it won't be the same set in the map 5. It ends up being an OpTic victory. And yeah, I mean, some good takeaways from OpTic, I think, in the sense of, I think you kind of nailed it. I think the one big thing is just that kind of map 5. Like, yeah, well, you get to see them on high res for the first time, which they get a 3-0, so you get some information there that maybe they control map pool maybe a little bit deeper, even though it's not the toughest of tests with the Legion in that regard. But the map 5, just you want to see them just dominate some search and destroys where you've just been going round 11, just come out and sort of put somebody on their butt. They do right just there. That. Yes, they do. Vegas Legion on their booties to the desk.
Seated
Legion. That's like the 5th time I think y'all have said booty today, like in one broadcast.
Oh, you love the booty! Something is on Maven's mind tonight. OpTic's mind, wow, we got through that one. That is another miss from Vegas Legion. You have now allowed 2 reverse sweeps. Yes. No one else in the league has allowed it. It's kind of getting to become an issue here. Let's talk about the good things, though, because OpTic fans are celebrating the win tonight. That final game, definitely one-sided. OpTic taking care of business. Control, OpTic taking care of business. What did you see in the second half?
It was Kenny. I mean, everything had to ride off the back of him. Before we even loaded into this series, I was talking about how, there was a lot of hype around the fact that Pred was getting added to the OpTic Texas roster, but I feel like that player for me has definitely been Kylo Ken, going 30 and 15, map number 3, to turn this series on its head. And it's not like it was close, right? That map 1 Skid Row, I definitely thought that was going to be OpTic Texas in the bag. What does Vegas do? They come out slamming, 250 to 131. Map number 2, Terminal, another map OpTic tends to favor, Vegas 6-3. So for him to have that momentum change, that map number 3, to allow the reverse sweep, just spells some really good things for OpTic Texas.
Now listen, OpTic did get the win, and I hate being the bearer of bad news, but that was a very bad performance on OpTic Texas throughout that.
Hit him with it.
Honestly, like when you think about those first 2 maps, like they have to come out stronger. Talking about that Skid Row, I mentioned it beforehand. Like we all picked OpTic to win, and we were like, what map could we see some success from in Vegas? You're like, Skid Row, because it was Kenny's Heroics that were getting them the wins on that map. Well, what happens there? Well, some great rotations out of the Vegas Legion. They do spawn good side. They're able to string together P1, 2, and 3 and get a 100-point lead. Now, ultimately, OpTic are able to come back. Great players on that team, able to turn up and rise to the occasion. But for OpTic, I've seen some separation with them and the other top teams so far, and I'm talking Atlanta and New York. They haven't shaken just yet.
All right, so OpTic not necessarily with the rest of that top tier 1 right now. They're probably on top of tier 2 in my eyes at this point. Definitely. Vegas Legion, though, you are now sporting just 1 win after your 5 matches. Are we concerned about the squad coming into Boston? You have to think they're probably not going to be in that winner's bracket.
It's one of those weird things where Vegas Legion last year, they were a team that was really good at search, and they became dangerous when they could win a hard point or control every once in a while. For this Vegas Legion, it's kind of the same story, except they're not guaranteeing the search and destroys. Again, a 6-1 map 5 invasion loss isn't really in the cards for Vegas Legion, who are looking to be an S&D team. So maybe on watch a little bit, Chris.
All right, we'll keep looking out for Vegas. Remember, they are back in action to open the day against Atlanta FaZe. Not going to be easy.
Ain't getting easier.
For now, though, we close out the show with our final Monster Winner Spotlight. Please welcome to the show, Mr. 30 and 15. Kenny, how we feeling tonight, buddy?
Yo. I mean, feeling all right. A sloppy series out of us. Today's my mom's birthday, so, like, we were down 0-2. I felt so bad because I told her we were going to win on her birthday. But ultimately, it feels good to, like, keep some resilience and make a comeback and win 3-2.
So are you telling me
Mom.
There was doubt in your mind that you weren't going to win tonight?
Oh, no. I was full confident we were going to win. I even told her we were winning. I'm just saying, we're down 0-2, and I'm like, yo, we got to lock it in. If for anybody, it's for my mom, at least. Like, we at least got to lock it in for her.
So that's where that extra energy in Game 3 came from. It's starting to make sense now, Kenny. All right.
He took that to heart. 30 and 15, map number 3. Kenny was like, this is not happening. Kenny, you know, we make a joke. It's always, you know, it's champs can at the end of the year. You know, usually that's when you have the game figured out. But you have been that guy so far for OpTic Texas since being added to this roster. Where do you feel this game stacks up for you and your previous titles?
It's pretty high. I super enjoy playing this game. I really love running the MCW. It's one of my favorite, like the ACR in general is one of my favorite guns. So, and then overall, I mean, the team makes it easy for me and makes me feel comfortable on the map. So I feel like I will put this game pretty highly for my career at least, because I mean, I've been playing really well. I got to get a little bit better, but overall, I mean, I'm confident and I feel comfortable right now. So.
2 Game 5s didn't go your way. This one, dominant so far tonight. Talk to me a little bit about the finish here. How were you guys able to close out this series?
I mean, the 2 Game 5s we lost, we feel like we beat ourselves for most of the rounds at least. We have a lot of man advantages a lot of times because we have good sub players who get first bloods. So overall, it's just like winning our man advantages whenever we're up and like just working together and doing whatever we got to do to like get the next kill as a team.
All right, thank you so much for joining us tonight. That is Kenny and OpTic celebrating the final dub on our Super Saturday. A good show across the board. Some big surprises, except for this guy. Did you go 4 for 4 today?
No, yeah, I did actually.
Yeah, you did.
I did. It's a great prediction
you caught
day.
up.
I caught up, right? And now tomorrow is really going to be who takes the league.
All right, so let's...
I figured out what you guys were doing. You were telling
what
my
do you
picks.
mean?
Telling my picks, but now I'm giving it to production in secrecy, so I will be taking that lead.
There you go. All right, let's take a look at all of the correct picks from Nameless today, starting with the Surge. No one saw it coming but Ant, as we all went with the 3-0 Heretics. But the Heretics, we said this was their proving match. What did you learn on the day here, Allie, coming out of this one?
I just Huke the Nuke still doing, you know, Huke things. Every once in a while, we get some insane performances out of Huke. He had a fantastic day, but also Surge kind of taking advantage of that rotational stat that Ant touched on earlier in that map number 1. They were on that roto every single time. They were there, they were set up. So clearly, they've been doing some VOD review and looking to hopefully still be in that top team conversation.
Does Journey stream? This guy knows all of the spots on Invasion. Love watching his action, but the Heretics do fall short. If you gave the MVP to one player from the Surge, is it Huke, Abuzah? Who you choosing here?
I'm going to go with Huke. Yeah, I think I love what I saw to him, and especially to set the tone. This was a team that was 1-4 in map ones, right? It was leading to a lot of losses. We know the hardpoint stat was like 0-5 in hardpoint coming into that series. Well, he went crazy on that sub base. Didn't matter if he had a sub or AR in his hand. So for me, I'm going.
As we take a look at our match number 2, it was Surge taking the first dub of the day. The second one belonged to LAG, and this may be the best we have seen from the Guerrillas after their Game 5 loss. They went on a bit of a losing streak. Now they get another big W. It looks like they may also have separated themselves from the other 1-3 teams that started the day.
I completely agree with you. LAG is certainly, I think, going to be an underdog team from here on out. You know, even though they've been 3-0'd a couple times, like their most recent one to Atlanta FaZe, it has been always close. You know, we talk about it's not telling the whole story. It was only a 20-point hard point versus Atlanta FaZe and a round 5 control. So LAG's been trying to keep pace with some of these top teams, and maybe now we're kind of seeing them put it all together to close out some of these series.
Guerrillas 3-1. Fame earned our MVP honors. Let's talk about Toronto, though, because they were the big squad to watch on our day. Everyone thought they'd be able to take care of LA Thieves 3-0. This was a 3-1, though, and LA Thieves, they had some decent moments, but Toronto, after that first game, they just took over.
Yeah, they had some decent moments, like in the Search and Destroy in that round 11. I mean, really, Toronto Ultra had the advantage in that round. They should have won it, but despite the fact, I mean, Toronto Ultra they squared up on LA Thieves' best maps. They were comfortable doing that, right? And that shows how confident they are in themselves as a team and how much they've grown since that loss that we saw right before the holiday break. And, you know, for this Toronto Ultra squad, it's a different player turning up every series. Like, we're seeing Envoy in the control scrap overall. I mean, I think he broke the record for damage. Yep. That is nuts, and that's terrifying for the rest of the competition. So for Toronto Ultra, I mean, they're looking really good. Also, we didn't even highlight it because everybody's been going off, but inside in the S&D, ended up losing round 11. He was like 11-4. He had a cruise missile, so everybody's showing it.
The mustache man was putting in work for sure. Toronto definitely in that top tier. They proved it today. And as you take a look at the standings, we'll let you draw the other lines. Who joins FaZe, Subliners in Toronto? Do you have OpTic still in there? On the scoreboard, they're right there in the mix. Heretics, Surge sitting with 3 wins. Everyone else on that right side of the screen vying for the final 2 spots. Remember, only the top 8 get into the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that bubble, it hasn't moved much. We thought it was going to move a little bit today, but there's still about 5 teams tied at that 1-3, and hopefully we see some changes tomorrow.
And we have more matches coming tomorrow. The 3-day weekend concludes with our Sunday, a 4-match Sunday that finishes with Miami versus Boston. Before that, you see the Subliners take on the Thieves. Røkkr faces off against Carolina, and we open it up with Atlanta FaZe taking on Vegas Legion, who lost again in another reverse sweep. 2 reverse sweeps. Just rinse today from your brain. You saw the frustration from Standy at the end. I hope that they're able to get like a milkshake, maybe like watch the end of the Chiefs game, get some positive mojo.
They got to go to bed. And
it's rough in Vegas. All right. On that positive note, we say goodnight, everybody. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow, 2:45 Eastern. It's almost noon there on the West Coast, right here on youtube.com/COD League.
Shout out to my rivals. We both know now the world finally can see. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over, no longer. Got the dream, got the drive, got the discipline. Got the heart, got the smart, got the business plan. Competition, y'all listen, you a real fan. Going for the ring again, yes, I'm the man. Getting hot, y'all sweating like a worker plan. Going hard like I'm even running quicksand. I'm power up, call it Super Saiyan. About to reload, beast mode, all I'm saying. Yeah, I can hear you talking big trash. But I'm above it, getting big cash. But I don't know, bro, you look mad. I guess that's life to a rival when you look at idols. One thing you need to know, what's that? You will never get this title. But good luck out there, cause I say round here, man, it's no fear. Shout out to my rivals. You know you cannot beat me. Shout out to my rivals. We both know now the world finally can see. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over, no longer. Shout out to my rivals. You know you cannot beat me. Shout out to my rivals. We both know now the world finally can see. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over, no longer.
On the way. They can hear the right street. I don't have right street, guys.
But they smoked across. I want to run up through the smoke.
Go for it. Broken, absolute.
I'm boy dead up on. Scrappy
Nice.
dead. Trash.
Nice, good shit. Now listen, let's go broken.
Top broken, top broken.
Yeah, push you. You left.
Square weak. I'm running at him.
Square, nice, man! Nice! Come on!
What is it? Dude, he just laid down on the street. On the street? Yeah, he just laid on the pallet. Oh, the pallet. Fucking smoke just hoed us. Oh my god.